Hurry up. We need to move.
Just make sure I don't take a bullet in the back.
Looking good. Keep it steady.
I hear footsteps. I got a bad feeling.
Enemy spotted. Move! Move!
You're going up next time.
There won't be a next time.
We are a minute away from arriving at the PCS-7 battlefield. This is the last battle for PGC 2022. Give everything you have. 64 squads from 4 main regions, APAC, Americas, Asia, and Europe, will be participating in this operation. Erangel and Miramar, where the operation will take place, seem quite peaceful for now. But when the battle starts, you'll never know what could happen here. Remember, the squad that scores the highest points on this battlefield will become the champion of PCS-7. Prizes are awarded to the champions and those who survive the fierce battle. Total prize money mounts up to $1 million. But prize money is not our main mission objective. PGC points is what this mission is all about. Take a close look at these squads. They are your rivals on the way to PGC 2022. All squads are ranked based on their achievement from regional qualifiers. The world's best 32 squads with the most PGC points can advance to our final mission, PGC 2022. Day Trade Gaming is leading the way in APAC, where the first gunshot will be fired. The point gap is big, but there is a way to turn the tables at once by becoming the PCS-7 APAC champion. I wonder which squad will advance to PGC 2022 in this competitive region. Sonic's 4-time PCS champion in America's region is leading the region with a total of 745 PGC points. Seems like they are almost locked up along with E-United. Still, all squads have a chance to advance to PGC 2022, as there is a slot reserved for the PCS-7 champion. Asia is the homeland of all the PGC champions until now. Their firepower is beyond limits. Strongest among them all is Petrichor Road, the 3-time consecutive winner of PCS. Unlike other regions, there is no champion seed for PGC 2022, so watch out for any drastic measures the squads may take. The last one coming, Europe, is where Northern Lights wield their power. However, no one knows how things will go, since all the squads in this region have what it takes to become a champion. Like APAC and Americas, Europe also has a champion seed for PGC 2022, so every squad has a fair chance. Operation PCS-7 is an important gateway to PGC 2022. It is time to start the operation. Everyone ready? Do not forget that only the best performing squads have a chance to fight at PGC 2022, so prove yourself in the battlegrounds.
chips us down. At the end of the day, no matter what happens, that's what you say. Tell them we got it. Tell them we far from done. Tell them we got it. I'ma take everyone. Tell them we got it. Tell them we far from done. Tell them we got it. I'll take them one by one. I'll take them one by one. I'll take them one by one.
Hi PUBG Esports fans, this is Annie of PUBG Esports News. PCS 7, the last chance to earn points for PGC 2022 is back. Let's take a look at the APAC region first. Total of 16 teams from Thailand, Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and OC region will be competing in APAC region. From Thailand, the host country of PNC 2022, a total of 5 teams qualified. 3 teams from PUBG Thailand series, Daytrade Gaming, Buram United Esports, and Theaton 5, and 2 teams from Thailand Open, Yarena and MS Chonburi. Daytrade Gaming advanced to PCS 7 APAC by again winning PTS with huge point gap. We can see how powerful this team is by looking at PTS stat leaderboard, Nurin's on the top followed by Flash and Balmeth. The focus is now on whether they will win consecutive championship in PCS 7. Scream out loud! Buram United Esports, who always showed aggressive playstyle in global stage, is back in PCS 7. They failed to advance to PCS 6, but they just got better this time. What a nade! Let's see how much more aggressive Buram United Esports can be. Quite sure they will be making some epic moments this time in PCS 7 too. Theaton 5, the super rookie team in Thailand, barely made it to PCS 7. The point gap with 4th place Myth was just 1 single point. Thanks to Rosetta Jr.'s final kill, they were able to secure a PCS 7 APAC ticket. In PUBG Thailand Open, MS Chonburi also won a ticket with miraculous chicken dinner thanks to Julia's incredible clutch. We'll have to wait and see whether this could also happen in PCS 7 APAC. From Vietnam, veteran teams, The Expendables and Cerberus Esports, and 3 rookie teams, Genius Esports, New Generation Esports, and Icarus Cyber have advanced to PCS 7 APAC. The Expendables have advanced to PCS 7 by winning PUBG Vietnam series with 120 points gap with 2nd place Cerberus Esports, who has the record for the most wins in the PVSs. Cerberus Esports seemed not as powerful in the global tournaments, but they showed potential in PCS 6 APAC by ranking 4th, so they do have chance to take away Daytrade Gaming's champion title. Competition among veteran teams from Thailand and Vietnam will be an interesting point to watch in PCS 7 APAC. Genius Esports sound like a new team, but this team is consisted of Simon T, Chloris, and Zest from BN United. They placed 3rd in recent PVS with their clever timings and engagement skills. Especially the head-to-head fight against BN United made Vietnam's fans go wild. Genius Esports must make it in the top 5 in PCS 7 APAC to advance to the PGC 2022. We'll have to see if they can make it happen. In PUBG Challenger Rumble 2022 Season 4, 2 Malaysian teams, Shuago Dwi and PMA, and Archangel Predator from Philippines, and From the Future from Indonesia have advanced to PCS 7 APAC. Among them, the team we need to focus is Shuago Dwi. This team is a newly formed team led by Leo, who represented Chinese Taipei in PNC for 2 times, and he's playing with 3 Malaysian players, Shen, Sophia, and Jarvis. They were able to secure the 1st place by beating the Philippines Archangel Predator with 76 points gap. Will they be able to prove once again the potential they've shown in PUBG Challenger Rumble? From From Oceania, Team Bliss and Origami Orangutans have advanced to PCS 7 APAC. Team Bliss, led by Insight, is indeed the best team from OC region, and their goal must be stacking up more PGC points so that they can advance to PGC 2022. Let's take a look at the PGC point standings for APAC. Daytrade Gaming, the winner of PCS 6 APAC, is ranked first with 200 points, and if they make it in the top 12 in PCS 7, they'll be able to secure their spot in PGC 2022 with no difficulties. However, other teams may be going to face different fates depending on the results of PCS 7 APAC. All teams have chance though, as PCS 7 APAC champion will directly advance to PGC 2022, so don't give up. With a mix of North American superstars and South American rising stars, the Americas region is expected to be one of the most exciting competitions. From NA Regional Playoffs, Sonics, the winner of most PCS Americas, Wildcard Gaming, E-United, Dodge, and Tokyo Manjigang, and Luminosity Gaming, who picked up shoot-to-kill players, have advanced to PCS 7 Americas. Sonics proved their class by winning the regional playoffs and sweeping all the big stats such as most kills, most assists, most damage, and even most winner-winner chicken dinner. Wildcard Gaming is back in PUBG Esports scene by picking up Gascon's players. They ranked second after Sonics, only 2 points gap with third place E-United. E-United showed off their potential in the last match by pulling off a 2v3 clutch. With this member, they can do anything. The competition for the cutline was just as fierce as the competition for the top group. Yahoo, who has the Brazilian superstar Sparking, Dodge, who strengthened their roster by recruiting Corsac, and Tokyo Manjigang, who moved from Europe to North America, competed for the 6th place, and at the end, Dodge and Tokyo Manjigang won the tickets. The competition among South American teams was also on fire. Fiumba, 22 Esports, and 4 Poor Men, with Brazilian youngsters, have qualified as a top point getters. Team X of Colombia and Synergy Esports, with the living legend of Argentina, Siljan, put their name on the PCS 7 America list, along with Trogloditos in a point tie. Fiumba is consisted of the old KPI Gaming members. Siljan has left to Synergy Esports. This team is still very strong. With young bloods from Argentina, they've ranked first in South America regional playoff. As we've seen how well Brazilian rookie players performed in PNC 2022, let's keep an eye on Haven from 22 Esports and LFP VHC from 4 Poor Men, a team with interesting name, and see how they perform in their next global tournaments. Bing Bang Boom, Peak FA, the Rumblers, Eoscuri made it through the last chance qualifier. Bing Bang Boom heading to last chance qualifier was not expected, but they were able to make it to PCS 7 Americas thanks to Keenan's performance, recording the most kills and most assists. The strength of the Brazilian teams was also outstanding this time. No Brazilian team have passed the last chance qualifier in PCS 6, but this time, Pick FA and Eoscuri outperformed among prominent teams to qualify, and we should look forward to seeing if they can show their skills in the global competition. Let's check out PGC points for Americas. Sonics, who accumulated 725 points, and E-United, with 680 points, have indeed locked up their spot for PGC 2022. This means 4 seats left for Americas region. Which teams will be taking the spots in PCS 7 Americas? PCS 7 will be held in 4 regions around the world, starting with APAC and America on upcoming September 16th. And then Asia and Europe will kick off on September 30th. As this is the last chance to get the tickets for PGC 2022, please stay tuned to check out the results. We'll be back next time with news about Asia and Europe region. See you then. Bye!
Yeah. I only got one question. So is that all you got?
Outside, inside, we don't stop. Go worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop.
It's like they're setting themselves up for another win.
See, Benya's already going wide. He spots out Rusty Zera, gets him down to half HP, shots into the bale, but Benya is gonna fall. The AUG superior in the 1v1 from this, with that Molly going just a little bit too far. Rusty Zera is trying to stay up and alive, but here comes the push from Synergy. They waste no time on this. Rusty Zera finds a second knock, can't get a third. It's a 1v1.
เนียนไหมเนียนแหละเนียนอยู่ครับเพื่อนช่วยเคาะไกลๆมาครับผมทำให้ธีรทรฟ้าตัดสินใจที่จะขยับออกนะครับมุมไกลๆครับตัดสินใจไปเลยนะฮะไม่รอยื้อครับก่อนเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวอาจจะไม่ได้ไปไงใช่โอ้นี่เองโคสิตบอกโอ้เนี่ยใส่เกียร์ R ถอยหลังไปเลยแล้วกันถอยไม่ก่อนถ้าขับเดินหน้าแล้วโดนยิงตกรถขับถอยหลังดีกว่านี้
Claim some space further into the zone, seized the zone shift back in their favor, and tried to go back to their initial.
Nope.
But it was already occupied, already taken. Jervis baited the bike, but still lands the shot on Trick. That's the man who just dumped.
Coverage, and now full line of sight. The only threat they have is this rotation. It's starting to come in from United. And
oh no!
Oh, Show, you've got to realize that that is not your teammate. There you go. He gets the flush onto Draft King, but can he find Capitan and Revo? He gets one. Oh no! That nade!
Valiant with no HP. Capitan will go down, but no, those are going to be going over to Wildcard as they clean up everything. And now Wildcard sitting on 10 kills. Fortunately, they've got a little bit of a better line and are avoiding the shots from Sonics from 4 p.m. You can see Peak Selfish getting knocked a little bit low here.
Oh, and this is a mess, though. They are so entangled. And here comes the Seed Swats. Oh, and it's two. It's 2 for nothing there for BBB.
That's a big 2 knocks here for BBB if they can manage to flush them out, get those points. HVZ going to pull out. He's going to get spotted by Gad tonight.
còn trong khi đó Hải Saki bị Nura khai thác vào tài còn nọc bắn anh ta bắn rất nhiệt, bắn yếu 2 PL của Teraton 5 và bây giờ quả nét trả chính xác thì nó sẽ là vô cùng tuyệt vời và quả nét này nó có được bảng hạ gục, thậm chí có thể quay ra pha thị bắn vào và Teraton 5 bị tiêu diệt hoàn toàn. Đó là những bảng gục gọc với cho đại diện của Việt Nam.
Aiming for Peak's compound. Dialet takes a lot of damage, loses control of the cars. He's lost multiple tires, gets taken down, but Dean Zera on the chase gets another knock. Last self vulnerability for Dodge, yeah.
Dodge is going to shred. I mean, Dodge is just licking their lips right now, waiting to see who's going to try to make a play. He's going to find one. Clover.
That nice knock. Now, if he could just get Cloud, it could be huge, but he's going to take a lot of damage from the opposite nade, down to 26 HP. Popping in the first nade, but there you go. That last nade does it. Team X.
เอาล่ะโอ้โหมาแล้วครับแบบนี้ก็หวานเจี๊ยบสิครับอีวีน่าบอกแล้วตั้งขบวนมากระจายตัวแล้วแต่ว่าเขากระจายตัวรอเหมือนกันน่าสนใจเลยทีเดียวเกมนี้นายครับเล่นมุมสูงกดลงมาด้านล่างยิงเปิดไปก่อนแซมไปถกโพแล้วติดหัวไปก่อนไม่ดึงแล้วแซมบิงได้โดนที่ไหนเดียบิงดึงแล้วมาบิงดึงเอาแล้วเหลือคนสุดท้ายแล้วหมด
我们这次是为了包揽 PCS 冠军而来。PCS 3连冠的队伍已经有了，但还没有诞生4连冠的队伍。我们这次是为了打破纪录而来。
패테이커의 성형 우승은 대단하지만 그게 영원하진 않다고 생각하거든요. 4연속 우승 도전은 저희가 꼭 끊어내도록 하겠습니다.
韩国队每次都说要拿 PCS 冠军，但是已经说了6遍了，即将也会成为第7遍。趁现在赶紧再说说吧。
중국 팀들이 좋은 모습을 보여준 건 인정하는데 무조건 이제 이기고 싶습니다. 절대 지고 싶지 않아요.
PCS 軍では自分たちがどれくらい実力を発揮できるかっていうのを試したいと思ってます。
我们的目标是拿到前3名，然后也要证明 GS 在亚洲区的实力。我们 GS 会变成他最可怕的敌人，然后送给他们一点颜色的小小。
上一次我拿了亚军，然后在更早的一次也拿了一次亚军，这次能不能再突破一下拿一下冠军？
这次我们希望能达成大满贯的荣誉，从 PCS 7延续到2022 PGC， 然后我们是非常有信心夺冠的。
이번 PCS 거기서 거기라고 생각하기 때문에 우리 배고파가 기강 한번 세게 잡아보겠습니다.
他们没我弟我们厉害，他们就感觉不会自我突破，等好点拿冠军吧。
이번에 담원기아가 사고 한번 치겠습니다. 무시하지 마, 우리 한국인이야.
And welcome back, everybody, to PCS 7 Asia. It's day number 2, and if yesterday was any indication, today is going to be pretty darn good. I'm Paper Thin, this is State. We're going to be here for the entirety of PCS 7 Asia to bring you all the games. And yesterday, you know, even though the Korean and the Japanese teams played well in terms of winning the games, the overall points are still heavily in favor of the Chinese teams.
Yeah, the Chinese teams only won 1 map on day 1 out of 5, but 5 of the top 6 teams in the leaderboards right now are all China. This high kill style is really paying dividends for them, as a lot of the teams that we're seeing at the top of the leaderboards, they're not getting super deep in very many games, but they just rack up the kills.
Yeah, it's a lot of the kind of what we've come to expect from the Chinese region, where they are willing to go for the points when they're available. They're willing to sacrifice players when they need to give themselves the extra points, to give themselves the extra boost. Yeah, they may not be necessarily winning the games, but over the long run, they are profiting.
Yeah, and Games Forever Young having a great showing there in day one. They're in first place, and Pero looking for their 4th straight PCS title. Right behind them in second. It's a tight finish after day one. We had not too lopsided of a result by any means. I think the gap between maybe top 10 and top 4 is like only a handful of points.
Yeah, it's not even from first to 9th place. It's like 19 points or something. It's
close.
So it's a win and 9 kills, basically. This is our schedule, of course. APAC in America is already done, and now we move over to Asia and Europe, and both of the day ones are already through. If you're watching Europe, no surprise to see that the Northern Lights are winning things again. That shouldn't really surprise anybody at this point. Today, of course, is going to be 3 Miramars, 2 Erangels. I'm excited. I like to have an extra Miramar in there. It's a lot of fun. But, super point rule, guys. We all know what we're doing at this point. 5 matches per day, 6 days total. And then eventually we get a PCS champion and we find out who's going to PGC.
Yeah, those PGC points ever so critical. A lot of these teams are yet to book their tickets to the grand finals, and they want to do it. This tournament is critical for so many of these teams, and I don't know, man. It feels like China's going to run away with this one again. I think it's kind of a telling story that despite China only winning 1 map on day one, the top of the leaderboard is almost full of Chinese teams.
No, it's scary. I mean, you make a great point, right? Like, the fact that the Chinese teams are doing as well as they are with barely winning games, with getting the chicken dinners, has to have a lot of people raising their eyebrows. Now, this is the overview of the prize pool. Of course, $230,000 USD total, $80,000 for the top team. Of course, we have the special prizes for the kill leader, the insane squad, the all PCS team, to get a little extra bonus incentives in there to play your hearts out. Of course, like we were talking about, GFY on top, not far ahead of Petrichor Road and 17 Gaming, but only one of those teams has a win out of the 3 of them.
Yeah, it's
that's Petrichor Road.
It's surprising, and that was a great finish to that Petrichor Road game. If you guys haven't seen it, go ahead and look at the day one VODs on a break and check that out. It was a fantastic finish with Axlef kind of sacrificing himself to get a beachhead there for his team, and then Petrichor Road clutching out a 2v4. It was sick.
Yeah, exactly. And Gen G had a solid day, and Onyx was really playing his heart out yesterday. If you look through the stat lines, even though we didn't see a ton of him on screen until the last game, and Onyx was putting up some really big numbers for Gen G yesterday. You expect your big players to show up big when it matters the most.
Yeah, 1.8 KD. You take that all day, and Gen G's going to be in top 4 because of it, but right on their heels, Tyloo and New Happy. New Happy actually the damage leader after day one, but really struggling to convert that damage into kills,
which is unusual for them. So I think I would say for sure if I'm a New Happy fan, I'm actually feeling really confident about their performance coming into the rest of this event. The fact that they're able to put up big damage numbers, because almost always the team that is putting up the most damage is going to, in the long run, win the event.
Yeah. Day to day can kind of vary in terms of whether you're actually translating those into kills and into points. But by and large, if you're averaging the most damage, you're probably averaging a lead. And New Happy, only a handful of points behind, 15 behind the points leader, GFY. We have a lot of PUBG left to be played. This is only day 2 of the 6-day PCS 7 Asia.
And
I'm excited.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I'm really excited. And I think also, we didn't get to see a ton of GFY on camera yesterday. They were just kind of quietly getting they got a couple second places right yesterday. They got like a 3rd place. So they were always kind of in the mix. They just didn't, other than the second to last game of the day, the Miramar game where Damwon Ki ended up winning, did they get super deep. But they were putting up consistent amounts of kills, and nobody should be surprised by GFY doing well. This is a team with a long history and pedigree in PUBG Esports. I mean, again, Summer, a long-time shot caller. Atungmu is playing out of his mind right now. He's our top fragger right now. And then also 911 and Peng have been previous PCS champions. They won with TSG back at PCS 2. So no surprise at all to me that GFY is doing this well. If you guys aren't familiar with some of those players, they've been around for a while, and a few of them have even won a PCS before. So
yeah, and I'm sure we're going to get a lot more screen time of our top teams on the leaderboard coming into day 2 and day 3 to round out this weekend, because GFY, as you said, just kind of quietly being excellent. They're off screen, you know, just camping, racking up those kills in the mid game, and it's translated into so many points.
Yeah, meanwhile, Pero, on the other hand, has been on our screen quite often because of explosive plays like this. I mean, this grenade will
highlight reel
live on in infamy because of the way it bounced right next to that cabinet. You know, it kind of just rolled in through the window. I don't know how he does that.
Poker, man. Excuse me,
cool.
Pokeball, yeah.
Yeah, man. That is really challenging to do. That is some pinball stuff. And then at the end, you know, like you were talking about, this is that move you were just alluding to earlier, State, where they lost stakes left, but they won the war here. They won the game.
Yeah, and Ming getting Nan and ZPN there is just critical for this team, sitting up long to catch that player going prone, and then finishing off with a nade on Ming, and Petrichor Road got the only win for China on day 1 with that play.
Yeah, it is crazy to think about that. And, you know, teams even like the Donuts had a win yesterday, and the Donuts are really strong overall. 17 is putting up big kill numbers. Nobody, again, should be surprised by this. This is how they've always thrived throughout their entire history of PUBG Esports, is it's a kill-first team. They don't really care about placement points. All they want to do is take battles and win them. And with hero plays like that, from Chow DD, who's their top fragger right now, yeah, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, this team, their MO on Erangel is just rack up the kills as fast as they possibly can. It's often on Miramar that we see them translate those into wins, because Miramar really plays to their strengths as a team, just, you know, going for fights, controlling territory. And I'm excited. 3 Miramars to start things off today. And a lot of these Chinese teams are going to be very happy about that. It seems to favor them more than anyone with their aggressive play style.
Well, and particularly for GFY, a team that's very, very good. Historically, those players at least are very, very good on Miramar. So we'll see if they're able to even, you know, do even better. They played really good yesterday on Miramar, but of course with Gen G and Damwon Kia being the 2 teams that won on Miramar, they have the lion's share of the points so far.
That Damwon Kia win, man.
Well, that was quite an interesting game, wasn't it? You know, Damwon Kia, in case people missed it, if the plane path is in a certain direction and Damwon Kia has to drop by Omar, they're hot dropping with Tianba for it right now. Both those players want that as their alternate drop spot, or both those teams, excuse me, want that as their alternate drop spot. So it's weird, State, because they win that fight pretty cleanly. And
totally cleanly.
Yeah, and then they just kind of get an interesting circle, a very rare circle, but an interesting one that heads down towards Omar, and they're able to control their territory. They're able to kind of keep the other teams at bay and come through with a win.
They played the final circles masterfully, too, just kind of almost shepherding all the other teams into each other and letting them duke it out before swooping in to pick up the win. It was a nice game from them. I was not expecting that after the hot drop, despite them even winning that with all 4 players up. Usually we'll see teams emerge from a hot drop and they've sacrificed so much time that their loots, their meds, it's not going to be as great, and then they're going to struggle to have a good rotation of the circle, and they're not going to be the first ones to get into those critical spots that they want to take. But yeah, just kind of serendipitous. Everything went their way that game.
No, you're exactly right. It was kind of a perfect storm in some ways, but a really well-played perfect storm, as we're going to watch a little bit of an Onyx. Again, we weren't super keen on Gen G until the very last game, where they came through with a big win, but able to control their territory very nicely. You know, New Happy and Tianba get stuck on the other side of the road. Tianba kind of does Gen G a bit of a favor here and wipes out the Freaks a little bit earlier with some help from Tai Lu. So, you know, the Freaks, maybe there could have been some problems that they could have caused. Donowa as well got kind of smashed by Tai Lu in kind of a flopped defense. Oh, here we're going to look at
the hot drop. We get to see that Kar 98 shot.
I know that
we might have passed it.
Loki, yeah, we already passed it, but Loki was really the hero of this fight.
Yeah, getting that opening frag is so critical in these kind of hot drops, because suddenly the timer is on the other team if they actually want to salvage the situation with their full manpower up. And yeah, Damwon Kia, they just put Tianba on the clock and made it work. And this is that finish we were talking about, just kind of making GFY fight their way through Gen G before Damwon Kia comes in and just absolutely cleans house right here.
Yeah, Under just absolutely just slams through the rest of GFY. Up close and personal, just an absolute nightmare. With some help from Mental too, but you know, Under, again, up close and personal, one of the best in the business. Top fragger, I think, right now for Damwon Kia as well. But yeah, you can see, you know, a Tungmu is doing very, very well.
2,000 damage.
Yeah, he's having a great one. Even though he's barely got more damage than I think it's not on New Happy or somebody on New Happy has very close to the amount of damage he has. But yeah, assists as well. So Tungmu is having a really breakout performance here. A guy who's been around for a while, but this is his best I've seen him so far. When we're really able to highlight him and talk about him on these leaderboards.
Yeah, and Aches left as well. First place in kills should surprise absolutely no one. This guy is a killer, one of the best players, if not the best player in the world. And Pero, PCS is just their playing ground. I mean, 3 wins in a row, trying to convert a 4th. It's crazy what we're seeing out of them, and they're in second place here heading into day number 2.
Well, you can see the confidence they play with, because they feel like this is their tournament to win. I mean, some players play like they're afraid to lose, and Pero plays the opposite of that. They're like, they know they're gonna win. Like they feel that in their. You could see it in the way that they direction themselves, the way that they wait for their moments to strike, and they're extremely decisive. Once they decide to do something, they do it, and they do it so well, so coordinated. Of course, the individual skill is through the roof on that team as well. They're fantastic to watch.
If you guys at home want to play along with us at the Fantasy League, go to twire.gg. You can spend 100,000 points, $100,000, get your favorite players on your team.
It's not real dollars.
It's not real dollars. You don't actually get 100K. You can't take it to the bank. But
if you want to give me 100K to put your fantasy team together, I'm happy to do that.
I'll pick 4 subs and book a flight to like the Maldives or something, man. But yeah, Tongmu, what a great pick. Those 5% of viewers who picked him are going to be very happy with that one. 43 points after day 1. And as you said, a breakout performance.
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, and only for 11,000, that's an absolute steal with how he's performing right now. You can see the other 4 players behind him are all, 30,000 plus. So no one's surprised they're doing that well. They're storied players. They're players who have been putting up big numbers at many different events. And then he's coming through here and absolutely popping off. So let's see if he can keep it up. If he can, GFY, I think you got to start to feel real good. Summer as well there, down in 6th for GFY. So overall, having a great event. Of course, if you're in first place, your players are probably putting up big fantasy points to kind of back that up.
Yeah, 9, 10, 11, all New Happy right there.
Yeah, man. New Happy just in a cluster there from 9th to 11th. I mean, if you could just pick New Happy. All right, let's.
Oh no.
Here we go. Yeah,
let's not talk about this.
I was
Can we
going
go
to
to the
say.
next slide, please?
I was really looking forward to this slide today, at least for now. I mean, I'm not doing great is the thing. I'm doing okay, but you're doing really bad.
Thank you
I just
for
want to
pointing
rub
that
it in your
out.
face. Sorry. Yeah.
Well, it's. When I was picking my players, I was banking on Korea having a good showing here at PCS because it feels like it's been forever since Korea's really shown up and have had a good PCS Asia, because China's won every single one so far.
Right.
And the way that E-End was playing in the weekly series, I felt a lot of confidence in him, but man, I have been disappointed.
Yeah, I like your game show host portrait they chose for you there too. You just look like you're ready to host Family Feud or something there. So Family Feud. I mean, you guys should play the fantasy. It's fun. It gives you something else to talk about, and we don't talk about it too much on air, just every once in a while, but it is, I think, a really cool addition to PUBG Esports. Of course, other cool additions. We have the Pick'em Challenge, right? You can go on to the PUBG game client, go up to the top right-hand corner, get in there, get your voting coupons. You can either get those through, participating in the various events, or, there's actually like an event you have to join, like a, in-game event. There are other ways to get them, of course, too, like buying some items and things like that, which would be greatly appreciated. We all are very big fans of that. And
there's Twitch drops too. I mean, there's so many different ways to interact and follow along with the action here at PCS 7.
Yeah.
Not only in Asia, but in regions around the world. So, guys, please join us. Get involved.
Get some free stuff. What's wrong with that? Nothing.
Nothing.
Right.
Nothing at all.
We discussed this yesterday. Nothing wrong with that. And yeah, of course, you just have to watch to get the Twitch drops, which is just fantastic. Yeah, that's what you can do. You can be more involved than just watching, than cheering.
Sit on the couch, crack open a cold one, get some pizza delivered.
Yeah, that's what we did.
Twitch drops.
I mean, without the cold ones, we had pizza delivered, but yeah, I mean, just get some free stuff for chilling out and enjoying some PUBG Esports. So, if you guys are interested in that kind of stuff, it's available. I think
it's a lot of fun.
It is going to be a lot of fun, and it gives you something else to kind of root for. But I think today is going to be an interesting one. Again, with 3 Miramar games, like we've been talking about, you kind of start to think that maybe this is going to be a big day for the Chinese teams again, which is scary because they already had a big day yesterday, despite not coming through with big wins.
Yeah,
but
only 1 win converted.
Yeah, I mean, I'm worried about the Korean teams, and I'm trying to like place my words here, so I'm not
not
gonna.
yeah,
I'm not trying to be overly critical. It's tough because the Chinese teams are insane. They've got so much talent in that region. It's just out of this world. But what can the Korean teams do different is our big question for today.
I feel like they have to get a little bit more aggressive because the fact that you're walking away with 3 wins on the day. Japan won one of those maps as well.
Yeah.
But the fact that we're walking away with 3 wins on the day and your top team is in 4th place, Gen G, and still a good bit behind 1st and 2nd, means that playstyle isn't really going to work, in my opinion. I mean, Super Points format, kills are everything, it feels like. Placement, of course, is pivotal, and that can be the difference between 1st and 2nd in any major event. But if you're racking up the kills, you're going to get the points. And that is a much more consistent way of playing, too, because sometimes circles just don't go your way, Sometimes rotations, you get caught. Sometimes you'll get different teams like drive on your spot and try to kick you out, and you just get absolutely screwed like that. But kills, if you're camping edges and you're farming teams, I mean, that's something you can do reliably regardless of where the circle goes. And that's one of the reasons why teams like GFY and 17 Gaming, although they're not getting a lot of screen time, they're racking up kills consistently, very slowly, very quietly, and they're doing great because of it.
Yeah, I think this is one way, absolutely, that you can kind of learn from what the Chinese teams do that's successful. And if you watch the way that these Chinese teams position themselves, they don't put themselves in quote-unquote traditionally safe spots often. I mean, obviously, if they're gifted one of those compounds that's in the middle of the circle and it's a super defendable one, yes, they will take that every day. Of course, every team would. But they'll play along hillsides. They'll play along areas that you don't normally consider to be safe in PUBG Esports, right? You watch a team like Gen G, who plays for dips quite often. Those are pretty dangerous because of how good teams have gotten with their utility, with grenades, with mollies, those kind of things. So those spots are very, prone to being exploded with grenades, like quite literally. That's all there is to it. So I think one way you're talking about is good, and then another way I want to build on, another way that we've seen is like Petrichor Road style, which is decisive team fighting.
Oh yeah,
wait for your moment to strike.
I loved what you said before. It was like calculated explosiveness was the way that they played there on day one, because it felt like when they needed to bide their time, when they didn't have opportunities to rack up points, they just played very slowly, very conservatively. But if you were in their immediate vicinity and you showed any weakness, like say you win a team fight, 2 of your players get knocked, they pounce on it. That's what happened to Gen G when Axlef came in and got that huge grenade through that tiny little slit window in that garage.
Exactly.
Killed 3 players, 3 points.
No, you're spot on, dude. And I think, I mean, obviously the skill level is very high on Petrichor Road, that they're able to do that. But these are the kind of things you need to be thinking about for the long term, thinking about it in advance, working together as a team to try to perfect. Now, I will say one team that I actually thought does this pretty decently is this team right here on your screen, the USG Donut. I thought they played with some level of confidence yesterday. I thought they made the right moves at the right times when I was watching them on screen, when I thought, well, they should probably do this, and then they did it. And I was like, perfect. This is exactly what they should be doing. And they won that game, that they were making the good decisions, making the good moves, making a slightly aggressive move. Not super aggressive, but aggressive enough to at least, kind of what you call peacocking, right? Like you try to show your feathers so the other teams maybe kind of back off a little bit, where they're like, whoa, these guys are actually showing some force.
Yeah, watching that game, it felt like it was some of the best Donuts play we've seen really in ages here at PCS, because it didn't feel like at any point they were not in a commanding position in like the last 2 circles. They were just absolutely in the driver's seat. They were controlling territory. They had all the information that they needed, and they played it perfectly. I hope we get to see more of that from this team. It's a team with a lot of promise. I would love for these less accomplished regions or less accomplished countries in Asia to actually show up and challenge the reign of terror that China has brought, because, man, this region just cannot be stopped.
Yeah, I mean, we're happy for the Donuts. Homer Simpson would be proud, but there's still a long way to go. And this is one of those teams that, of course, is going to be an obstacle no matter what is new happy. Again, huge damage numbers, like you were saying. It didn't convert into kills, into super distance finishes, but if over time they're able to keep those damage numbers high, I guarantee you that will change.
Yeah, they were averaging like almost 1,200 damage a map.
That's insane.
Which is absurd, and it's a little bit unlucky for them that despite averaging close to 1,200 damage a map, they were, I think, 6th or 7th in kills total on the day. I would have to check the data sheet to confirm that, but yeah, if you're a new Happy fan watching from home, you should not be disheartened by them only being in 6th place. This is a team that is consistently at the top of the game, and day one, it wasn't even like they had a fluke bad performance. They were getting a ton of damage in. if anything, they're going to bounce back and get way more kills.
Yep, no, I totally agree. I don't think there's anything to be sad about with New Happy's performance yesterday. Actually, overall, it was quite good. Ghibli, on the other hand, yeah, not a great performance. But again, we've been talking about this Ghibli team all year. They went young. You know, a lot of the superstar Ghibli members are now on Gen G for the most part, other than Lambu, who went to Danawa. So, you know, the old Ghibli team, which was rather good, had a lot of high finishes and PCSs in previous history, are now playing for some of our best Korean teams. But Ghibli, this was an intentional decision by Ghibli, from what I understand. It was a move to go young, and that's what they wanted to do.
It's an FPS game, man. Old folk like us, we can't keep up with the young kids.
That's why we need those McLarens to keep up with the kids. Vroom, vroom. All right, let's go.
What a transition.
Yeah, I know. I don't know where that came from. All right, it's Miramar time, guys. We got 3 Miramar games. It's the first game of the day here at PCS 7 Asia. Let's see what our playing path has. And it's going to be right down the middle. This is an extremely fair playing path. What are these? We had very few of these yesterday, State.
Yeah, yesterday we had a lot of extremes. A lot of military island circles on Erangel, and then on Miramar we had extremes.
Yeah,
a lot of extremes. We had Los Leones.
We had the Red Bulls yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much everything is in play. Probably won't see too many hot drops. This is not one where Damwon Kia and Tiamba are going to be fighting for their alternate drop spot at Valle de Mar. This is something where we might have a little bit more quiet. Maybe Pia will drive off and die at the 5-minute mark. But besides that, probably...
And we only saw that once yesterday. We only saw that, to be fair, out of the 5 games, we only saw it once. Now, Bengal Pop, of course, we haven't talked about them yet. They won the first game of the day yesterday, and then they were quiet. So I think, obviously, that's a team that I don't think you can count out. I think can still bounce back and have a good performance. You know, you're really gunning for... I want to say it's around like top 5 to guarantee yourself a spot to PGC, more or less, for a lot of these teams. Like if you can get to that top 5, you've got a really, really good shot. Some of the teams, of course, we already know are going. So beyond that, you're just trying to finish as high as you can because still in Asia, the situation is rather wild. You can see our winning teams, and we've been talking about it all day.
Mm-hmm.
China did not have a great day in terms of putting up wins, but again, it's the kills, it's the consistency that gives them big results.
Wow, look at this circle.
Yep, down south.
It's another one that's really far down southwest.
I mean, we can only hope that this just like triple shifts down to the island. That's extremely unlikely.
Kind of Los Higos Venus,
well, you're talking about like a less than 1% chance that happens, but you know, there's a world where it happens. But most likely, this is going to be heading east or south. East of Chumacera. That's the most likely results here.
Yeah. Probably
could go north, could hard shift north of Chumacera as well. Typically, these circles like to kind of fit themselves in between like Chumacera, Los Leones, Picado, like somewhere in that stretch. South of that as well, into those fields that are south of Los Leones. So
yeah, getting a shot. I think this is right before... When was this exactly?
This is the last game.
Actually, yeah. Oh, yeah, Gen G here on this side of the road. I'm remembering now. This is the one that they locked it down.
Yeah, you can see Seoul was the last member alive for Danawa, just trying to scoot around and see if he can squeeze out whatever extra points he could. But, Hirononics clean with the SLR. Renba as well, keeping track of Seoul. So everybody doing their job on Gen G here this week.
Yeah, just before this, Yamba had cleaned up the creeks, if I'm not mistaken, and that gave Gen G so much breathing room just to control the top side of that road, which is... where the circle would have gone if it continued to close in, but they didn't even need to wait for that to play defensively. They just pounced on this position from New Happy and absolutely destroyed them. And no surprise there. It's just positionally, like you're so advantaged here as Gen G.
Yeah, exactly. And they still had enough utility as well to really kind of press the issue at the end. Right? They're sitting on enough frags and stuns and smokes that they can fully control that battle. So yeah, it was a very nice game there at the end by Gen G. Good recognition by them and Danawa of, frankly, how the circle likes to function on this map and what likely areas at that point, like around Phase 3, that circle was going to go. So I got to give them a lot of credit for really understanding the percentages of what circles do on Miramar. Because in particular on Miramar, you can really guess a lot more than you can on Erangel.
Yeah,
circles are going to do.
There's a lot more terrain that's pretty much factored out of the calculations for the circle. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So therefore, you can play percentages better. Like you kind of understand.
You have more information about where it's going to go. Whereas on Erangel, if water is out of the equation, then well, everything is in play.
Yeah, if you want to use a poker analogy like we often do for PUBG Esports, right? Like Erangel is like. I don't know, like 7-card stud, right? Where it's all like kind of like you have your own cards in front of you and you're kind of in control of your own destiny as best you can. But there's a lot of random factors. Whereas Miramar is more like Texas Hold'em, where like, okay, the first circle, you kind of have an idea what's going on when you get your 2 cards. The flop comes down, that's like phase 3, right? Then you really know what's going on, and you can really start to guess what is likely to happen and play around it.
Beautiful analogy. I'm actually excited that we're going to have another circle coming all the way down here to the south. I hope it continues to shift towards the south, because southern circles on Miramar play quite differently from what you would get like around here, for instance, where Petrichor Road is near the...
How dare you besmirch the power grid?
Well, I mean, it's not bad, but it's different, and that's what I like about it. You know, it plays...
I'm just ribbing you.
The elevation is... it leads to different kind of scenarios, whereas if you play in most other areas of the map, you know, there's a lot of hills, yes, but by and far, everything is pretty much flat. You're kind of on the same level playing field, whereas the huge differences in elevation that we had, for example, in the Damwon Kia game, open up some interesting decision-making and plays where it's much less about just sightlines and gunfighting and more about, okay, how are we actually going to get from point A to point B? How are we going to do that while dealing with these different teams and situations along the way? And I think that's fun.
I agree. I really, and that's why I really like Miramar as a map, because it has so much variety in what you're offered with
Absolutely.
it. And to highlight your point, now, I don't think this is going to be a battle. Maybe Mental's got to just drive around all this. Genji might try to hunt him.
And Onyx is actually closing the distance.
And Onyx might go for this. Yeah, and Onyx has the faster car. Mental has the better suspension. Already a little bit of damage done to Mental, and Genji, I think, is hot to trot here. I think they just want to finish the job.
Poor Mental.
Yeah.
He just wants to get out of here, man.
Well, the thing is the rest of DK is kind of looming in their own vehicle ahead. So now an Onyx gets out, and I think wisely at the top of this hill is going to get information and relay it to his team.
Yeah, Mental quite safe now as he's going to rendezvous with his teammates over here. And DK continues their journey in. This is just to the south of El Pozo. That long winding road along the western edge of this map.
But potentially this has given Genji slight priority in positioning over Damwon Kia coming in through the southwestern edge of the circle. Meanwhile, Hikari's just doing a little praying with his spraying, and there was some damage done to Ghibli. Not sure if it was
Damwon Kia and Genji, they're popping off right now as Adder's actually going to go down. Mental gets the headshot to start things out.
He's dead. He's gone.
Adder's gone already.
I don't know what happened there with the driving there for Adder. Didn't get to catch it. And meanwhile, Ghibli has slammed into New Happy. Already Ming Ming has Heaven knocked. A push around the corner from Zerum. He is shut right down. Yumi gone as well. It's all on to Tosi. He's able to at least take Nan with him. That's 1 point. Zipion spots him out and takes him down. New Happy is going to win the fight and only loses 1 member along the way.
Yeah, it's been a rough go of things for that team. That was not the best fight there for Ghibli, as Z-Arm continuing his bad stretch from day 1 into day 2. I think one of the few players, if I'm not mistaken, who doesn't actually have a kill registered yet.
Zerum?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's been tough. Him and Lash, another player I don't think has a kill yet.
I think you're right about that. Yeah, I think it's just those two beyond the subs.
Yeah. So it's been a tough go of things for a couple of those teams. Now the Freaks didn't really take much damage through kind of watching Ghibli just yeet themselves in a New Happy. There is Sungjiang this time. You'll see this with Bagel Paws. They like to take as much space as they can. Again, if you've ever watched any teams that PO has been on, you're going to instantly recognize how Bagel Pa plays because it is exactly the same. It is exactly the same as old Genji.
Yeah, PO's MO. It's the way he likes to play the game. Control territory, gather intel.
Early game, I should say it's exactly the same. Late game, it does look a bit different. I will say that there is some different philosophies in how they situate themselves late game, but we'll get to that if we get there. I wanted to get to a point before we saw Genji and Damwon Kia decide to have a Mad Max battle. And the Freaks might just yeet themselves in infantry here. But that talking about the terrain differences and what we saw with GFY, the way they played the end of that game. In the second to last game, where Damwon Kia won, yes, but GFY made some really interesting maneuvers off that high ground to keep themselves alive longer, right? Even use that van. So that kind of play is what's really impressive about a team like GFY, who understands the terrain and understands how to play with it.
Yeah, playing with vehicles like that,
That's
more
not
critical over here. No, this is not. Nice little contrast there. I love how it's actually GFY that's also messing up with the vehicles.
What?
Oh, there you go!
How did he not knock that vehicle off?
Oh, he pushed. Oh wait, he didn't. Never mind.
No, he like.
Oh, I thought it was actually the Bronco that was getting pushed down.
It. I don't know. That was weird. Maybe he drove over it. It might have been an observer, kind of.
It does get a little bit funky with the observing client sometimes. It's a little tough to tell what's actually happening from the player's perspective. Yeah, for a moment I thought it was, I had the cars reversed and I thought it was the Bronco that was getting pushed off. I'm like, wow, they did it. They flipped the vehicle, but no. It's going right through.
Sadly, did not work out, but
PUBG
that's okay.
Cars are always great.
Well, they've got pretty realistic physics, which means if you're
they do now. There have been some patches where.
Well, okay, but I mean, if you're going, if you're going 75 kilometers off road in sand dunes, guess what? It's hard to drive with regular cars.
True.
I'm just gonna throw it out there. Anyway, all right. I think this is going to go like north or east or southeast, somewhere in that. Yeah, southeast.
Okay, southeast it is.
And this is gonna probably keep going southeast, most likely.
Yeah, this is one of the areas on the map that I'm probably most
or east.
It's going to
go
with.
East. Yeah, basically the kind of the mountain that's on the western half of this. A lot of that is the land ratio terrain, the unplayable stuff. So this is more likely than not to keep going east in some fashion, either north, or northeast, or east, or southwest.
Yeah, look at that topography. It's very steep over there on that mountain.
And so you can see teams like rushing towards the center of this because that gives them the best chance to kind of be in the next couple of circles. Everybody knows that this is not, super likely to go west. Now, teams like Genji, or excuse me, almost said Genji, Bagel Pa.
Oh, Lin.
Might play for that. Yeah, he's just got a phenomenal angle. And Helen trying to stick his head out the window, pays the price. He's going to go for the frag. His teammate's right there. Soul got the knock on Lin, but that grenade might have been enough to get the flush onto Helen. No, it's not. Helen still alive. Salute coming in to help out. And right now, Salute and Soul are saving their team's lives, but Petrichor Road has an angle down into this. And it is
Aches left so good there with that
good.
Mini 14, gets Lambu, and now Donovan in a lot of trouble right here as Ming is also coming right on his heels. Soul might try to just vacate this position. Salute as well.
I think they have enough vehicle barricade to create that they can get Lambu here, and now they're getting some help from GFY. So, this is the kind of the danger of the third-party style. I like the quickness here, the response to just grab Ming and run, knowing that this position is no longer safe and not messing around with trying to harass Donovan any longer. And this is these decisive decisions are what makes Petrichor Road so good.
Yeah, you got to respond quickly like that if you're going to be able to handle these extremely long angles because you're exposed on pretty much every single side here as Pero.
Peng shooting from 700, 600 meters away there, by the way.
That's a long shot.
Yeah, those are really long. Tough shots for sure, but he is going to get the finish onto Ming.
Yeah, 9-11 with another long angle here. Look at that 4x.
A little bit easier with the Mini.
Yeah, you can tap that a little bit more rapidly, a little bit less bounce.
Yeah, and the bullet velocity much better. And so you're able to kind of take advantage of that a bit more. So I like the way GFY is playing this. Kind of spread out. I was going to mention Bagel Pa, also another team that I would expect to go west in this circle just due to the fact that they are that kind of team where they would rather get information than necessarily play for circle likelihood.
Yeah, they'll probably have to move on the next one, but that thought actually is New Happy and Ghibli fighting. Oh, it's a replay. My God. I need more coffee.
Yeah, no, I know.
Sometimes
they bait us with these replays.
Sometimes we go into these scene transitions, and I'm thinking that we're getting ready for the next circle to pop, because that's when we go into the picture-in-picture.
Yep.
I don't just see the gigantic replay text on the bottom.
Yeah, no, I know. I've done it
on my
before.
face.
I've missed it. I've done it. Everybody's been there. It baits us every once in a while. Donovan actually comes through with this with all 4 players up. Rather surprising, but again, it's kind of the funny nature sometimes of we praise the way that the Chinese teams play with these third parties, but every once in a while it kind of bites them in the butt where they get third parties because everybody else, all the other teams around them are looking to do something similar. Put themselves into angles where you saw with GFY, where they put themselves in an angle where they can watch a lot of the fighting in that circle.
Yeah, but you just kind of take the good with the bad on that one, though, because, yes, even though sometimes you get punished for going for all those long team fights and you might get 3-peat as you try to wrap one up, it does usually translate into consistent kills.
Yep.
And although we haven't seen a lot of these Chinese teams get very deep, we only had 1 win from China on day number 1.
Doesn't matter.
It's in the mid-game where they are just farming on the edges.
Exactly. Oh, look at this. Now it's, lo and behold, look who's fighting. Damwanki and Tianba. Apparently this is going to be the story of this event, is these two teams just fighting with each other all the time. 7-7 able to find a little bit of damage in response to Loki's kill, but not much else being done here. Meanwhile, Donovan in a scrap with the donuts, and Soul and Helen are going absolutely ham. Soul's got 2. They're going to clean up quite a bit of the donuts.
Man, Soul and Helen tag teaming right here. Clean up all but one of the Donuts players as Shiva is going to try and figure out something. Boosting over there. Man.
Shiva has to rat now. He has no other options. He has to try to play safe, which is tough in this circle. Ooh,
wow, Logo's so brave there, just like reading the trajectory of the nade and knowing it's actually not going to hit his window, holding the angle, then getting the headshot. Well, he does fight back, and that is Lil Ghost going down as 4 Angry Men trying to breach this position with yet another frag grenade.
I was hoping Wei would throw that. Oh my God, he took a
perfectly cooked.
Yeah, Show threw a perfect one. I was hoping Wei would actually throw that through the top middle window. That grenade. I thought he could have actually maybe gotten a flush or another knock with that, but opted to try to gamble that they were going to stay downstairs. Didn't happen. 4 AM, not a good day yesterday.
No.
Let's see if they can turn around, hey?
Surprisingly, at the bottom of the leaderboards.
Yeah, they've been struggling outside of their region. They still do okay in the PCL, but here in PCS recently, and going back to the times that they would always hot drop, things have been tricky for them.
It's surprising too because even in PCS 6, although they didn't really have the best of performances in that one, it felt like anytime they would go into a head-to-head team fight, they were absolutely terrifying. It seems like a lot of their troubles back in PCS 6 would happen, either in rotations or getting in 3-peat or not getting deep or just not racking up kills. But if you get them on even playing field with anybody, it feels like they could really hold their own. They were kind of a wrecking ball in that way.
Yeah, the firepower we know is really, really good on 4 AM. It just seems that the decision-making maybe not up to snuff with the modern kind of meta. We'll see if they can maybe turn that around. This fight has been going on for quite some time, and I'm not going to be surprised if eventually somebody like Tianba starts scooting in towards this to see if they can do damage. In fact, that's exactly what just happened. Tianba just shot into the backside a little bit here, but now more grenades invested into 4 AM and not much profit found for 17 off of those grenades.
Yeah, frags running low on both teams now as they're using pretty much all their utility but not finding any advantage. 17 continuing to hold that position. Meanwhile, 9-11 and GFY rotating on through. They found the rat.
Yeah.
Or has the rat found them? Is Shiva's going to get one? No. Rat did not find them.
I don't know if this res is doable, though, because the Circle 4 is about to pop. Which
you're right. I actually didn't realize that this was in the blue.
Can't res that.
Oh, that's brutal.
Got to let it go. Circle's going to shift up to the north. Yeah, it sucks. No, that's all there is to it. I mean, Shiva did what he had to do. He had no other choice in that situation because Donawal was still barricading that end of the circle.
Oh, and now this angle here for Soul. Not able to translate it into a knock. That's a lot of damage on a Tongmu. The damage leader there on day 1.
He can get a little bit of cover fire. He can get close enough for this grenade.
Oh, it's plenty close. Will it come short? Oh, it's right on his feet. Look at that nade from Soul. Gets 9-11 as GFY scrambling to kind of salvage the situation.
Donovan needs to finish this fight. They need to hammer into this. Somebody's got to get some shots into a Tongmu.
Oh, Soul very low on HP right now.
He's able to escape that grenade here from Lambu. If it bounces right, it's going to be good. It just bounced a little bit off. Kind of hit a funky angle on the side of that hill.
Yeah, new Happy HS starting to come in. Might want to find an angle to 3-peat this just a little bit as the fight rages on. Lambu here gets knocked by Pang. A little bit of tit for tat there as these two teams eating away at each other.
Yeah, he tried to go for the flush, not going to find it. Let's see if New Happy is going to get aggressive on this knock. The smoke is going to come out. You can see HS watching from the warehouse, but not so far able to get down. It is a little bit difficult to come out of that warehouse. There's quite a bit of exposed area outside of that fence. So if you kind of sneak, if you try to peek out a little bit, you're going to pay the price. So you can pay the price. Helen here has found himself under the purview of PO's SKS.
Oh,
DG, yeah, DG's going to claim the point there for Bagel Pop.
All right, this fight continuing on. Xiaolu got knocked somehow during all of this, and Wei, the headshot there on Little Ghost. Show fights back.
Yeah, Wei switching to grenades there at an opportune time. Show!
Oh, what a nice headshot right there on Forever, and now there's only one player left for 4 AM.
That was insane shooting from Show. Really, just absolutely
Tianba wants to get in on this.
Yeah, hell yeah. I told you they would. As soon as this fight kind of really broke out, Tianba definitely wanted to get involved. Here, LZ has a molly. Going to see if he can get it onto Show. Show, though, I think is going to have enough safety inside of that house that he should be A-okay.
Man, Tianba entering the fray here really complicates the situation because you thought this was a protracted fight before.
I think Gen G
this is not in the next circle.
Yeah, well, and I think Gen G might wait for that fight to really kick off and then try to scrape a few points out themselves.
Yeah, Renba and Spirit kind of lurking in the background right now.
Yeah, and I think they totally should. Damwon and Kia here with Infantry. Only 2 alive, though, for Infantry. They lost a couple early on. Now trying to hold the line is Damwon and Kia. Also has the Freaks on the outside of this, so this is a pretty tricky position for Damwon and Kia. Finally, 4AM is taken down. Lil Ghost going to do a lot of the damage there at the end, but he is super beat up. Damwon and Kia already losing 2, make it 3. They've only got 1 left. They barely hold on. Infantry, though, almost wiped them out.
That was a ton of damage coming out of Infantry, but they are not able to manifest that into a win. And 17 Gaming, Xiao UDD right here in the blue in a lot of trouble as 17 Gaming is also eliminated. Gen G now also gatekeeping. They were able to get Tiamba, so you called it perfectly.
Yeah, really smart here by Gen G. They made a great play. They waited patiently. They struck at the right moment. Damwon and Kia trying to see if they can salvage anything out of this position. It was going to be a tough one for them with this many teams kind of waiting around them. They've got at least a couple points out of it. Yeah, Hikari, this should be pretty good. That looks, ooh, just went a bit far. It bounced a little bit further than I expected, but 2 up. That grenade, oh, it
also a little too far.
It's okay, they got the headshot here. Let's see if we can follow up another one coming in, and Foxy has to just hide in this smoke.
Yeah, Damwon and Kia in a lot of trouble right now. Only 1 player left standing, and it's Loki. Over in this vehicle, Ian spots him out. And that's it for Damwon and Kia, as they're the 9th team eliminated in this lobby.
Now Gen G has a tough situation in front of them. A lot of teams already starting to fight, and Onyx is going to be offered potentially a free point there, as Bagel Pot going to be on the move into Danawa territory. Sol and Lambu pre-cooking a grenade, going to let it fly, seeing if he can get anything out of it. It's going to come up well short of where Bagel Pot stopped, and now a little bit of sniper fire being exchanged between the 2 teams.
Yeah, and Danawa's in a lot of trouble right now as Bagel Pot has so many nades that they can throw. PO with a hurricane toss right there, able to connect with Lambu, and now it's just Sol up for Danawa. Smoking in this shack, but man, he's in a lot of trouble. I don't know if hotboxing that shack's going to save him. Another nade coming in. Sol on 24 HP. Too-Hard able to connect there with the SKS. That is Danawa going down.
Yeah, that's that box was definitely hot. That is for sure. Oh boy. All right, well, you won the cast for today, State. I'll give you that one. That was pretty funny. All right, New Happy has a lot of control over this circle, oddly enough, because everyone's stuck in the bottom fighting each other. So New Happy just is kind of being gifted a lot of free space. I don't know that that's actually that amazing in some ways. Like, they're super spread out, because this is one of the dangers sometimes of giving too much space, is that you take it and then you get too greedy. Like, you take too much. But we'll see. It looks like they're maybe going to group up and get ready for the next circle. Meanwhile, the Freaks trying to make a move. And Ace left is too good. He's got 2 already, holding this shack by himself. Going to go for the heal. I don't know that anybody right now is going to be able to get to him. I think he's safe.
No, Freaks go for a 2-1 split, and they try to get some kind of foothold inside the circle, but Aix left right there to punch with a perfect angle. Able to pick up 2 kills.
He's unbelievable. He's just absolutely unbelievable.
He doesn't miss.
No, he does not. And he's so smart, too. His timings are phenomenal. The way he plays off of sound cues, the way he just knows the angles for grenades and all these things is just out of this world. Still an Onyx and a Spear alive for Gen G. Getting some placement points at the very least out of this game. Going to shift up a little bit to the north here, a little bit towards New Happy, but Bagel Pa starting to make their way towards New Happy's compound. Ian trying to salvage anything out of his position, but he is in a bad spot, and GX is going to sniff him out.
Yep, Yan Li there gets taken out by Sia. In the meantime, as GX trying to breach this position over here all the way to the southern side of this circle, and that's just SSR all by his lonesome. Xenon all the way to the southwest, and yeah, CC's going to take him out. As not a lot of cover over there.
CZ can see his feet from behind that wheel, and so that's more points for Ty Lu. Ty Lu 4 alive. An uphill kind of situation in front of them. You can see that going into the next circle, they're like a few of their members are already kind of in it. There with the God compound still being on the very edge, but then they have to kind of fight their way up. But that's not a bad position at all, and I think if right now you ask me which one of these 6 teams that is left is going to win, I'd probably gamble on Ty Lu, just based on their positioning.
Over New Happy?
Yeah, I would, yeah. Yeah, I think just usually at this stage of the game when you start fighting uphill, I think it's better, and I think Bagel Pa is kind of maybe biting off a little bit more than they could chew. I would have liked to have seen Bagel Pa try to angle into New Happy's old position a little bit more, but I think they took some damage trying to get there, and now I think they're going to try it. Now I think they're going to make the attack onto HS's position.
Yeah, I think that's a smart call too. If they identify that New Happy actually has this 2-1 split, then HS is going to be in a lot of trouble. Is actually ZPN here going to go down for New Happy. Ming Ming does fight back, gets the knock-on spear, going to try and go for the res.
Well, now especially...
Eggleft is still there.
Well, Onyx doesn't want to give the kill over to Eggleft here. He's going to eat the blue and see if he can finish off Eggleft with some nades. It's not going to happen. They come up short. So now we did see BegoPa make the move to the road. They didn't push all the way into HS's compound. I thought maybe off that knock they might give it a go. They do not. They have to know it's New Happy that's left in there. I think they're just unsure of if it's 2 or 1 or what the deal is. Hard to say for sure.
Eggleft will have to find his way into this next circle. In a lot of trouble right now, and you think he's actually just going to eat the blue?
I don't know if that first aid is going to come out in time. Yeah. Meanwhile, you know, the angle here really good for BegoPa, able to catch New Happy, trying to rotate into a better position. So able to just wait this out and utilize the thing that we know they're really good at, and that's sniping people.
Oh, absolutely. PU now getting ready to breach this position. Is no longer a 2-1 split for New Happy, as HS's teammates have come to rendezvous with him in that warehouse. BegoPa continuing to slowly work their way up. GEX is on in the meantime. Last man standing for his team gets a lot of damage there on CC. No knock, though. He's in a lot of trouble because Tyloo has their full force, and that's Tongs with a headshot converting the kill.
Yeah, and so now BegoPa and Tyloo, it's kind of keeping New Happy away from them to, you know, it's kind of like that first game yesterday, right? This is very similar, except it's, you know, New Happy instead of Pero and Tyloo instead of the Afrika Freaks. This game looks very similar to that in a lot of ways.
But right, New Happy making their rotation down to the southeastern side, a little bit more happy with his position than that warehouse, but Tyloo does have an angle there on Ming. Ming gonna have to retreat back to cover.
But this is decent for BegoPa because now New Happy is more Tyloo's problem than BegoPa's problem.
Yeah.
The problem for BegoPa is the hills here aren't quite as good. There's a lot more cover for Tyloo. If you look, like, I love what our observers are showing us right now because you're really getting a good idea of the landscape that these teams have to work with.
Yeah, it's great to understand exactly what the situation is because BegoPa, while they do have the widest sight lines, they have the most area covered. As you said, not the best hilltops, not the best terrain, not a lot of natural cover they can work with, and that's why we see Two Heart trying to manage with some smokes and some vehicle and shed cover to find some angles happen as he's going to slowly work his way into the circle now.
Those smokes are set up for him to move his vehicle, which you can see him doing on the map, just to push a little bit further ahead to keep himself safe while he's driving. Essentially, you know, the reason you throw some of those smokes, like people are probably wondering, well, the vehicle's behind a building. Why is he throwing smokes ahead? It gives him more time before the enemy players can identify where the passenger is in the car to shoot at. Out in the open, but no knock. Decent damage. Not going to finish the job, so I think they're just in that position as New Happy. Very unlikely to be after this next circle, as the Phase 8 circle is coming up next.
Yeah, and look at how tight Tyloo is playing on the minimap right now. They're just staying as tight-knit as possible. They don't want to spread out too much because things can cascade very quickly if they actually engage on New Happy and the first few frags do not go their way.
Does PG have an AWM?
Does
Did
he?
I catch that? I'm not sure.
I hadn't heard any AWM shots.
I haven't heard it, but I thought I saw it like briefly. It might have just been like kind of an optical illusion.
Oh,
Hey,
no, that's it. Yeah, that's an AWM.
I was right.
Huh.
My eyes do not deceive me. A huge knock here for Two Heart now. BegoPa might have the door open to try to finish the job.
Oh, what a nade.
Oh, it bounces, but it actually hits the player that was kind of trying to sneak in for the res there. Zhao Yang going to be difficult to get to as more utility being invested.
Yeah, BegoPa continuing to push forward here in the center of the circle right now as Tyloo scrambling to get that res, scrambling to get into the circle as Zhao Yang slowly bleeding out here. Just barely on the cusp of that safe zone. And man, this circle's going to go all the way to the west. BegoPa very happy with this one.
Yeah, absolutely. This shift's definitely in the favor of BegoPa. It kind of forces New Happy to either try to work through DG98 or to work through Tyloo. I think that based on the slope of these hills, they're probably going to have to try to fight through Tyloo. So,
yeah, that's very much in BegoPa's favor. As soon as that fight happens, just wait for BegoPa to come in and try and swoop up some kills and secure that bag because they are hungry for that chicken dinner, and we might have a repeat of day one where BegoPa's winning the first map.
Well, that's like I said, a 9-kill win, and Bagel Pa is right back into first place. So if they can get the win here, they can get a few more kills, they're going to be right up towards the top of the leaderboards. A reposition here from PO and DG98, dragging that a little bit further forward. Now that opens up some space for New Happy to make a decision. Now you've kind of given New Happy the ability to try to wrap into the top part of the circle potentially. It's dangerous as hell.
Yeah, looks like they're going to go for it.
I think they're going for Tyloo's position. Well, they might just get sprayed out of the car before
driving through that smoke. And oh, Ming Ming.
It's a knock though. That's a knock here. Sungjong got one. Now I want to see Bagel Pa get aggressive onto this. New Happy's HS still alive in the smoke, but extremely weak. Able to get the first aid off. Love this.
Look at all the nades coming in for Bagel Pa as they're breaching that position.
Love this.
New Happy now finally cleaned up by Tyloo, and it's Bagel Pa versus the 4-man stack of Tyloo. 4v4 right now here in the final circle. Bagel Pa looking to make a push.
Yeah, if they can identify the positions that they've got them pinned into, they can keep them on the bad side of the circle, keep them out of this. Stuns being invested. PO up front on point. The rest of Bagel Pa not far behind. DG still has a bunch of mollies, and now Tyloo is trying to escape out to their left.
Tyloo in a lot of trouble right now. The utility just doesn't stop here for Bagel Pa. The flashbangs continue to roll in. Tongs is going to fight back with a molly, going to try and find PO's position, but that coming up a little bit short. And Suhart with a nice angle there, translating into some damage. No knocks just yet as Songjong with a crossfire. Going to get Zhao Yang with a knock.
Yeah, this crossfire is really deadly. Tyloo just can't respond. They're getting hit from every angle, and Bagel Pa is going to take their second win of PCS 7.
Songjong and Suhart, the tag team crossfire right there, just absolutely cleaning up, and that's going to be Bagel Pa once again taking the first map on the day, this time on Miramar.
Yeah, I mean, just well played all around from Bagel Pa. Great kind of patience and decision-making up on the top side of the circle. You know, maybe they don't attack HS's position in that warehouse, but they bully him enough that he has to leave it eventually, and they control their space extremely well. And this is just, you know, quintessential PO, quintessential Bagel Pa as they roll through with yet another win, and they're going to be right up there at the top of the leaderboard.
Man, I want to get a nade count on how many that was there right at the end. That was like, it felt like 20 plus nades. I mean, we had flashes going in, we had frags, we had smokes, we had mollies, and it felt like Tyloo was just in the worst of positions. Not only are they there in the corner at the edge of the circle with very little terrain to work with, but when you have that many flashbangs in your face, you are in trouble.
And it's just great work by Bagel Pa. Yeah, they don't get any knocks out of like the mollies and the things like that, but they force Tyloo into such a bad position where they have no idea what's going on, like with those stuns ringing around you.
You're so disoriented.
Yeah, you have no sound cues. You don't know where players have rotated to. You don't know the positioning of your opponents. You just have to rely on outrageous reflex reactions, which, you know, yeah, can happen, but Bagel Pa played that end game to perfection.
Well played there by Bagel Pa. Their team name means they're hungry, and they're getting another chicken dinner. I think our first 2-win team here in PCS 7 Asia.
Correct, absolutely correct. And it's a team that, yeah, as the day went on yesterday, kind of slowed down a bit, but today we'll see if they're able to continue to capitalize on their momentum that they've created for themselves once again with a big win. And you know, again, this is a team that wants to go to PGC. They've said it. These are players who, even if it's their last hurrah, they want it to be a big one. You know, they want it to be a memorable one, and they certainly are making a case for getting to the global championship.
Absolutely, and I'm feeling a lot more confident about their odds after that Miramar game because, in my opinion, that was even more impressive than the Erangel win. Because on Erangel, the circle just kind of continued to come towards that mountain on the military island, and they racked up kills, they held that position, and they translated it into a win. But here on Miramar, they really had to fight for that one, and I loved the decision-making there in the final circle, just letting New Happy fight it out, get that engagement, and then coming in with all of that utility and just absolutely storming that spot. I mean, never had a chance.
Yeah, it's great patience, and this is what, you know, when Bagel Pa has good games, it's because they wait in the wings. You know, phase 3, I said, the circle is very likely to go east on phase 4. It did. But what does Bagel Pa do? They go west. They go to the area that the circle is not going to go to because it's got the high ground. They can get the information, they can wait for their moment to strike, and then they can try to snowball that into a successful late game, and they do.
And then it traces for all these nades.
It's
Bagel Pa just in complete control, and then Songjong and Suhart tag teaming it here. Look at that kill feed. We're adding them up.
I think they got 2 kills apiece there, and yeah, Songjong has been really instrumental in this team, and I want to give him a ton of credit to Bagel Pa's success. We talk about Pio a lot, of course. I mean, he is who he is, But Sungjong, another guy who deserves a ton of respect because a former IGL himself, now kind of in a different role. He's more of like a late game specialist. He's up close. He does a lot of up close and personal fighting. He could do some good reconnaissance and other things because, again, his IGL experience, you'll see him out on his own early game. But late game, he has been really phenomenal with these clutches.
30,000 meters traveled there for BeaglePaw. They covered a lot of ground. As I said, they really worked for that win there on Miramar. They were just playing the circles perfectly. They made a lot of rotations. They had a lot of movement. They were very active on the map. And yeah, quintessential PO gameplay right there. Going to be the first 2-win team here at PCS 7 Asia. And man, props to Tyloo as well, as they were in a really tough position there with New Happy at the very end.
Yeah, it got a little bit funky for them because New Happy couldn't find any purchase or any space against BeaglePaw. BeaglePaw, that's to their credit, doing a good job swatting them away, and Tyloo got boxed in at the end of that game because of that. And there may have been a timing where maybe Tyloo can try to hit a flank of BeaglePaw or try to push through them or something, but at the end of the day, it was a tough position, and I don't fault them too much at all. They still played a nice game, held their ground, did what they could towards the end of that game. At least got the points for New Happy and got a second place. Not a bad game.
Yeah, I really want to see the kill totals for that game, because I think BeaglePaw, if they're not in first, they're very close to the top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, they've got to be real close. And we'll get right into our next game, guys. It's another Miramar. We're going to, yesterday we had some tech issues. Hopefully today we can be a little bit more, on the money. A
little bit more streamlined, yeah.
Yeah.
Would be nice.
That's the hope. But we'll see. I think, and then we'll take a break. So, we've got another game before our break, so stick around. Next game is coming here very, very shortly once we get it all fired up. New Happy still looking good. I mean, what are you going to do? These guys they're tenacious, they're smart. Like I said, they kind of got in a weird position where they were given so much space.
Yeah, it was odd, especially with that 2-1 split they went for, and then the circle just really didn't seem to go their way. I mean, after the circle shifted 1 or 2 times, they were just kind of in that corner where, as you said, they either had to make a gamble and kind of just run a gambit to the center of the circle, or they had to fight Tyloo. They opted to fight Tyloo, and Tyloo just had huge advantage on that position. They got on top of them so quickly that New Happy wasn't even able to really throw any grenades to buy themselves any time at all.
Yeah, they got 1 smoke out, and that was it. So it was not...
I think it might have even been a pre-smoke. Like
it might have been.
It wasn't before they got out of the vehicles. And if you're a New Happy fan, you should be really, really happy with this performance, because although they aren't yet winning a lot of games, they're not getting a lot of kills, they're consistently at the top, they're getting a lot of damage in. They've been playing really well here in the first 6 maps.
Yeah, no, that's why they're the global champions from last year. That's why they've won the PCL both times this year. I mean, they're the best in the business, in my opinion. And yeah, they might not win PCSs, but they're winning. They're winning the bread of the sandwiches. You know what I mean?
The bread.
Yeah. Well, that's not a nice way to say that. That's not a nice way to say it. Well, it's because it's like the PCL and then the PGC, but they don't win the thing in between. It's not a nice way to say it, but they're really good. Is what
What's
I'm trying
something? So they win the thing on the outside, they don't win the thing in between. Is that what you're saying? What's a food where you want the outside?
The outside is better? That's a really good question. I'm not.
I guess a donut, because like the middle's just
a
hole.
donut. Yeah.
The middle's just a hole. I don't know, man.
That's a tough one. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Maybe an egg if you really like egg whites. I don't know. But look, I don't know, dude. I can't come up with anything good right now.
There's some gym nut at home that's like, dude, the protein, let's go. They get it.
Bro, swole. Yeah, we're going to see a little bit of this end game. And again, there wasn't much New Happy can do. I think you're right. I think those were pre-smokes.
Yeah, that smoke was already half expired.
Yeah.
New Happy just really given no purchase, as you said, and a lot of trouble right there. And then BeaglePaw with the perfect crossfire on top of this. Tyloo just literally fish in a barrel here. Like, that is the least defendable dip ever.
Oh, they have no idea what's going on. And I mean, the timings here are great. Like, it's one after another, taking turns shooting so that the attention of Tyloo is all over the place. Right? They can never really keep track of what's going on. So doing a little bit of post-match analysis as we get ready for our second Miramar of the day. So 18 points. They're going to be, if GFY had gotten 0 points, which they got 2. So that should mean BeaglePaw is 3 points behind GFY, if my quick mental math is correct. Still a really good game for BeaglePaw, and now they're right at the top of this leaderboard. Who knows if it's second or third or whatever, but they are right back in the conversation. Donawan needed a big game, one of the bottom place teams coming into today after yesterday. So 7 points is still a really good start to today. They had to fight tooth and nail for their position. I mean, credit where credit's due. Donawan fought really hard.
Heart going to be the MVP of that match, 448 damage and 3 kills. And although that's not super impressive right there on the scoreboard, it kind of goes to show what a team effort it was there from Begopa, closing that one out. Just everyone coming through when they needed to. I loved handing off the peaks with Heart and Songjang right there at the end. I think you were perfectly right. They both picked up 2, and yeah, very well executed win there.
It just shows the class of the team, and it's selfless. They don't. The funny thing is Begopa is all they care about is winning. I can tell with the way that they play. Yes, they play PO style, but they play it because they know it works. They know it's a winning formula. So they're in 4th place.
Man, it is so tight at the top.
Oh, this is so good.
Petrichor Road in 1st place, tied with GFY now at 51 points apiece, and right behind them on their tails, Tyloo at 49, Begopa 48. 17 Gaming at 47 and New Happy at 45. I mean, the top 6 is a 6-point difference between 6th place and 1st place. And keep in mind, this is after New Happy on day 1 had the most damage and the 7th most kills. So they are kind of a sleeping giant right now here at PCS 7 Asia.
Yep. This is exciting because there's a lot of different teams that can win this right now. And I also do have to say I've been liking a few of the changes I've seen from like Gen G. Even though they lost, a player early in kind of that weird battle with Damwon Kia, they still were aggressive in the late game. They still picked up some extra points. Damwon Kia was in a bad spot. They at least got some points out of it, I guess. In the middle of that game, they kind of tried to make a center circle push, which is tricky at that stage. I don't know exactly what their situation before that was like. I'd have to go back and watch it. But I do have to say there were a few teams that I thought made some nice adjustments here today. Gen G was probably the one that stood out to me the most, the one that's on your screen, in terms of being aggressive when they needed to be, even in a bad situation. Even in a situation where they had less players, they were down a player. They didn't play super cautious because of it. They still went out and looked for points.
Yeah, and Anonix in particular has really been stepping it up for Gen G after PO has left. I mean, there's a big void to fill, and he's been filling it. This is a different Gen G than we've seen in the past, but once again, in contention here at PCS 7 Asia, as I believe they are still in the top 8 here, coming into match number 7, and 17 Gaming themselves sitting at 5th place right now. It's a team that hasn't been able to convert any wins, but man, on day 1, did they rack up the kills on Erangel.
Yeah, they're a great team. First game of the day, whatever. And everything's so so tight at the top of the leaderboard that, this is going to be one of the, at least right now, it's looking to be one of the most competitive PCSs ever, just ever.
Yeah, I really hope this trend continues because we have had PCSs where just a couple of teams will absolutely run away with a pack, and then we're going into the finals like, okay, well, one of these 3 or one of these 4 teams are probably going to be the champions. Let's see which one of these it's going to be. But if we can keep a tight race like this coming into the second weekend, I'm going to be very, very excited because a 6-point gap separating 6 teams, that is nothing at all.
Yeah, exactly. All right, game number 2 on the day, match 7 of PCS 7 Asia is up and away, and it is still Miramar for this game. Another pretty fair plane path right down the center.
Yeah.
This time horizontally instead of vertically. So, there is a little bit more difficulty in getting to some of the extremes in terms of the north and the south, but that isn't too big of a deal. Usually, I don't think. Again, I don't expect hot drops because Puerto Paraiso is more in play. That means that Damwon Kia, I think, is going to get Valle del Mar for free on this, that far western road.
Yeah, Tiamba not going to try their luck at Valle del Mar this time. Don't need to go to that alternate drop spot. Is right down the middle.
Yeah,
looking at it, it's about as close to 50-50 as you can get.
It's about as fair as it gets on Miramar, if we're just being honest. We would hope for maybe, they got an Oasis circle in EU last night.
Oh, did they?
Yes, I'm very sad.
I haven't caught up on those games yet.
That it wasn't us who got that. They're lucky and we're not, and that makes me a bit jealous.
What are you talking about? We had 2 straight military island circles to start off day 1. You don't think that's lucky?
No. It's not the same. And you know it. Okay.
All right. SKS Iron Sights trying to shoot, what's that, GFY?
Yeah.
It was GFI going in on the, oh, wow. This is a repeat of Damwon Kia's game. They're probably looking looking at this.
I mean, it's not, so here's the deal with this circle, and I'm going to try to explain this as quick as I can. There's like a box, basically from Begopa to Damwon Kia over towards Chumisera. There's like a box of area where the circle likes to go. It's almost like a donut, right? Like I know we use this analogy all day today. We're just obsessed with donuts today. But like there's an area in the center of this circle that is basically circles almost never go to, very rarely. But, oh, this is just Soul and Danawa just slamming USG as they tried to roll in. No hope on this one. I mean, this is just great positioning here for Danawa on this push. They just have great angles. And, yeah, great shots, too. Helps. But, so this circle's really, this first circle's really odd for Miramar because it could go in a lot of different directions, but it's going to be pretty extreme. Pretty much, unless it, like, well, pretty much no matter what. Because it could hard shift north towards Monte. It could go east. It could go south again, like we saw yesterday. So there's a lot of different ways it can go. Soul had the most kills in that game.
Oh, did he?
He did.
That's good to see. Danawa really had a slow start there on day one.
Yes.
It's exciting to see some of the other regions here at PCS kind of start competing with China a little bit more here to start things out at PCS 7 Asia, because so far in this tournament series, China has just been absolutely dominating everything. They've been playing on another level.
That's true. I mean, you could just go look at the results and you know that that's facts.
Petrichor Road in particular, man. It's
yeah. Winning 3 PCSs in a row, especially in Asia, is nuts.
They're in first place again.
Shush. Yes, they are. They're tied, though, this time.
True. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this one goes. There's only a handful of teams already in the circle, as this one is a little bit irregular. And once that blue starts to close in, we will see a big scramble for these teams to try and rotate in. New Happy, of course, dealing a lot of damage, slowly climbing up that leaderboard after really a little bit unlucky there on day one, not getting the kills that they deserved with the amount of damage output that they had. But this is a team that, as we saw here in match number 1, is got what it takes to continue to compete here at PCS. I mean, they're one of the best teams in the world, and I would be surprised if they were not in top 4 at the end of this weekend, honestly.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. They're still playing very well. So, you know, that's why we talked about yesterday that this is a race. This is a marathon. This isn't a sprint. So, you know, it's all about consistency, and as long as New Happy can maintain those high damage numbers, it will translate into better results. It just will. It's just, unless it's like they lost the lottery this weekend, you know, like, or what? Well, won the lottery of losing, I guess would be the better way to describe, describe that. You know, that's the only way that happens. So we'll see. It's just a matter of them maintaining the output, right, of damage. That will lead itself to good results. It just pretty much has to, like, for a bunch of different reasons.
Oh, a little bit
fighting
of
dead?
Yeah, I'm surprised by this. 17 show, and Little Ghost going to get Wang Zai and Lin to start things out. A little bit of a drive-by here.
There's no one else from infantry around them. They're dead. They're done.
Oh, yeah, they're all the way up to the northwest of Jumasera.
Did a huge 2-2 split.
Yikes. Yeah,
And,
17 going to be happy with that. That brings them up to 49 points.
Didn't go great. So you're going to see a lot of teams. If you're looking at the map, which you should have the map open on your side screen or on another device, on your phone or something like that. You're going to see teams push for the west of Jumasera. And again, this is because of the way the circles generally like to go. But yesterday we saw a very different one than normal. But most of the teams are going to be grouping towards the center, but not like south of, like, I don't know, just underneath Jumasera. Because there's a bunch of the land ratio train down there, plus the water. It makes it very unlikely to see that circle that we saw yesterday repeat itself.
Yeah, it's a really funky spot on the map. I doubt we're going to have Dambuan Kia happily shooting up a hill this time to secure another win.
And we can hope.
Well, they're certainly hoping.
That's a fun circle. I think that's a great circle because
oh, yeah, it's great.
So
I
bad.
love it. Actually, we haven't had too many Miramar circles kind of go the way you would expect so far here at PCS 7.
Yeah, the last game was like the first one.
Yeah.
The last one I could have told you
that's
like 100% what was going to happen. Like,
that was
circle.
Some great spraying there. Actually got a headshot on Cumin.
I mean, these players are just so good sometimes. I take it for granted how good they are. Oh, my God.
Man, Sungjunk's going to be able to get that with a Mini 14 as Cumin's going down. Already battered and bruised from that first spray, and Bagopaw's going to pick up a point.
Bagopaa is here to play today. They are feeling it, at least so far. And Ghibli, the early game woes here on Miramar continue from game 1 of the day into game 2 of the day. Let's see if they can regroup and recover. But they're stuck on the north side of all of this as they try to push a little bit deeper. Oh, they had the bus. Oh, no. Oh, no.
All right.
This is just a recipe for disaster.
Yeah. A Little Ghost with a nice angle right there on the top of that
turn at
hill.
him, though.
Wow. What are you doing?
They did this to themselves. They got baited here. This is Lil Ghost just baiting him. He baited him in this. This is so smart by him.
Such a good AK spray, too, right there with the iron sights. And then just show with a drive-by. Always impressed with what these pro gamers are able to do, man. I couldn't repeat it in a million years.
No, it's hard. It's hard to do what they do.
Mental? Are you mental, bro? He's coming up on Pero 1v4.
He's, he's just exploring.
Yeah, exploring a little bit, but man, that's dangerous.
Well, he wants to know if they pushed up to the edge of this mountain or not. Now, Petrogor Road heard these vehicles, so they're waiting. They're waiting to see if DK thinks that this is free. Now, Loki's going to see it's not, so, this is just not going to happen from Damwon Kia. I think Damwon Kia just, in my opinion, should skirt around the side of this, maybe play for the other mountain side, which is open on the right, or just wait underneath this and see what the next circle is.
Yeah, that's what I would opt for, is just kind of wait and see where the next circle decides to go. Is Mental going to rendezvous with his teammates all the way down here in the southwest now as 4 a.m. beginning their mad dash into the circle. There is GFY just up the road from them, but far enough that it's a little unlikely to see a skirmish unless one of these teams decides to slow their roll, as this is just to the northwest of San Martin. And actually, Xiaobei and 17 Gaming getting close to this Danoa compound before deciding to back off.
Yeah, this compound is tricky to assault. There is an angle here.
Ooh, they're going for it.
Yeah. This is the angle you can do it from, but even still.
Oh, Helen with a DBS. This could get nasty.
Yeah, well, the vehicle driving around makes it a little bit harder to hear the footsteps, but the door's closed, so that means Helen can react based on that sound cue. This is why I'm saying it's difficult, is because the angles to push through require a certain level of sound cues and door opening to happen.
Just 2 players in the building now for 17 Gaming as the cavalry is on their way. Helen now just holding this angle with that DBS. And here comes Little Ghost and Show. And wow, actually, Xiao UDD somehow finds an angle to shoot Helen where Helen can't see him, and Helen just caught completely off guard there as he's going to get knocked in. Xiao UDD will be able to convert the flush.
Huh. That's an uncharacteristic mistake from Helen. You don't see him do that kind of stuff very often, where he's in a position to get just out-traded like that. He had the right gun in the right situation, just didn't hold the right angle, taken down for it. Now Lambu. Lambu wants to find an opportunity to throw some of his utility inside of here. There was the knock on to Show that he's trying to take advantage of, but it's proving difficult.
Yeah, even Monster giving some help here as he's railing out a lot of these players as they exit this compound. Lambu on half HP. Little Ghost now getting the res on Show. 17 Gaming, if they get this res, will be able to have 4 players up here in this fight. Danoa already down to 3 as Lambu's trying to hold this really tight angle. Oh, he closes the door with a frag.
Oh, it bounced back!
He closes the door with a frag and Little Ghost throws it. Xiaobei gets knocked.
Oh, the timing!
And then Lambu peeks out.
Amazing.
And that's a knock and a kill. Oh my God. Hold the door.
Genius.
Hold the door, man.
Actually genius. Now Xiao UDD is just, he's mentally tilted. He just grenaded himself for no reason. Oh, Show though, holding the stairs. Soul trying to return the fire. The angle around the corner, just not quite enough for him to get a second player. Here comes Salute. Lambu starting to get very, very weak. Grenade is out. Soul, I think, going to use this opportunity to go for the res. Indeed, should be able to get it, and Salute is going to hold to make sure nobody pushes.
Yeah, Show now getting the first aid off as he was very low HP, and 17 Gaming and Danoa are really going blow for blow right now as both teams down to 3 players. Behind all of this, New Happy ZP driving by. We'll see if he decides to stop and try and get in on the action as Show peeks out, takes down Salute. Soul with a Molotov, going to get Xiao UDD behind that.
Show is just unreal. His reaction times are just godlike. I mean, Salute had him. Should have had him.
Oh, that was a meaty spray right there. And New Happy has finally arrived at the party. Danoa might be in trouble. They're going to try and hold down the fort. Soul is able to convert on Ming Ming, but only 21 HP now as he is really badly damaged. More New Happy players coming in. That's it. Danoa is out. New Happy just pouncing on that opportunity.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, New Happy, that is a gift. That is, a gift that is wrapped, and the bow is already being tied on top of it for them. No doubt they just slammed it.
Infantry was just watching all of that go down.
Well, Infantry is down to 2 members, so there's nothing they can do except hope that somebody gets knocked outside and they can steal a kill. And that's fine. You might as well watch it and see what you get out of it. But yeah, Danoa here, the beginning of this fight is just horrific for them. Now this is just beyond genius.
Hey, here's the pin get pulled.
Yeah, no.
Closes the door. Little Ghost has to throw it.
It's next level. I mean,
this is like the most deadly game of hot potato.
Yeah,
it almost got all 3 of them.
Yeah. No, I mean, look at that. It almost got 2.
Yeah, show on like a sliver of HP.
Yeah.
Logos on half HP. Man, what a moment.
It's just incredible stuff. You know, Donovan wins that fight, but Helen can't lose that initial fight with that DBS. That can't happen. Like, the angle that he's holding there, that can't happen. That is not acceptable at this level.
I didn't see exactly what happened. Like maybe his feet were partly exposed or something. Yeah, that's.
But that
so the first knock is so critical in those
can't happen.
skirmishes.
It just can't. I mean, it's that forces Donovan into a really bad fight. Now they still win that fight in the long run, but it could have been a lot cleaner. It should have been a lot cleaner.
Really should have been.
That's something to work on. It's a minor mistake that, you know, costs you a lot, you know, and that's the nature of PUBG, man. It's brutal. You have to be, you know, so good so often, and that's why teams like Petrichor Road are so amazing, right? Like they're constantly just winning things, and that's tough to do.
Especially in a region as stacked as Asia.
Yes.
I mean, it's no surprise that a Chinese team keeps winning, but the fact that it's Petrichor Road winning 3 times in a row and not like them changing hands with 17 Gaming or New Happy or Tiamba is...
Right.
Yeah, it's a feat. And a lot of that goes back to Aixleft, but even when Aixleft gets knocked, his teammates are delivering. I mean, their one win that they've had so far in this tournament was after Aixleft got knocked and his teammates won a 2v4, and this circle's going to go way to the north.
Yeah, now we're getting to see what is usually going to happen with these circles, that they don't go down towards Via Del Mar like we saw yesterday. They like to move back up towards the northeast a little bit more often, so that is going to be the situation here towards the La Jureria area. And now a lot of teams going to have to scramble.
Better.
Yeah, Begopa just out ahead of Gen G here. Renba going to go for the spray. The tire is lost on the back of that Bronco for Begopa, but it looks like they're going to scooch just forward enough to get ahead of Gen G.
Yeah, Renbo wanted to make something happen, but Ghibli really posing some problems for him there. It's actually, they might be pouncing on this position. Tosi and the Buggy going to be leading the charge as Aaron right behind him. Tosi now on half HP as Gen G is fighting. A lot of shots coming in, and Onyx is going to get the knock there with his SKS.
I mean, Gen G is, when they're in these kind of weird situations, they're fighting pretty well out of them today.
Oh, for sure.
They're keeping themselves in it, so well played by them.
And them playing here in this little valley to the south of La Jureria means that a lot of teams are going to have angles, and they got to be really careful navigating around that compound because it can be very deadly. If you have the map feed open, you'll see what I'm talking about. They are surrounded on all sides right now as the circle is starting to get heavily populated here in the center.
Yeah. And, you know,
Ava?
teams are trying to gather whatever territory they can, as this one's going to more than likely...
That was a nice flash.
Yeah, more than likely center up. USG trying to keep Ghibli outside. Zerum trying to push that corner. Shava there going to use a grenade to try to reposition pre-fires even, expecting that maybe Zerum had already fell back.
Zerum now going to go for the first aid kit as Shava and Kane continuing to try and hunt him down. Kane with a frag feels like he has a good idea of where he is. He's right, but not exactly on the money with where the position is there on Zerum. He is by those crates as Shava a little bit closer there. Actually shielded by that crate is Zayarm. Not taking any damage there. 75 HP will boost up to try and get back to full as Heaven above him. He's going to try and provide some cover here in this fight as this is a dangerous situation.
Well, USG just, you know, they're keeping kind of a 2-2 split here. This is more of a contained so far than it is a all-out assault onto Ghibli's spot. I don't think they know, you know, exactly where everybody is, so they have to be cautious. And of course, with Heaven up here, kind of with the Overwatch position, until that's noted, it might have already been by USG, but you know that makes things pretty tricky for them to continue to push forward, push past this firehouse, because then you're out into Heaven's, you know, viewpoint, and then he can maybe get a knock onto you. Aixleft just got a knock onto a Tongmu, and GFY in this shantytown potentially in trouble, because a lot of times this is all that Aixleft needs to feel like he can hit you and punch you hard.
Oh, Aixleft takes a lot of damage there with that jump down to 29 HP as he throws a nade. Not able to connect with any of the players there for GFY as the battle is beginning to commence here. Ming behind all this, and Long going to get 2 knocks on GFY. That's Tongmu and 911 going down.
I just love this. I mean, the outrageous amount of confidence that they have. All it takes is Aixleft getting a a knock from probably 200 meters, 300 meters away, and he's like, yeah, we're going.
It's exactly what you said, man. Calculated explosiveness. That is Pero in a nutshell here at PCS, and they are playing to perfection as GFY is trying to find some way to salvage this position. Ming and... Oh, Ming's going to get the finish on both of those guys. Tongmu and 911 going down as GFY going to try and scramble to get out of here. Bang and Summer finally driving away. Pero will hear this and get that confirmation. And yeah, fantastic play. And this is critical too because they are out of the next circle, and anything they can do to clear their path to rotate in is going to make that journey a lot easier.
Well, it's going to get real messy on the western side of this circle rather shortly. There is not a ton of space left to work with. The circle did go up to the northeast, and it kind of has to because the edge of the mountain to the south of the current circle is land ratioed, so it makes sense that it wants to go up in this direction. And GFY has to fight for the La Jonadia area, which is not fun because that is a really wide open exposed area. There's a lot of angles into it, so it can be rather challenging to fight in and out.
4 a.m. rolling in too is actually Damwon Ki and Tiamba now continuing their long protracted battle here at PZS as Lin Chu's going to go down. Chewy also got a frag. Under going down as well as, man, they're trading on both sides, but Tiamba getting the better deal of it right now. 3 players still up.
Oh my god, Loki able to hold down the hip fire there. Got the knock, and he's going to get the finish as well. So Loki doing what he can, but I don't know why these two teams are fated to fight every single time. They just have very similar rotation ideas. Loki able to dodge a couple grenades. Now, if there's anybody on Damwon Kia who's capable of heroics, especially with that knock coming from long range, and Loki's going to finish the job. Somehow, some way, Damwon Kia is winning these fights.
Yeah, Freaks with a little bit of help there as I think a cat actually got a knock on one of those players, and that's going to be Tiamba going down as Damwon Kia with 1 player left standing will emerge victorious from that scuffle.
How? I mean, they got a little bit of help from the Freaks is really what it was. The Kwangdong Freaks got a knock there on the Tiamba from long range, and that opened up the door. Wei's got the M24.
Oh, does he?
He does. I saw.
Let's watch that.
In the kill feed, right? But they got Pero up on this hill. I mean, how many times are we going to see Ming on a hillside just slamming teams?
He's so good at peeking and re-peeking. Just not giving any opportunity to his opponents. As LC is going to try and get to the hillside, but a little bit too slow. As Ming, a little bit of a fumble there. As he will get knocked.
Donut should hit this and hit it hard. They've got Pero on the ropes. And if they can find just 1 more knock, they should be able to finish the job as well. But Pero, knowing it, is starting to fall back into the safety of the bricks as best they can to get the heals out. The circle is going to drift over now to the southeast, directly on top of 2 of the Kwangdong Freaks' 2-2 split. Kane actually got a knock on that Genji's adder from long range, kind of watching the flanks there. That's a pretty tough shot and able to connect. Genji is going to have to go for the res before they make their next move.
Yeah, but it feels like the Donuts really need to focus on this next fight here with Pero because this is a critical junction coming into the next circle. Long and Mill, both up right now. Hiding in these structures of the USG are slowly threading their way through, trying to clear all these angles. Monster actually coming in, looking for a little bit of 3P action here with the SLR and the 6X. He does spot Korn and Kane. Kane taking a ton of damage right there. Monster's going to go for the steal.
Well, this is the problem with this USG not being able to take this fight quickly, is that now you've given another team a great nade from long. Bounces right into him off the narrowest of angles of one of those brick piles. Unbelievable. Now he's spraying down Korn. Almost gets the knock.
Actually, Monster who picks that one up.
I mean, this is... The Donuts just couldn't... You know, they couldn't pull the trigger fast enough on this fight.
Yeah, Sheva's going to try and rotate around and make something happen, but now it's Monster with this angle, laying the hurt down on Pero as long as going to go down. Mill's going to have to scramble and get the res on him. There's only 2 players standing, and Monster, man, getting so many points for Infantry right now, 3Ping this fight. He's just farming.
Infantry's making the best of a bad situation, right? Like,
absolutely.
This game started out horrifically for them, and now Monsters and Longsker are at least scraping together a few more points. Sheva going to try to go with the free grenade. Comes up short and timed a bit too quick. Going to follow up another bounce right into Onyx face. And Onyx able to sidestep it just enough that he doesn't get knocked at least.
Yeah, just a little bit short there as it Onyx only takes a little tiny bit of damage. And Sheva,
he's in the blue again.
Might get caught by the blue. He's in a really dangerous position. Monster now continuing.
You could say it's deja blue.
Oh, God. Oh, God, don't.
Yes. The dad jokes are coming. All right, Mill trying to see if he can venture into, well, and Long's going to pay the price for that venture.
Adder is 4 nades right now, so this is a really dangerous position here for Mill.
Well, he's got to avoid getting knocked so he can use them. There we go. All right, Genji's got that first hurdle cleared. They've got another to go. Renba gets the knock on a PO. Bagel Pa was trying to kind of see if they could third-party this fight. Instead, Renba's like quick to react to this and able to get the knock, and now Genji is looking to finish the job they do. The rest of Bagel Pa too spread out to really help this.
Yeah, and honestly, if he had looked a little bit longer, might have had an angle there on Two Heart, but instead Two Heart going to be able to retreat safely back to DG and Songjong as they're in the western compound of this next circle. 5 seconds now on the clock before the next one pops.
Yeah, I think, you know, Pio is just trying to get that on his own as he's wont to do, right? He likes to go out on his own and try to see if he can sneak kills. It's just Renba hit a hell of a spray. Now, eventually, Genji is going to go down. In fact, Sheva got involved in that. Even though he dies in the blue, he was able to kind of help hasten Genji's demise. And GEX is a part of that as well. 4 kills on the round for them. Maybe looking to have one of their better finishes that we've seen from GEX. We'd like to see it. The Freaks as well. Down towards the bottom end of that leaderboard. Looking to maybe come through with a good result. Then, of course, you have Bagel Pa and New Happy towards the top. Tied currently, if you look at the live leaderboard up on the left, with a lot to play for. Bagel Pa wants to see if they can slam together 2 wins in a row here and, you know, fuse themselves a first-place spot right now.
Yeah, it would be incredible if they could do it. And one thing I'm really interested in right now is the Freaks setting up this 2-2 split. They are covering so much terrain. It seems like a very high-risk maneuver. We'll see if it pays off for them as we're getting a replay here of this action.
Yeah, this
oh,
was
that
New
frag.
Happy just, yeah, taking down Tyloo. I hate these tractors. They're so difficult to play around.
Yeah, not made for fighting. Made for farming. This time it's Tyloo getting farmed.
Yeah,
New Happy's going to pick up a lot of points there.
Absolutely. Well, New Happy, still tons of damage. Now they're starting to pick up the kills today.
Yeah, 5 already in this lobby.
Yep. Loki down to just bandages, so unless he can find some kind of space. Oh
man.
He's got to go for DG.
He's going to get DG.
Oh, he's
going to convert the flush. Look at that.
Oh, he almost got the end.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy, actually, getting another point for his team there.
Yeah, Two Heart's going to be the one who finds the kill on the Loki, but Loki at least, yeah, grabbing some placement points and kill points. He didn't get DG, did he? He did get DG.
There is one
DG's
player not
gone.
for Bagel Pa, yeah.
No, he's dead. Yeah, okay. So just Two Heart now alive for Bagel Pa. So that was pretty devastating from Loki, and now GEX has the high ground, and Two Heart's, I don't know if he's resable. GEX is kind of angling down towards them, and they know that GX knows they've got the better position on this circle, and they can gatekeep.
Yeah, it looks like Songjong just kind of content to let Two Heart bleed out here as he's going to play for a little bit more survival. Perhaps get one more kill, get a little bit more placement points. Is this a dangerous situation? No, you're going to be a hero? He's going for it. He doesn't have any smokes left. He's going to go for the res. I'm really surprised by this, actually, man. What a bro move.
If we were an 80s movie, we would be playing, like, you know, a song. We'd have a montage right now for Songjong. this play that he
What a legend.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's going to go well.
I don't think so either. That's why it's heroic.
Yeah, it's really, really dangerous. Wow, he did get that res.
They got the res. The nades didn't connect.
How many smokes do they have?
Well, I don't think Songjong had any. I don't know how many Two Heart actually has. I don't know if there's any bodies there either. I kind of doubt it, so we'll see. Snade's on very low.
They got the heels off, dude.
They're making this happen.
They might squeak out of this. Now, the Freaks should absolutely win this game. It's just a matter of if they can. That 2-2 split is...
God, look at him go.
I know, but this 2-2 split the Freaks has me really concerned. But the more grenades that GEX has in their hands, the worse this is for Bagel Pa.
Feels like none of these nades are connecting, though. They're just getting a little tiny bit of damage. It's just a really tough angle here. It's such a sharp slope.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to cook it perfectly, otherwise it's 100% going to go past.
The fire did catch Two Heart there. He didn't get knocked, but, you know, and then you also have kind of Lash K and the Freaks still watching this fight from afar. Now, Bagel Pa has to make a run out in the open to try to get out, but they're getting help from the Freaks. The cover fire from the Freaks is good enough to get a knock and slow GEX up.
Yeah, Lash gets a knock, and with only 8 seconds on the clock before the circle starts closing in, it's going to be a really dangerous situation for these teams on the north side.
Hey, Lash has got a... Well, he helped get a kill. He didn't get the kill, but he got the assist.
Yeah, that's Two Heart going down now. As Songjong going to be the last man standing here for Bagel Pa and GEX. They're rolling on in. Everybody get in the trunk.
Lash is just a little bit off so far in this tournament. Now Sungjang,
line him up.
Sungjang, he might be able to get a couple more. I'd say just let the Freaks do it. Yeah, he gets them.
Wow. Sungjang with a beautiful spray, man. They went right past him, and he will. Oh, yeah, he does get cleaned up there. Okay, Sungjang does get cleaned up there by Lash, but man, did he convert a lot of points there for his team.
Yeah, I mean, he's like I was saying earlier, he's been so clutch for the side of Bagel Pa all throughout their short tenure as a team. He's the one who won the final game of PWS to get them here. And you can see there that up close and personal, he is absolutely feeling it right now. Well, I'll tell you what, State, I think this one's probably done.
Feels like it.
If I'm being brutally honest, I would love to see New Happy find a way to win this game, but it is a very low percentage chance.
Yeah, I mean, with HS going down as well, there's only one player left standing here for New Happy, and the Freaks really played these final 2 circles perfectly. They went for that 2-2 split. They were ambitious with it, and they made it work. And they control so much territory that it's just nice, clean finish here at the end. I mean, unless Nan pulls off a miracle. He does get the res off on HS, so there is a little bit of a chance. There is a world where New Happy can come through with this, but man, the question is, are we living in it? And Sakari comes in with a nade. That's HS going down again.
I mean, Nan should just die to the blue. There's no reason to try to fight this out.
Yeah, the Freaks with just a fantastic position there. Going to translate that into a win. A very sorely needed one as they were at the bottom of the board, but now getting finally a lot of points.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a pretty good game for them. Able to hold on to a 2-2 split for quite a long time. Everybody got kind of log jammed up on the western side of the circle, and they're able to hold on through the end of this and just hit some good long-range shots and come through with a win. You know, New Happy stuck on the bad side of things when it all boiled down. And but I tell you what, we're seeing some improved performances today from some of the teams that really needed it.
Yeah, we were a little bit scared coming into today that we might just have another really China-heavy start because we have 3 Miramar here and 2 Erangel.
Right.
And the Chinese teams historically in PCS Asia really thrive on Miramar. This is where they really rack up the points, but so far it's been very competitive. We might be seeing a little bit more life here out of the Korean, Chinese Taipei, and Japanese teams.
Well, I think we're seeing a needed adjustment here today from some of the, maybe not the Freaks in this game, but the Korean teams in general seem to be playing a little bit more aggressive. They're looking for third parties. You know, even though PO, example for Bagel Pod died, he still, I think, made a decent decision to go out there to see if he could sneak out a few points. Yeah, he died for it, but that's a risk that is worth taking, and he should take. And yes, he dies, but who cares? Like, in the long run, Bagel Pod still has a great result, still has a great game, and that's what it's all about. It's about, you know, he's getting information at the very least. At the very worst, that's what he's doing.
Yeah, Bagel Pod continuing to impress. I think that was the top 3 finish there in map number 2, if I'm not mistaken, and they had that win there in map number 1.
Yeah.
Really good start for them in this tournament.
It is. I mean, it's... I'm not surprised. I can't be. With the players that are on that team, they're just too good.
It's a very good team, but also it, at least for me, it is surprising just because it's kind of rare that you see a team kind of assemble like this and so quickly find their stride, because it feels like they've been playing together for a very, very long time with the kind of cohesion they have as a team.
Yeah.
Like the way they move as a unit, the way they complement each other's play styles, it feels...
I want to say DG and PO played together on OPGG a long, long time ago, but I could be wrong because it was so long ago. Before PO joined Gen G, he was on OPGG, in case people didn't know. I know that seems like forever ago because it was. But Taney, of course, even though he's not playing here today, played with PO. But otherwise, you don't have much crossover between these teams. Maybe like they played together on the... Well, they haven't even played together on the national teams. So, yeah, I mean, it is, you're right. It is, other than that, there isn't much crossover, so it is really impressive the way that they have this cohesion. But I think it just more says, like, they bought into this system, they bought into each other, and they're veterans who know this game and understand this.
Absolutely, and man, Sungjang here at this angle just absolutely smashing. Cleans up everybody. I think Lash might have gotten one of those kills if I'm not mistaken, but
still.
It's a nice one. It's a lot of points that you don't expect to get as the last man standing by that one little tree.
Right. In that position, you gotta scrape every point you can get, and he got 2, and that's a lot better than 0. So well done here by the Kwangdong Freaks. A win that was desperately needed to kind of stabilize and sort of feel like they can compete in this event again. 17 points. New Happy is still having a great day. Bagel Pa still having a great day. Finally, we're seeing GX at least, you know, be in it in the late game where we're talking about them.
Yeah, that was a pretty good performance out of GEX, and I'm excited about seeing that from them on Miramar of all maps as well. I mean, usually if I think about a team like GEX finding their stride, it's going to be on Erangel, where you can be a little bit more conservative with your rotations, you can play with a little bit more cover, you can just kind of be a little bit more timid and not take too many risks. But on Miramar, oftentimes, if you're getting in the top 4, unless you're absolutely gifted something, you really have to fight for it. You got to make rotations, you got to secure territory, you got to push other teams out of your path in. And GEX managed to do that, getting a top 4 with 8 points.
Nah, you're exactly right. And so, for what it is, GEX, look, I mean, we all saw what they could do at PGC last year, where they had a great, unexpectedly great performance, where nobody believed in them to even make it to the grand finals, and then they got, was 9th or 10th place or 8th place or whatever it was. They were still in like the conversation where everybody was like, man, they're playing really well. And we know that they can. We just always hope to see it once again. It is going to be Akkad is our player of the match for the Freaks. Had that Mark 14 there at the end. But really for the Freaks, it was just controlling their territory very well throughout the entirety of that game. Yes, the circle was somewhat fortunate to them, but you know, you gotta do the most with what you're given, and they do come through with the win, and that's the important part.
Yeah, and it's not like they were just gifted it. They took a big risk going for that 2-2 split, and they made it work perfectly. Lash racked up so many kills there on the northern and the western side, slowed down those teams, got points, and after that, New Happy was just dead in the water there on the southern front. And oftentimes, if we saw a team that was working together as like a unit in one spot on the map, that's when they would fan out to try and go in for the kill. And like the Freaks, because of that 2-2 split, they don't even need to, they could just skip that step. They just come in from every single angle and clean up. And there we go. Bagopar right now in first place on the total leaderboard at 58 points. This is not the result I was expecting. And behind them, a wave of China as Pero, New Happy, GFY, 17 Gaming, and Tyloo round out from 2nd to 6th place.
Yeah, it's 10 points down to 7th. I mean, it's
still very tight.
Yes, it is extremely tight, and still only 18 points to 9th place. So we started today and it was 19 points to first place from 9th place. Right now it is 1 point less than that. And that's how good everybody's playing right now. And now the Freaks shoot up to 10. You know, Danawa is starting to slowly put a few points together in these games. I would say Danawa is getting a little bit put in awkward situations, but they're not playing good defense. Right now, like we saw yesterday against Tyloo in those houses to the southeast of Hacienda, that they did not play good defense against Tyloo. This time they don't play great defense against 17. Yeah, they win these fights in the long run, but it's like on heroics of soul individually, and that is not a recipe for success. So there's some things that need to be cleaned up there if we're going to see kind of the Danawa we're used to seeing.
Yeah, they had a good showing in map number 1, though, at the very least. So I'm hoping that we see a little bit more from them. We know they're all capable of it. It's a solid team. I mean, pretty much all of the teams here are capable of having great finishes.
Basically everybody. Basically everybody in this lobby is really good, and they can absolutely make a run in this event. So, you know, maybe there's teams that I don't think can win it, okay, but they can still finish very highly, and we're going to see if that's going to happen. So we're going to take a break. We're coming back to you guys. We've got a Miramar and an Erangel next here at PCS 7 Asia. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon.
사람들이 2층이 라스트야? 지금 살리는 거 몰라? 안 가도 돼 그냥. 그렇지. 갈 거면 같이 가야겠다. 같이 가면 같이 가자. 같이 가자 이거. 같이 가서 푸탁으로 정리하자 수착으로. 나 수착 있어. 나 수류탄 있어 나도. 하나만 나지 말자. 붙이는 건 상관없는데. 그냥 수류탄으로 최대한 먹어보자. 1층 들어갔어. 기준 1층 들어갔어. 기준 1층 들어갔어. 1층에다 수류탄 넣고. 파란색 붙여. 다시 1층 넣을게. 파란색 넣을게. 넣었어. 파란색 1층에. 다시 넣을게 이거. 1층 아니야? 2층 하나보다 2층 보다. 나이스.
Looks like they're setting themselves up for another win.
See, Benya's already going wide. He spots out Rusty Zera, gets him down to half HP, shots into the bale, but Benya is gonna fall. The AUG superior in the 1v1 from this with that Molly going just a little bit too far. Rusty Zera is trying to stay up and alive, but here comes the push from Synergy. They waste no time on this. Rusty Zera finds a second knock. Can he get a third? It's a 1v1.
เนียนไหมเนียนแหละเนียนอยู่ครับเพื่อนช่วยเคาะไกลๆมาครับผมทำให้ธีรทรฟ้าตัดสินใจที่จะขยับออกนะครับมุมไกลๆครับตัดสินใจไปเลยนะฮะไม่รอยื้อครับก่อนเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวอาจจะไม่ได้ไปไงใช่คนนี้เองก็สิทธิ์บอกโอ้เนี่ยใส่เกียร์ R ถอยหลังไปเลยแล้วกันถอยไปก่อนถ้าขับเดินหน้าแล้วโดนยิงตกรถขับถอยหลังดีกว่านี้
Claim some space further into the zone, seized the zone shift back in their favor, and tried to go back to their initial.
Nope.
But it was already occupied, already taken. Jervis baited the bike, but still lands the shot on Trick. That's the man who just dumped.
Coverage, and now full line of sight. The only threat they have is this rotation that's starting to come in from United. And
oh no!
Oh, Show, you've got to realize that that is not your teammate. There you go. He gets the flush onto Draft King, but can he find Capitan and Rebo? He gets one. Oh
no!
That nade!
Valiant with no HP. Capitan will go down, but no, those are going to be going over to Wildcard as they clean up everything. And now Wildcard sitting on 10 kills. Fortunately, they've got a little bit of a better line and are avoiding the shots from Sonics from 4 p.m. You can see Peak Selfish getting knocked a little bit low here.
Oh, and this is a mess, though. They are so entangled. And here comes the Speed Swats. Oh, and it's two. It's 2 for nothing there for BBB.
That's a big 2 knocks here for BBB. If they can manage to flush them out, get those points. HVZ gonna pull out. He's gonna get spotted by Gats.
còn trong khi đó Hải Saki bị Nora khai thác vào tài còn nặng bắn anh ta bắn rất nhiệt, bắn yếu 2 PL của Teraton 5 và bây giờ quả nét trả chính xác thì nó sẽ là vô cùng tuyệt vời và quả nét này nó có được bảng hạng mục, thậm chí có thể quay ra pha gì bắn vào và Teraton 5 bị tiêu diệt hoàn toàn. Đó là những bảng mục rộng với sự đại diện của Việt Nam.
Aiming for Peak's compound. Dialet takes a lot of damage, loses control of the cars. He's lost multiple tires, gets taken down, but Dean Zera on the chase gets another knock. Last self vulnerability for Dodge, yeah.
Dodge is going to shred. I mean, Dodge is just licking their lips right now, waiting to see who's going to try to make a play. He's going to find one. Clover.
That nice knock. Now, if he could just get Cloud, it could be huge, but he's going to take a lot of damage from the opposite nade, down to 26 HP. Popping in the first nade, but there you go. That last nade does it. Team X.
เอาล่ะอุ้ยโอ้โหมาแล้วครับแบบนี้ก็หวานเจี๊ยบสิครับอีวีน่าบอกแล้วตั้งขบวนมากระจายตัวแล้วแต่ว่าเขากระจายตัวรอเหมือนกันน่าสนใจทีเดียวเกมนี้นายครับเล่นมุมสูงกดลงมาด้านล่างยิงเปิดไปก่อนแซมไปโดนโพแล้วติดหัวไปก่อนไปแล้วไม่ดึงแล้วแซมมีได้โดนที่ไหนเดียร์มีดึงแล้วมาที่มีดึงเอาแล้วเหลือคนสุดท้ายแล้วหมด
And welcome back, everybody. PCS 7 Asia is here, and we are on the second day of the event. We are on the third game of the day, and it's one more Miramar, then an Erangel, and then we have a break, and then one more Erangel, and then that's day 2 in the book. So after today, we'll be, you know, about a third of the way, not about, we will be a third of the way through, and I'm excited for this. Today has been really good so far. It's kind of interesting. We were just talking during the break that the Korean teams are winning a lot, but they're nowhere near, the Begopa, nowhere near the top of the leaderboard.
China has won 1 out of 7 games, and they have, I think, every position from 2nd to 6th place on the leaderboard, which is just insane. This region is so good at racking up the kills. They don't care about winning the maps. Well, I mean, of course, if you win a game, that's the cherry on top, but they are playing to fight, they're playing to get damage, they're playing to get kills, and they are racking up the points. Love to see it, but Begopa right now in first place. It's really something.
They're playing great. I mean, and they're aggressive when they need to be, but it's the old school BO style that, you know, is tweaked a little bit here, of course, but still rather effective. And of course, you know, you can be effective in game if you have a McLaren. I mean, it's the coupe, but you know, it looks better and it sounds better. That's what's important. You got to look cool. You got to sound cool to be effective in PUBG. I swear that's important.
Absolutely, man.
I swear it matters. It has nothing to do with gunplay or throwing accurate grenades. It's all about looking good.
It's a swag game.
Exactly.
Look at swag. Why is A-Class so good? He has swagger. You watch this guy move, the way he guns people down, the way he transfers his sprays, he throws his nades, he doesn't do it pure plainly, he does it with flair.
Pure swag energy. There is
absolutely
nothing but just absolute confidence out of that guy. No doubt about it. All right, this plane path's a little worse.
A little more south.
A little bit more south. So some of the northern stuff, and this might be where we get the Viadom Arhadra.
Yeah, I'm watching the map right now, waiting for Tiamba and Damwon Kia to drop, and it looks like we're going to get it. Might have a little bit of early game action, as the story so far here at PCS 7 Asia has been Tiamba and Damwon Kia really going head-to-head in pretty much every single map, somehow finding a way to fight each other, and let's see if they drop. Looks like it.
They're both still in.
Yep, 7-7 Linchen dropping out now. There's Tiamba and DK.
Oh, they're looking north, though.
They're looking north.
Those Doritos are facing north. So it looks like DK is going to use the road to avoid this fight. And I think that's it's kind of cool to see this, that DK, even though they won the fight yesterday, that they know better. You know what I mean? Where they're just like, you know, in the long run, this is the first, especially for Damwon Kia, like, they didn't qualify for PCS 6, so they weren't able to get any PGC points accumulated during that event. So here, this event is so important for them to get as many PGC points as possible, of course, to try to qualify for PGC. Very vanilla circle as far as Miramar goes. There's a lot of area that this can go into, but it's eventually going to kind of probably center up, you know, northeast or west of Los Leones. But anyway, we'll get there when we get there. And now we do have a little bit of a scuffle here with Infantry, who doesn't like that Tai Lu has kind of inched a little bit too close into this junkyard. I think this is Infantry territory, and you know, Infantry probably feels like, hey, Tai Lu, you've got El Azahar, you've got plenty of room to loot. Get the heck out of here.
It's a little bit of a turf war as Longsker holding that angle right now. We're gonna get a replay of the greatest door close of all time.
The greatest door close of all time. You are absolutely right. It's just a billion IQ there.
I'm telling you, man, it's like some Game of Thrones, like hold the door type stuff. It's just incredible.
Now the fact that they got that knock, but it weren't able to finish that other one around that corner, kind of sucks for Tanawa. But
Longsker was able to connect.
Yeah, he's got.
Yeah, he did get Tongs.
Yep. Yeah, I don't think Tongs quite realized. Yeah, that's a finish for Longsker. But at the end of the day, I mean, Donawa wins this fight. But again, you can't keep relying on Soul Heroics to get you through.
This is when New Happy rolled up and threw in their day, right?
Eventually.
Yeah.
But
that was a fun nade, though.
It was. That's definitely one of those kind of highlight reel moments that just is going to be talked about in this event for all of eternity.
I'm certainly not going to forget that.
No,
nade.
It's too funny, too amazing, too smart.
Man, we have such a good production crew. Just zooming out of the same building where that happened right there.
Yeah.
It's nice.
And then, you know, right, it's Donawa that's there, and
it's beautiful.
Soul is our guy, and he's our kill leader in the first 2 games, back-to-back games. So he's got 8 kills in 2 games today or something like that.
Oh, is that right? Was he the kill leader in
he was.
match number 6?
He was.
Yeah, and Donowa showing up. They had a really slow start in day number 1. I remember we were a little bit disappointed with that.
Yeah.
Because we just know that they're capable of so much more.
Right. Well, today's been not a slow start, but not a great start. And part of that's just they hit a position, they fight, and then the fights either take too long or somebody else crashes them, and it's just, they're getting kind of, I don't want to say unlucky, but they're not winning fights cleanly that I think they probably should at times, and so that's causing issues.
Soul and Salute, just such reliable guns on this Donowa team. A big part of their success. Oops, I say that. I feel like every time we compliment like a player, they go on camera and they like mess up their driving somehow on Miramar. It's happened like 2 games in a row.
Yeah, well, again, this is a tough map to drive on, and I will say again that driving off-road in a desert is not easy.
It's not easy at all.
That's why they have like special vehicles specifically for these kinds of tasks. And that's why, you know, the Murado, which is a hot rod,
has no place here.
Isn't really that great at driving off-road.
Yeah. Got to stay on the roads, but fortunately, if you want to go from point A to point B efficiently on this map, yeah, you're probably going to be off-road. That Murado's death trap.
Yeah.
Yeah, Freaks get a little bit of information that New Happy is around the corner. We'll see if they're able to translate this. Ming Ming actually picking up a crate. I wonder what he got out of that.
I didn't catch it, but hard to say for sure.
I was hoping for a moment our observer might take a glance at that, but
well, they're talking about the previous match kill leader, so they're showing those teams as we go through them. That's why we don't get to, you know, they like to stick on the team that they're highlighting here on the right-hand side. So, you know, we get to see their cams down on the bottom as well, see their overall kind of points that they're putting up. But the Freaks need to start putting up some big games to get themselves into conversation. Of course, winning the PWS as many times as they have now, including the most recent PWS, means that we expect bigger things out of the Freaks, if I'm just being honest.
Oh, yeah, especially with the way that Ian has been playing lately in the PWS. Yeah. He just went Super Saiyan there.
He's the best player in Korea right now.
Yeah, but you wouldn't really think it watching the first couple of matches here at PCS 7 Asia. He hasn't, although he has been reliable, he hasn't really been having that great showing that we've come to expect from him with the kind of utter domination that he has shown in the weekly series. But, I mean, it's kind of the way it goes sometimes, especially here once you get into this lobby with all of these top-tier Chinese teams who, despite only winning 1 map, are completely populating the top of the leaderboard with the one exception of Begopa.
Right.
It's a completely different environment from PWS. The competition here is so stacked.
Yeah, I mean, and that being said, though, this leaderboard is still really, really close from 9th place up.
Cumin?
Well, they're trying to move this vehicle, and he might get popped in the head for this. We'll see. All right, here we go. Can he get it this go around? He's got it.
Oh, there you go.
All right, now Cumin might fire here. Yep, he gets Ming.
Doesn't get the headshot, though. Only a little bit of damage there on Ming.
Yeah, that was nice try. Nice try. Cumin here. Oh, he gets another pop into Ming.
Ooh.
He's got to be careful.
Bullet away.
Ooh.
Corn firing back just a little bit, actually covering. Donut somehow has the sightlines on this.
Yeah, that was... I mean, Ghibli, you know, they're doing damage from the high ground. Again, where Ghibli is very unlikely for the circle to end, so might as well get some information, do some damage while you can from that position. As everything kind of on the outside of the circle is going to be land ratio, this will likely start to drift center. As you could, if you were looking at the map, you could see that everybody's more or less lined up in those positions. It could still like hard shift down to the southwest outside of Ilusiones. That's possible.
A little unlikely, though.
It's extremely unlikely. Extremely unlikely. So, you know, center is most likely, and that's why everybody's there. And Damwon Kia. Yeah, Damwon Kia coming in far, far, far away as they went all the way up to the north. Of course, they don't want to fight.
Yeah, rolling. Well, the Ghost trying to connect there with that spray as Hero's long over here in Picado now. X left also posted up on the north side of this city. As Long and Little Ghost both occupying different sides of this big L-shaped building here. Well, looks like Show does have an angle there on X left. Little Ghost is trying to find some way to assist, but...
I mean, 17 has the better side of Picado overall. That's kind of the angle you want to hold, is that the southwestern tip, or southeastern tip, excuse me, southeastern tip of Picado. So for what it's worth, 17 is good positioning. But now they needed an escape valve, and Akelef has found an angle onto their side.
What
Gonna
an
get the
angle.
headshot and gets the knock onto Show. Looking for maybe a little bit more damage here as Long gonna light up Lil Ghost on the way up. There is an attempt at cover fire, but another headshot from Long into Xiao DD is going to make this much, much more challenging for his teammate to get back.
Man, Long with just eagle eyes right there, barely seeing the top of Xiao UDD's head is going to be able to take him out. And Show right there, finally finished. As it's incredible the explosivity with which Pero plays, and Akelef just absolutely pounced on that opportunity with those cars lined up. He knows they're going to be slow to get rolling, low on inertia right there coming out of the gates, and he's able to translate that into a kill as Pero taking control of that southeastern side of Picado.
He's just so aware of his situation. You know, he knows he can probably find enough time in that angle that he's going to be safe from the cover fire from up on the hills, and he can, you know, harass the exit, the escape route of 17. So that takes left in a nutshell. He's not only is he extremely talented mechanically, but his brain is, you know, approximately the size of the Milky Way galaxy.
Ghibli looks like they're getting ready to roll on out of this ridgeline to the southeast of Power Grid. Just waiting for that next circle to pop to decide exactly where the next target is going to be, as we are centering up quite close to Los Leones, actually.
Yeah, but this is pretty likely to leave Los Leones eventually. If not on the next circle, then the circle after. Unless it doesn't. I mean, then we get a Los Leones circle, and
no one's happy.
Then all hell breaks loose. No. The viewers are happy.
The players
are
very
not.
upset.
Yes. There's a lot of people who are happy, but none of them are currently in this lobby. Except for maybe the team that wins.
I think I just got a quick glimpse of Ming Ming actually having an AUG, which, man, I hope we get a shot of that. Yeah.
The gun he picked up out of
I believe so. Oh, Lin Shu, that was a really nice flick right there. Gets a headshot on Too Hard, and that's Too Hard going down. PO is going to be rolling up to this compound to the north to try and find some angle to cover, but Lin Shu looks like he's going to be able to get this kill. Runs right over him. That's a brutal way to go. As Bagel Paw now down to 3 players.
Yeah, this is kind of the difficulty of the Bagel Pod, the PO style, is that early game it requires you to be really self-sufficient. And if you're not, you pay the price. And so that's what happens to Too Hard there. But again, that's okay for Bagel Pod. There's still tons of firepower, still tons of opportunity for them.
Oh, Nonix, no.
Trying to drive in. Yeah,
not
Nonix,
like this.
Yeah, he turtled. And,
he turtled. I love that.
Yeah, that's the turtle position. He's in trouble because the rest of Gen G has to keep going. They have to play for the western side of Los Leones. And he's okay, but you have to play for west side of Los Leones here because that's most likely where the circle is going to go. Everybody knows it. Yeah, and Onyx just... Or Renba. That's Renba.
Actually,
That's
yeah.
not an Onyx.
Yeah, Onyx is still up, I think.
Yeah, he's still alive somewhere, but Renba there is actually going to be the one to pay the price. And Gen G trying to cut as deep into the center of the circle as they can. Spear. Yeah. Oh boy, this is a toughie for Spear actually.
Seer rolling in right now. Spear did get the angle on him first, but wasn't able to translate that into any hits. Now they're in a little bit of a tough position as Gen G, although they are 3-man strong, and Onyx is very far away with no retrievable vehicle at this time. So really up to Adder and Spear to try and hold down the fort. Spear going to pick up a shorty. That'll help him a little bit in the defense of this compound.
Yeah, the sawed-off shotgun is...
Oh, that's where he is. He didn't move very far at all.
No. I mean, he can't. He's just... This part of the map is very exposed. And people are going to probably suspect with that vehicle in the condition that it's in and the spot that it's in, someone's not too far away. So he's going to have a challenging time, to say the least. Ghibli still in the blue, as we saw them earlier up on the mountain to the east of the power grid. Now they have to drive all the way around, try to find something. Looks like they're going to try to work south to north in this circle. Probably just, skirt the edges of the Los Leones, those warehouses that are down there on the southwest corner. Try to make their way through.
Yeah, GEX posted up a little bit more center in the city of Los Leones. It feels like at this point, pretty much every team has found their own little compound or defensive nook to camp in until the next circle pops. In a circle like this, there is a lot of hard cover as opposed to soft cover, and that kind of closes off the sight lines. And we might have one of these situations where, the next circle is going to pop, and once everyone starts to close in, all hell could break loose because we have a population of like 60 plus in the lobby.
I mean, I wish this would go to Los Leones because those are the best circle finishes ever. There's so much interesting stuff that can happen. It's very unlikely to, And yeah, so we're going to go southwest of Los Leones here. So this is the next circle is probably going to go more west than not. It doesn't have to, but that's the most likely kind of outcome. And Ghibli's got to be feeling real good about this circle right now. They are in a really decent spot. No one's really near them. They can take a lot of space. They can kind of fortify their defensive lines. In theory, infantry is coming in from the east. I'm a little bit curious about Pero. Kwangdong Freaks is kind of in this mess of teams that's going to be coming from the north, so it's just hard shifted down to the southwest.
Yeah, Pero might be in trouble riding by Damwon Kia right now. Actually, undertook a ton of damage. I guess Ming with a drive-by really shelled into him, and that's going to assist Pero in this rotation over here. I was watching the map feed, and for a second I was really scared for their chances with Damwon Kia posted up on that hill, but they were able to make it safely.
Well, they're just so good. I mean, they just hit everything they look at. Okay, finally an Onyx died.
He got run over.
Yeah, he got run over in the long run. Shot first, then run over. Seems to be tradition right now. There's a bunch of damage being done to Mill out ahead as they found Ghibli's position. And then it's going to be a knock for Tosi. And now the rest of Pero needs to, I think, adjust and change direction. The problem is the other two members of Ghibli are waiting up ahead. Pero here, 3 strong in this vehicle. They're going to be driving through some really intense fire.
Yikes.
There's even a headshot that comes in. This is difficult for Pero. They're going to have to probably go for plan C here.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage coming in. That vehicle is getting ready to pop, and the players of Pero, they're just going to...
They have to get out.
Deal with this dip. I mean, they don't really have much more to play with as that vehicle, not only is it low on HP, it's low on tires as Ghibli with that 2-2 split, really controlling that southern quadrant of the map, getting a lot of damage done. Spirit now did get knocked, perhaps by a nade here from Summer. Adder going for the res. Oh, that's a nice bounce. Wow, they get him. The second one finishes it off, and that's Spear and Adder going down, and Genji is the first team eliminated in this lobby.
A rough game for Genji. Gambled on a difficult rotation to make, trying to play for the western edge of Los Leones. The right idea in terms of where the circle's going to go. The timing was just not quite there. Plus, a mishap with an Onyx's vehicle doesn't help anything. And in the long run, they're going to fall apart. New Happy here trying to get away from the offensive line of 4AM. Now Pero under more pressure. I like Ghibli getting aggressive on this position because Pero is really pinned in this dip. And these grenades can be really good if they're going to find the money. The follow-up, that bounced so nicely, does a ton of damage. No knocks just yet, but Pero having to invest a lot of heals to survive this so far.
Yeah, the nades just continue to rain down. I'm surprised there haven't been any knocks yet, as that is a very vulnerable position that Pero is stuck in right now. Here we go.
It's actually 7-7.
Wow, it's 7-7.
Yeah. This is tough now. I mean, Pero's in a really bad spot. Infantry as well is getting involved in this, though. They might be able to relieve some of that pressure. The Donuts are making a drive. They lost Kane in the very back end of all of this to Bago Pa. Their combined fire of them and Damwon Kia. And now Zerum just kind of putting some shots at infantry to say, we know you're there. We see you. We see you.
Yeah, Ghibli right now just going to retreat back to that compound to the southwestern side as the circle decides to close in. We're not able to flesh out Pero completely, but I think they're going to be happy just to take a kind of defensive front over there in the corner of this circle. As USG continues to have a lot of trouble, Americano and Corn, they did make that mad dash into the circle after Kane got knocked and Shava behind him. But now in a little bit of trouble as Damwon Kia is closing in. 17 Gaming also rolling in right now. The Freaks, they're in a big position. They're also fighting New Happy.
This is a lot to bite off here for the Freaks. They've got 2 teams around them, and 17's going to gain position off of this. You can see 17 is well ahead because the Freaks are busy kind of trying to decide what to do. Some indecisiveness here might be kind of costly for the Freaks as 17 is going to gamble to try to get further ahead in this circle. There's the Shack, there's that Crate. Ooh, a headshot for his trouble, but that's okay. You can just replace it with a level 3 helmet.
Yeah, it's a good trade if any, and Shava going to get DK under right there as they're fighting back just a little bit is USG Donut. Shava really separated from the rest of his teammates, could be in a lot of trouble as this fight continues on between the Freaks and New Happy. Now 17 Gaming backing off this does buy the Freaks a lot more time, but New Happy is a force to be reckoned with, even with only 3 players up.
A lot of this is going to come down to Hikare's angle. If he can hold that, then the Freaks should have a pretty good opportunity to keep New Happy at the very least at bay. The thing I'm curious about is if New Happy just decides that this fight isn't worth it.
It seems to be what's going on right now.
Yeah, I think they're going to drive away from this. I think they're just going to try to mimic 17's driving path. Now they're probably going to lose one, I think. for this, they're going to lose tires, that's for sure. Yeah, I think ZP's done, though.
ZP in a lot of trouble right now as Zakad raining down hell on him with a mini 8X as well. Man, those players in that Murado taking a ton of damage, both HS and Ming Ming on just about a third HP right now as Tiamba behind all this, finding some more damage. They've been a thorn in the side of many teams over here from this post.
Yeah, and you can see that for 17 in a really uncomfortable position, had to play in a manner that they're probably not wanting to. Making a center circle dive like this is definitely not 17's MO. And there was nowhere else for them to go, to be frank. That was a very tough situation for them. Speaking of tough situations.
Yeah, 4 AM trying to dive this warehouse, but GEX has the perfect defensive setup there.
They dove to the lobby. That's
yeah, they dove to the lobby. Yeah, aptly put. That's going to be it for New Happy getting eliminated behind all this. And Pero actually fighting back with Ghibli right now. Ming and Long getting 2 knocks on Cuban and Z-Arm as Pero making a little bit of magic happen. Ghibli's been kind of their arch nemesis this whole lobby for the past couple of minutes as they were really pushing Pero to the limits there on their defensive front. And Pero finally buying a little bit of breathing room as the circle going to close in just to the west of Los Leones, a little bit more north from this position.
Well, this is not good for Ghibli. They need it. If they're going to pick that fight with Pero, the utility has to be good, and then they have to finish that fight. But they didn't, and now they're paying the price because Pero is able to sidestep them, get ahead, get further in a better side of the circle, and now you've got infantry pushing in to try to capitalize on the knocks onto Ghibli and see if they can fish out some points for themselves and then take a potentially favorable fight against Pero, right? Pero's only got 3. They know that. They've been keeping track of their kill feed, so they can wait a little bit, see what Ghibli does, wait for the fight to start potentially, or at least, catch the teams in rotation maybe, and then from there, scoop up some points, hopefully, is the infantry idea. Whether or not, they can make it happen, we'll see. As, like you said, the circle did shift away from that position, so a little bit trickier now for those teams down in the south.
Pero doing a 2-1 split right now as Ace Left is trying to find a little bit more information behind all of that over here to the north side. Big Pop Pio also gathering some info for his team. And Ghibli seems like they've caught wind of the situation over here. Some flashes coming in. Longsker going to throw a nade. Ghibli going for the wide break there, but Tozy and Z-Arm and Cuban all go down right away as Wang Zai Lin and Longsker combine to just completely deck them. They mop the floor with Ghibli as this fight could not have gone worse. Heaven does get 1 knock onto Lin, but it's an uphill battle from here as Wang Zai going to throw the molly. He's down to 1 HP. Heaven fighting back. He gets another one.
He might just do this.
Happen.
He might just do this. It's just monsters left for infantry.
I can't believe it. Everyone from Ghibli just got mopped up, and then Heaven steps up to the plate, and he gets 3 players from infantry.
Unreal. I mean,
that was huge.
Absolutely unreal from Heaven. I mean, now Tianba showed up to this party, and now Heaven has to decide between a bad or a worse decision. Loki on the outside of Korn's shack. The fire on the inside. Korn actually got a knock there from that molly. Under kind of stepped into it. Loki is going to finish off Korn through all of that. Now back over to Heaven, who's trying to continue this unbelievable run he's had. Ming did get knocked. Ace left is weak up in the shack. Catching him out in the open on the road. Is going to get the knock here. Grenade going to be thrown out as well. Ace left last one alive in that shack. These 2 players are all but dead for Pero. That's the last frag in the bag, and Ace left is going to take Heaven down. Are both players done? Long is gone. Ming may be salvageable.
I don't know about that. Ixlef's on very low HP, and Tiamba has the perfect angle. They know the exact situation. They heard those shots. They know that Ixlef is alone now in that shed. They have been watching their kill feed as the circle going to close in all the way on the western side. Now, Damwon Kia going to be really happy with that. The only full team really in this circle is Tiamba closing in. The Freaks, in the meantime, continuing this fight over here with Bego Pa Pio on the vanguard here for his team. Sakari starting to push up. Aches left hiding in a bush.
GFY is about to kick the Freaks in the butt. They are coming right behind all this. It doesn't help that they're just losing the fight. Point blank to the combined firepower of Bagel Pa. Pio, the only one left, but GFY strikes from behind. Does some serious damage. I don't know how in the world Akkad is doing that. He finally goes down. He's able to keep him alive. Here comes Donawa. Pio is probably about to be sent home. Indeed, he is taken out by Lambu. Now you've got a 4v... I'm not exactly sure what GFY is. Oh, they've got 3, but 1 is knocked.
Yeah, 3 but 1 is knocked as Now it's going to be GFY versus Danawa as the dominoes continue to fall here on the northern side.
Tai Lu's coming into that fight too.
Damwon Kia, man. Tiamba's got a world of hurt. Only Tong is up, I think. It's Under coming in with a nade. He's going to try and fish this one out.
He ain't happy. He's very, very hurt. Able to get that first aid off, though, so recovery for him. Tianba as a team, though, is in disarray. As Lin Shun is way on the other side of that road. Now Danawa has a defensive line set up for GFY. GFY, if they can find a knock, might be able to bust through this as they're back up to 4. It is Tai Lu on the side who's hitting Danawa's flank. They're not hitting GFY, so now Danawa is stuck fighting on 2 fronts. Lambu tries to poke out around the side, not able to find much damage. It's Sol and Salute going down really quickly. Helen and Lambu trying to do what they can, but it's just Lambu alive, and he has taken a ton of damage here, and the timing is just horrific for Danawa.
Yeah, Danawa really unlucky there as Tai Lu just fights back on that other side, and now GFY versus Tai Lu going to be the last remaining fight here in Tongmu. Man, he's continuing his great run. Gets a ton of damage in there, another knock. And that's going to be it. Tai Lu's eliminated GFY. They salvage that situation, and they secure the top side of this map, and now we're only down to 5 teams.
Well, GFY, like I always say, you want to be the last team to the party in competitive PUBG. And they're more or less, even though Tai Lu's the last one there, but Tai Lu only has 2, so they can't do a significant amount of damage. But GFY shows up last to that event, and they come through with a ton of kills and a really good chance to maybe even finally secure a win. They've already put themselves back on top of the leaderboard. Can they get any further is the real question.
Well, they've got a lot of space over there on the north side of the map right now as GEX there in the south right. DK all the way here in the bottom left. Tong is going to try and make something happen. Last remaining player here for Tiamba, but Foxy will clean him up there with a barrel. And now the circle is quite evenly split between these 3 remaining teams.
It's just funny that it's once again Damwon Kia and Tiamba fighting. It just keeps happening. It's so weird.
There's a little bit of bad blood, I think. I mean, this one is just kind of the way the cookie crumbles, but yeah, so far in this tournament, they just seem to be seeking each other out.
They just clearly have very similar ideas on not only their drop spots, but on how to rotate, just in general. Just like overall, rotation strategies are pretty similar. There's a crate dropping on the backside of Kung Fu.
He's got an AWM.
Yeah, he's got an AWM. Can't really find much at that angle. GX is doing a good job of laying down, suppressing fire to keep GFY from really finding much value out of that. Now you got to punish this rotation here. Loki's got to hit some shots. He does a bit onto the overwatching player from GFY, but they are probably going to get center here, and they don't really lose much for that, to be honest. GX is going to try to make a counter move.
Yeah, GEX hot on their heels. They do not want to surrender this position to GFY. They're coming in, but that's a big damage coming in out of Peng. Gets 2 headshots, and one of them translates into a knock on Yan Li. Nade now coming out of Zenon. Doesn't connect with any other players for GFY, and Peng continuing his defense. He gets another one.
Under actually getting involved in this. Grenades and shots from Under giving Peng points. He's able to clean that up. Under did a lot of the hard work. Peng able to scoop through and get himself some ice cream. SSR now the only one left for GEX. And I don't know what GX is doing there. That was a really strange move. Now Peng gets some unbelievable shots on the drive-by. Under here with some unbelievable shots of his own. A tongue move basically down and out, but out in the open is Under, so he's got to be real careful. Summer to try to re-peek him, getting some decent damage. Under down to the deck. Maybe has enough cover to keep himself away.
SSR now making a dash to try and get into the circle. Summer not able to connect from that really long angle, as he's going to slowly begin to make his way in himself. But Damwon Kia right now, they have a really advantageous position. They've got a 2-1 split set up, 2 players right here in the middle, putting a lot of pressure on the remaining players for GFY.
They got that res onto a tongue move. I thought he was done. I thought he was done. And they were actually able to get him rezzed with some good cover fire from Summer. So GFY still hitting good shots. Yeah, SSR got the level 3 gear out of that. No one went for that crate, so he's able to... It fell behind Damwon Kia, and they never opted to try to reach out to grab it for themselves. So he gets the benefit of getting the level 3 gear at the very least out of it. Now Damwon Kia has no idea. They have no idea he's here.
This is going to be a lot of trouble for them. The question for SSR is, does he want to bide his time, or does he want to wait?
A Foxy might have spotted him or heard him.
Maybe. It definitely does seem like he's suspicious of some kind of rotation here. He doesn't know if it's going to be GFY or GEX, but it certainly does seem to have an inkling. Oh, he knows.
He knows. He heard or saw something. One of the two. Now he...
Oh, SSR with a great barrel spray is going to get Foxy down.
He's dead. He's done.
Damwon Kia in a lot of trouble now. This is a huge problem for them as GFY is going to take advantage of this and spread out just a little bit more here on the northern half of this circle.
Yeah, the fact that they weren't able to flush a Tungmu is a big deal. But Under, once again, up close and personal is an absolute nightmare. And he's getting some help from Loki on the cross. That's 2 down here. Just Summer left for GFY. Under got the barrel up and ready. Summer's down. And now you just have SSR to deal with for Damwon Kia. A 2v1 trying to push ahead into Loki's firing lines. Gonna get taken down. And it is once again it's Under who bails Damwon Kia out in a difficult situation.
That was absolutely wild. Under is so good at peeking and re-peeking those hilltops. He is the best in the business at this, man.
He is.
He pretty much booked that one home all by himself with those peaks. That was a pivotal kill, one after another, and Under is going to clutch it out there for Damwon Kia. Wow, what a win there at the end. I was worried about them with SSR kind of coming in out from the sidelines. He got one knock and he got a flush. And then suddenly the problem for Damwon Kia has become so much more complicated because not only do you need to worry about the players in the center, but now you have this guy on your flank who doesn't have to run in right away. He can bide his time. He can just be a thorn in your side for as long as he wants. And the fight came in, Under came through in the clutch, and Loki gets the last kill.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's impressive from Damwon Kia. I mean, a really good crisis management there. I thought exactly the same as you, dude. Like, SSR might have just ended Damwon Kia's chances of winning that game, but, you know, hero plays once again from Under and Loki. This duo, you know, I think back to, which PCS was it? Last year, either 3 or 4, so long ago. But him and Loki had a phenomenal game where they 2v4'd Peril to win a game. So this is, you know, a duo that, of course, can get it done. We've seen it once again here at PCS 7. So Damwon Kia now with the second win.
Yeah, these Korean teams, they're getting a lot of W's.
Yes.
I'm curious to see the leaderboard because the story so far here in the first 2 days of PCS 7 has been that, yeah, the Chinese teams are not really winning games. They've only won one map, but despite that, they are getting so many kills, so many placement points that it doesn't really seem to matter. You know, Begapa was at the top of the leaderboard going into the last match, but the Chinese teams were filling out all the way from 2nd to 6th place without those wins. But maybe now if the Korean teams continue to keep up the pressure and they continue to bring these Ws, maybe that changes the math just a little bit.
I think it's going to, if it keeps happening like this. I think over the long term, usually if you start getting these placement points, the kill points are just kind of inevitably following along, just because you have to fight for these positions. And yeah, it was messy here up on the north-hand side, and Donawa just can't seem to make a good decision. And this is, I don't mean to be mean about that. I'm just saying, like, every decision they make is like, they think at that point that they've got that fight isolated to just them and GFY, right? Like they've got the better positioning. They don't account for Tai Lu in their mental calculus, and that causes them to lose that fight. Yeah. It's things like that have been hurting them. It's slight missteps here and there throughout this tournament for Donawa that, you know, just are causing them a lot of trouble.
Yeah, fundamentally a very sound team, but they have been getting the short end of the stick more often than not. Damwon Kia very happy clutching out that win there at the very end. Getting yet another chicken dinner. Man, they've been doing really well here on Miramar.
Yes, very, very good on Miramar. 2 wins. Probably our top Miramar. Look at their distance travel.
Yeah, 43,000 is crazy, man. We thought PO's team moved a lot, but man, Damwon Kia.
Well, they went all the way up to Alcantara and then came all the way back down.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
They drove a lot. Used a lot of smokes. So did GFY. GFY used a lot of frags. Jeez.
17 frags. Yeah, same with GEX. 16. That's a.
The difference is GFY got a lot more value out of their frags.
Well, yeah. That goes without saying.
I gotta point it out. I mean, that's the Chinese teams, particularly this year. The thing that I've noticed has really improved overall is their frag grenades. They've gotten really good, and that's scary because they're already great at like just spraying you down with a barrel, with a 3x barrel from 200 meters away. Now it's like now you got to worry about them being able to just pinpoint, throw grenades at you from the closer distance fights. On top of them being nuts.
Very scary, but man. Loki right now, after that win, I believe he is second on the total kill leaderboard with 16, just behind Xlef. So yeah, he's been getting a lot of damage done there for Damwon Kia, a critical part of their success so far here, especially on Miramar. So they're getting their second win, and I am eager to see that leaderboard. It feels like oftentimes when we cast these PCSs, you know, like the leaderboard, I said it on day one that it kind of feels like a suggestion, but right now it really kind of feels like it is telling a story. And that story is that these Korean teams are actually stepping up just a little bit. I mean, we did have the Chinese teams, yeah, all the way from 2nd to 6th place coming into this map, but I really do like what we're seeing out of the Korean teams. It doesn't feel like they're kind of falling into the trap that they did in PCS 6, where their play was a little bit too timid, a little bit too slow, a little bit too focused on the chicken. Because some of the times that we're seeing them make decisions, especially these top teams like Damwon Kia and Bago Pod, feels like they're making decisions that set them up not just to get deep into the game, but also to win fights and get kills.
Yeah, it's better. It's getting better. There's still work to be done, I think, overall, but yes, it is better so far here. It's still not enough. It's still not enough kill points. It's still not enough to get to where they need to be, because right now, you know, no matter what, I know that this leaderboard is still China heavy. Still on the left-hand side of that leaderboard, it's still going to be mostly Chinese teams. So yes, they're getting wins. Yes, they're looking good. Yes, they're having exciting games, but they're not consistent. And so, you know, we need to, you know, if they're gonna make a run at this, it's gonna need to start happening. You know, Bago Pa has been very consistent for the most part, especially today. They've looked really good. They've been getting deep into every game, putting up some decent kill numbers. You know, even getting the win in the first game. Damwon Kia, yeah, they've had 2 really good wins, but outside of that, they've been very quiet.
Yeah, they're probably in the middle of the pack right now. I would expect on that leaderboard is kind of an interesting finish here. We had Damwon Kia, GEX, and GFY really evenly spread out across this.
I don't.
Oftentimes we have like 2 teams kind of close to each other, and the other one gets to just like 3P at the end and pounce on the opportunity. But this time it was a little bit more chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I'm worried about GEX in this situation because they drove into a spot where they're under the firing lines of Damwon Kia in the grenade range of GFY. It just, I mean, I know they had to move into the circle somehow, of course. I get that. It's just a weird kind of timing there.
It was, because Damwon Kia stepping up on top of that just kind of mowed them down. Plus, as you said, the nades from GFY, and maybe they thought they could flush GFY out
that's what they
right
thought
away,
sure.
but
yes.
that's like,
well,
that's a Hail Mary, man. Like, that's a big gamble.
Yeah. Well, they saw GFY take a lot of damage on the way in. Like, they saw, the thing was, is it probably wasn't as much damage as they thought. Like, because there was probably a lot of blood spraying out of that truck as it was driving through. Because I think the GFY players were at about half health, both, the 2 of them that were in there. So
Sounds
I think
about right.
in GX's mind, they can get in there and finish the job. It's just, they just didn't. I mean, it's not a terrible decision. I'm not saying it was that bad. It just, you know, they couldn't execute.
Damwon Kia getting 22 points with that win. Right there behind them, GFY with 18, picking up 13 kills. Rounded it out with GEX at 12 and Tiamba Esports there at 9. So GFY continuing to add to that little war chest they're building. They're having a really good showing here in the first 2 days.
Yeah, dude. They're a good team, especially on Miramar. And so they've been good on Erangel so far this event too. So that's scary. If they can do it on both maps, yeah, they're absolutely going to be in the conversation of winning this thing. Loki, of course, going to be our player of the match with those 5 kills. Had a huge one, him and under, doing a lot of the heavy lifting in that game. But still, this guy is, you know, no matter where, no matter when, he's always there. He's always playing really damn well, whether it be PNC this year or here now. PCS, this guy is a force to be reckoned with, no doubt about it.
Yeah, Loki and under, they really know how to get it done. And that's going to wrap up Miramar for today. We're going to Erangel next. I'm excited.
Yeah, me too. There was really, really good games on Miramar today. And now we go back over to the original PUBG map. And yet GFY back on top by 5 points. So
wow, Damwon
extending a bit of a lead. Yeah, Damwon Kia with that win has shot themselves up the leaderboard. 1 point out of Petrichor Road, and then, you know, Bago Pa not far behind, so things remain really, really tightly knit at the top of this.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised. I thought Damwon Kia might have a little bit more distance to close, but no, with that win, they're all the way up there in 2nd place, just 5 points behind GFY, and look at the top 8, we have 3 Korean teams. That is exciting.
Yes. Now we're starting to see these good, like, placement finishes start to propel the teams a bit ahead in that leaderboard. And, you know, big wins like you're seeing with Damwon, like you're seeing with Bagel Pa are a big part of this because they've been able to string together more than just one. It's when you start stringing together multiple chicken dinners that things start to snowball in your favor, as we're seeing here for those two teams. And we'll see if they can keep it up. Infantry has been a little bit slow to start so far. Maybe that'll start to change. Longsker looks like he's ready for a nap. You know, I get it, big guy. It's late here over in the Korea-China region.
Yeah, 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Getting late, getting to these gamers' bedtimes.
I doubt that.
Yeah, I know.
I seriously doubt that.
But yeah, it's been a little bit quiet here for Infantry. Only 21 kills after, I think, 8 maps, if my math is right. And that's not what you know they're capable of. But again, like somebody has to have the short end of the stick. Like, can't have everybody getting a lot of kills. And pretty much every single team in every one of these lobbies is a top team. And you know, what is that little baby with like the birthday hat, like the glasses and the mustache and the
what
bottom
in
right?
the world is on Zero?
I noticed this actually as we did like the intro to the show, and I was just like wondering like what this was, but you were making like a really smart point. I don't want to like distract you, and I was just like, what the hell? Like scratching my head.
That was really weird.
It's a scary baby, man.
What in the world was that?
I don't know. I'm wondering.
Super odd.
Maybe it's the chicken dinner when it chicken dinner baby. I don't know.
No.
No?
I don't.
Maybe it's a lucky chicken dinner baby, man.
I don't think so. If it is, then that's really weird. All right, it's time for Erangel, guys. Match 9 of the event. Match 4 of the day? Yeah, match 4 of the day.
That math adds up. And we're getting a pretty fair plane path all the way from military base up to the east of Georgia Pole. So a lot of different ways this circle could go. First one just has to touch that plane path.
Yeah, and just kind of waiting to see. I'm not going to lie, I don't want any more military island circles. I'm done with those. I've seen enough of them. If you watch the PWS finals, you understand. We saw way too many. So I'm kind of burnt out on military circles.
Yeah, we already had 2 so far on day 1, so want to mind something a little bit different. We'll have to see where that first one decides to go. Is Begokpa going to be landing all the way near Novo? First one's out of the plane. Freaks in military base in Damwon Kia. Right on the heels of Pero, actually. Coming over here, I think, if I'm not mistaken, looking for a vehicle is one of these teams, and kind of an awkward spot. I'm actually not sure if there are too many car spawns here. Getting a brief snapshot of this road, and I'm not actually seeing like any cars.
There's one up ahead.
Okay.
For Pero, I think there's one hard spawn at least by Ferry Pier. So there's stuff over there, but the problem is that Pero's trying to get over to Primorsk, and Damwon Kia's, you know, landing.
Oh my God.
Well, fine.
Well, this is how we saw Begokpa win map number 1, was something very similar, them landing by Novo and eventually working their way up that mountain and farming kills.
Yes, but I've seen enough military circles.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, man.
I saw so many during the PWS finals. I'm just like, oh.
This is our 4th Erangel map, right? We had 3 on day 1. This is the first one on day 2.
Did we have 2 yesterday? I thought we only had...
No, we had 3 yesterday, so this would be the 4th one, because it's the first one today. 3 plus 1 is...
Well, 4? Yeah. 4 games. No, I know
and we're going to have 3 of those on the military island.
But wait. Did we have 2 on the military island yesterday? We had Begokpa's win.
I thought we did, didn't we? Am I crazy? Am I seeing double my
I
memories?
think you're crazy, because there was a finish by Manchi.
Okay.
And then, where was the other one? The other one was by, out by Pochinki. Up by Pochinki. So one.
Oh yeah, you're right. Actually, I don't know why I'm thinking that there were 2 of them.
It was only 1.
Yeah. Thank you for correcting me.
Yeah. Now we've got the second. That's still
too many.
Too many. It's like still like a 17% or 18% chance it goes to the military island each game.
It feels like it's way higher than that though.
Well, yeah, it's all because like you don't notice it, but they like come in bunches. It feels. Like.
Yeah, it feels like almost any time that plane is like going to be low on the map.
Yeah.
Then it's just destiny, but we'll see. That first one that we had on Military Island was quite interesting, the way the bridge camps played out. We had, I think, 5 teams all posted up by the Eastern Bridge. If I'm not mistaken, it was New Happy that was trying to cross, and just everybody had their sightlines on them.
Not under. You can see there, you know, like you were talking about, the re-peeking that he does.
So good.
So good. It's just nuts.
It's like he has, he understands the game so well that when he stops peeking, it's like he just has natural X-ray vision, and he could just see exactly where everyone is, and then he'll just like change the angle slightly, and he will already be locked on. Like, he just knows.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, that's well said. All right, you can see that for the first time today, it is not Soul who is our top fragger from the previous match. It is Loki and Peng with 5 kills each, but Loki gets the nod because he did more damage. Heaven, Atungmu still doing a lot of damage and a lot of kills, though. Atungmu's having a really good event.
Same with Heaven, 836. That 1v3 really shined for him. You rack up a lot of damage if you can pull something like that off.
Yeah.
What a moment that was.
Pretty nuts. I mean, and not an expected result from that. I thought Heaven was done.
Yeah, I thought so too. I was writing it off. I'm like, oh man, I think it was Infantry they were fighting. Like, man, Infantry, they got complete control of the situation. And then Heaven just fights back like nothing else.
Went ham. That's nothing else to say about that. He went ham. Infantry here has tried to get into the hospital, and that's got Tianba a little bit angry. They feel like that's their territory. So a little bit of scuffling potentially with monsters up on the roof. Tong has the spot, doesn't feel comfortable enough to take the shots. Might just be relaying the information. Just I think potentially, you know, obviously if he gets the freebie, he'll take it. But I think more importantly, he needs to make sure that Infantry isn't setting up any kind of like barricades or traps. Because Infantry is a team that will absolutely do that. Infantry will absolutely set up traps to try to mess with you on rotations, especially if they're not having a good performance. It's something they'll do to try to get themselves, you know, turned around, get their mentality turned around. But yeah, now he's got monsters out in the open.
Yeah, waited for a long time to get that one, and that's going to be a kill coming down on Infantry. Longskirt does fight back, but vainly, as this 2-2 split's going to turn into a 2-1 split with Infantry losing the first man of the match. And Tiamba now just going to be happily working their way down south of Georgiapol. GEX, in the meantime, just looting to the north of Prim. All these little tiny household compounds along these roads. Nice shoreline property.
It's beautiful this
it
time
is.
of year, I swear.
Right by the swamp.
Yeah, who wouldn't want to be by the
You
swamp?
got Shrek as a neighbor.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's a cool neighbor, I'm sure, you know. Doesn't cause many problems, just that stupid, annoying donkey.
It's not that annoying. Just a little bit.
Yeah, okay. You yeah. Next thing you're gonna tell me that you like the new Star Wars movies, and then
they're not that bad.
Get out of here. Just leave. I got this. You go. We're done.
Not as good as the prequels. I will say that.
Well, I mean, yes, but that's not a high bar to get over.
All right, GFY. I can call him GFI today. I don't know what's up with me, but GFY making the rotation past the Eastern Bridge. One of the first teams coming in. I think it is Songjung actually with a sightline on this. It's getting a little bit of shots off, but nothing really connecting as GFY is going to safely make their way all the way down here towards the military base. Going to see exactly where they decide to go, as there's a lot of real estate up for grabs in this area.
Well, there sort of is. But I mean, it's the southern part of the military island just is sparse in general. But what's open down there is like the shelters and a few things. But Guangdong has been doing this thing recently where they split out 2-2, send 2 down to the houses that are just to the dead south of the military base there on the other side of the southern road. The one that's, you can see the very edges here on Loki's screen. You can see those 2 players. That's been kind of the Freaks' MO on these military circles like this that kind of encompass the entire island.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is that, you know, it gives them kind of the ability, if it's I almost said a bad word.
Yeah, I know.
If it's a bad shift, and it wasn't even like I was trying to say the bad word. It was I was trying to combine the word shift and
something else.
Yeah. Anyway, if it's an unfavorable, you know, kind of maneuver, this gives the Freaks the ability to kind of hedge their bets in terms of, do I go south? If it goes way south, that compound, if you have that compound and the circle's anywhere near it, you are going to be putting up some good numbers, some good kills, and having a good game.
Yeah, they've already had 2-2 splits work for them. As that was, I think, their Miramar game where they translated a win, was when they had a nice 2-2 split with 2 players playing the top side of the circle, 2 on the hill to the south, and we'll see how it pans out. Right now, Petrichor Road going to be taking the boat all the way in, and this is actually, this is to the west of Grim? I hope they have some gas cans. That's a journey and a half. Am I mistaken?
Where the heck are they? Oh, they're down here. I can't even see them on the map.
No, never mind. I was getting infantry confused with them. Infantry is also making a mad dash.
I just saw their Doritos. I can't. If you look at the map screen, you can't actually see Petrichor Road because they're covered up by the teams and the the header here.
Yeah, that was a little bit disorienting, but no, they're going to be working all the way around. It's actually infantry to the west of Krim that's going to have a long journey ahead of them. And
Tiamba's gatekeeping the bridge, the western bridge. Nobody's. We saw on the eastern bridge last time. Remember this? That there were like a bunch of teams there.
There's
now
5
nobody's
teams
there. Yeah, now nobody's there.
Yeah, no one's there, and Impero going to have a nice landing spot over here. As not too much is covered. Two Heart might just be. Oh, nice little trick there.
Yo,
that was Tony Hawk Pro Skater.
Was that intentional?
Absolutely, man. I told you swagger. That's how you play.
Look at what he's doing.
Who was driving?
Totally. Who was driving that?
Who's
thing?
driving that thing?
Is it
man?
Mill? I think Mill was driving. I saw him with the steering wheel icon next to it.
He's got some cool points.
I think. I don't know.
Shava looking to connect over with Ghibli. So the last remaining teams on the main island.
I appreciate the little performance that Pero put on for us there.
It was
very
nice.
Yeah, that's very good. Ghibli's, they're trying to set up for the swim across where they like leave somebody, you know, on the land to watch them swim, I think. But the problem is I think the Donuts have the exact same plan.
Yeah.
That means they have to fight for this particular piece of territory. It's not an ideal fight to have, but well, sometimes when you have similar ideas, you hope that no one else has the same idea. And well, if they do, you know, when there's two ideologies that clash like that, there's oftentimes no other solution other than violence.
Yeah, well said. A little bit more philosophical than I was expecting.
Hey.
Oh, we're going to be centering up all the way down in the south, so Damwon Kia going to be happy with this, and the Freaks, their 2-2 split is still fully in the circle now.
The problem here for the Freaks, though, is a lot of teams are kind of getting in the way. They want to get back to their other two players, but they're going to have to cut through the lines of Genji and Bagelpa. This is going to be tough. They're going to get through. Okay. Bagelpa did not quite get there in time, so they're going to get through. Okay. They're safe.
For a moment, I was thinking Two Heart might step out and try and find some kind of spray down, but there's a lot of urgency for these teams to get to any defendable position they can, and yeah, the Freaks will be able to rendezvous. Looking at the map screen right now, Ghibli and USG Donut still contesting that top spot for the swim across. And here we go. Io lining him up. That is a slow UAS. He's going to take down 4AMs forever, and Renade coming in, not able to connect. But man, they're not aware of where he is. Io just picks up 3.
He's got to be careful, though. Took a little bit of damage. This might be the 4th. Wei drives in. The rest of Bagelpa is kind of circling around. Yeah, Pio gonna get 3. Two Heart gets 1 in the midst of all of that. Well, actually, Wei got taken out by Renba. I take it back.
Yeah.
Renba got that one. Pio gets knocked by 911.
And GFY has a really long angle on this. Getting a nice shot of that right now as 911 is in the control tower.
Still, I think Bagelpa is okay.
Yeah, Genji would be hard-pressed to actually move from the west side of the plane path to...
Same with GFY.
Or the plane to breeze, I should say, over there. And yeah, GFY is going to be happy just getting all the intel they have. This control tower is so good in terms of information collecting.
Another knock right away on the PO there from ATC.
Ooh.
That's second. That's 2 knocks on the PO. Should be resable, I think, but you have to invest so much here. Now, the good news here for Bagelpa is, in theory, there's a lot of 4 AM loot to be found to kind of get the lost loot back into your bags that you just had to expend to recover from that fight. Donawa suffered a knock. Should be resable, I believe. I don't see a world where they don't get that. Unless somebody does something really wild.
Oh, infantry's going to be pouncing on this position. Chewy's coming down. He's unprepared for this. As long as he gets the headshot, that's going to be him going down right away. Tong on the top of this hill all by himself.
Well, that shooting, that knock on Adanawa gave this position away to infantry, and they're taking advantage of it. I like what infantry's doing.
Tong going to move away on foot towards 7-7.
Can they find another one is the real question. Now, Tong, I think very wisely here, retreating into the sight lines of his teammates to make sure that if infantry continues to push towards him, that he has help if a fight breaks out. But now you have to see territory to infantry is the problem. Now, I wonder if is there any vehicles that they had to leave behind? It's another big question I have, because infantry was all on foot, right? Because they came on a boat. They did not find a vehicle. And if they can get a vehicle, up here I don't see one. Okay.
Does Tiamba have one in their compound? I'm not actually sure.
I would assume so.
Yeah, you'd have to think, right?
They came across the bridge, so they
right.
should have
yeah,
vehicles left. They should. Unless something went really bad.
Ghibli, one of the few teams still in the blue on the main island right now as they're making their dash across the western bridge to come in. Now this fight between Tiamba and Infantry now popping off as a circle all the way down.
Garbage. This is a trash circle for anybody who's ever played in this area of the map, but Infantry might be falling apart here. That's 2, 4, 7, 7, one with the frag, one with the barrel, looking for Lin. Lin trying to use the hillside to keep himself obscured, a little bit of peeking. Tong can see the head and is going to go for it, and his teammate is going to get the damage. 7-7 looking to finish the job. Lin just has to try to find some kind of safety. Might just have to hide in this house, but we'll see if Tiamba wants to try to finish the job.
Yeah, New Happy now coming in on the position of GFY, perhaps unaware that this is occupied, as Pang coming up, going to try and find an angle. New Happy obscured just a little bit by the side of this hill as GFY getting in position. Nan taking some shots, but exposing himself. This Tongmu gets a lot of damage in, now switching to the frag grenade. Will he be able to get a connection as the frags are coming out? That is Nan going down, so they finished to get the knock there. He was already really bruised from that spray.
This is tough, man, for GFY, honestly. Some are on a rotation around the outside, and that's going to give them enough of an angle to maybe get a little more damage in. New Happy here in dire straits. They're really beat up, non-rezzed, but very weak. Some more grenades coming through. Let's see if GFY can get some more damage done.
Yeah, behind all this, GEX did go down. Now Pang continuing to try and find an angle, but that nade was right on top of him. Non fires back and gets his revenge. That's Pang going down. Ming now looking to find some bodies with this nade himself. Does spot out. 911 gets a lot of damage in, not able to connect. Finally gets the headshot to secure the knock. As GFY now with only 2 players up. Tongmu going to try and scramble here on the bottom. Summer rolling in, but Summer gets taken down. Ming actually getting in on this. Man, look at that. GFY, a world of hurt is New Happy.
Ming just came alive there with that barrel. I just absolutely just started feeling it. You know, got that repeat. Pang was trying to escape to safety. It caught him coming down that hill, or was it 911? One of the two. And then just that spray on that buggy that was driving by. Absolutely insane stuff from him. But now they're in the blue. Now they've got Bagel Pa on top. One more hit's going to do it. Actually, it's the blue that's going to take Ming down. All that hard work for naught in terms of getting any further into this game. A solid performance from him in that battle, but in the long run, you know, Bagel Pa's high ground position going to be tough. Tong, hello?
Tong's getting a lot of damage in on this side of the map right now as Tiamba's going to try and secure this. They are in the blue, so they want to really quickly finish this fight off and try and get into the next circle. It's going to be an uphill battle. Heaven with a really nice spray there continues to pop off following that previous game. He will get 7-7. Is now Ghibli down. Only 1 player left standing as Tosi's going to try and heal. More utility coming out of Tiamba.
Oh,
they want to finish this.
Lin just stole that kill.
Oh, did he?
He just came out of the house. He came out of Grandma's house with a, you know, plate full of brownies and was ready to rock and roll. And Grandma always ready with the food. Meanwhile, it was Damo and Kia fighting Pero and doing a very good job. Pero is all but done. Just Mill left, I think. I don't see anyone else on the map. Tong still holding Tosi's angle. Tosi's just going to get... Actually, it's Xiao Bei. Yeah, from 17. Where in the world? God, he's way out there. He's way down at the houses at one of those the 4 stack.
Many meters away. All right, Tai Lu right now battling off with Bagel Pa. Jiaoyang trying to find an angle right here. Oh, a lot of nade damage coming in. He's at 1 HP, and then DJ finishes him with a barrel. So Bagel Pa's going to win yet another skirmish. 67 points right now, 3 points behind GFY for first place.
Here's a win on top of GEX. We missed this off screen. There's no way. There's no way he's winning this battle.
He has to, right? Look at that. Oh my God, what a spray.
Oh my God. He had 4 HP left. Ridiculous. Apps, they had no idea where he was. All right, Sungjong did get knocked for Bagel Pa. The Freaks still in kind of a 2-2 split. Pio out in the vehicle, really exposed here to Kakari, but he runs out of bullets. And 2 Heart's going to make him pay the price. They're going to run him over. Ian's trying to, but not going to happen. Bagel Pa here. DG does get knocked, but they have swatted the 2 members of the Kwangdong Freaks that were trying to hold them out away. Now you've got Akkad on the roof, and 2 Heart's got to track onto him, doing some decent damage. Puts Akkad back onto the ground, and now let's see if Bagel Pa can stabilize.
Bagel Pa doing a great job of crisis management there, dealing with that position that the Freaks had and taking those 2 players down, as now it's just going to be Lash and Akkad alone here in these houses. The circle begins to close in. Bigopod does have one player down, one player knocked, but they will be very happy with that situation.
Sungjong goes down as well, but Bagopop putting up some kills, and you know what? That's the name of the game right now for them. Kills are as good as gold. Taking some damage in this cross, and Onyx not really able to maybe find as much mini damage as he like. Bagopop.
Oh man.
They found an opening here. These windows, you can get inside of them. This is a really good angle to take. Now they're going to take some damage. Oh, Pio got stuck, couldn't get in quite in time. I don't think he got through. Two Heart being held by a pod at this door. The pod hit its head. Oof, oof, oof. Pio's going to bleed out because that was his fourth knock.
Two Heart on very low HP, going to try and make something happen here. Flash pushing up the stairs. Two Heart gets him. Akkad does finish it off, though, and that's going to be Bagopop eliminated. They will have 69 points in second place at the end of match 9.
That was close.
It was very close. Man, Pio getting caught there really...
That was tough.
Spelled the end as Lash had the perfect angle to mow him down.
Yeah. The Freaks here, this is the problem I have with this 2-2 split that they do sometimes. Sometimes they get too greedy with it. I would have rather have seen them just collect onto this compound and wait this out, and now play for 4 here at the end. I think that would have been a longer term, more like higher percentage play for them in terms of gathering points. I think it would have been slightly better. It is what it is. Donawa now USG.
Look at this surround.
What the heck happened with that fight with Ghibli and USG, by the way? Like, it just never happened.
I think Ghibli just bailed on the position and USG crossed themselves. But
well, now USG is getting slaughtered.
Yeah, USG had a really nice surround on Donawa's position, but Donawa able to just isolate and pick off one player at a time as Americano, see him right there on that wall, was getting picked off, and Corn in the house as well.
What a grenade from Lambu. He is on the other side of the road.
Oh, yeah, that knock just happened. I thought that was the second knock, but that's the third one.
Yeah, exactly. That's the third knock onto USG. Here we're going to see the fight that happened between Damwon Kia and Pero. Pero trying to come down the rock edge, and Loki's in the fisherman's boat here. Just catching some big ones there.
Yeah, definitely catching some big ones. Akesleft is about as big as it gets in this lobby.
Truth. Absolutely true.
Oh, look at this nade.
Oh,
that's an Olympic level toss right there. Oh, man, and it rolls down and gets Ming.
Oh, man. Yo.
Pros have gotten so good with nades.
It's crazy.
Absurd.
They know the distances so well. It's just insane. Sheva on the outside of Donawa's compound still, but the last one left for USG. And once again, he has not much he can do except sit in the blue and try to figure something out. Loki Rezable, but it's going to take some more smokes with the Overwatch position that Xiao UDD has for 17. So it's a little bit trickier for Damwon Kia. Anybody who's played out of that mini pier knows that there is a lot of open ground you have to cover.
Very tricky.
Yeah, and if anybody has those rocks above you, it is even worse.
They got to take Xiao UDD down is about as simple as it gets, but the Freak's also getting in on this, looking at the kill feed. Cod's going to take down Foxy, and it's just a perfect angle.
And Onyx has got the mark. It's a beautiful
Woo! It's coming in. Donawa in a lot of trouble right now with 17 Gaming. Shelling him. Cod gets another lock on Loki behind this. It's Helen and Lambu both half HP. Man, that nade almost got Lambu.
That one should be good.
Oh, yeah.
5.
See you later. Donawa is eliminated in 6th place in this lobby.
That's Xiao Bei's 5th kill in this game. He's having a good one. Xiao UDD is still watching Damwon Kia. Now they've got 2 members out. Yeah, two out of that area safely, but now he's getting some backup from Lil Ghost, or at least positioning from Lil Ghost. 2 more members of 17. This might well be 17's first win. Still, 4 members of Gen G alive, and the circle shifts in their direction. So 17 is going to try to wipe Damwon Kia out and then play from there.
Yeah, Little Ghost trying to get a nice little position here on the front. Does spot out Mental with a spray, gets a little bit of damage in the nade, a little bit too far as well. Xiao behind this is going to get Mental knocked, so that's only 1 player left for DK is under. The hero for Damwon Kia does get taken out.
6 kills in this game now for Xiao Bei, and there is still 6 other players left in this lobby that he could rake in. Let's see if he's able to put up the 10 spot. 8 kills total for 17, and Onyx still has that silenced mark 14.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing.
I know, dude.
8x as well with a 3 helmet, a 3 vest.
It's gorgeous. I mean, you put the best player on Gen G in a position like this, and now we've got a slam towards the middle from the Freaks.
And from 17, Little Ghost is coming in as well, so a lot of pressure right now on Gen G.
Oh, this is great for Gen G. They love this. Go ahead, fight for that position. Do damage to each other. I absolutely love this if I'm Gen G.
For a moment, I thought they were both going to be diving on Gen G's position exactly, but no, instead, as you said, they're kind of cannibalizing each other. Yeah, this is perfect.
Dip. Yeah, this dip on the other side of the road. This is, once again, kind of reminds me of the situation that Gen G was in the last game.
I was thinking the same thing on Miramar, yeah.
But this time, they've got more kills. They've already got 10. Who is that? Is it Adder of 6 kills?
I'm not sure, but yeah, they have been raking in points right
now. Cut
now.
back to Gen G. Renba is an OM. Onyx has a Mark 14.
Renba is an OM?
Yeah, Renba is an OM.
Man, your loadouts don't get much better than that. Mark 14 silence and an AWM.
This is bogus. I'm jealous, man. Give me these guns. Yeah, they have 6. Renba is 6.
What a nade.
It's beautiful. Oh, he
was still invul. You got the iframes, man.
Yeah, Renba is 6, Adder with 4. Adder might be finding his 5th here in a second. That grenade's good. And that's the knock.
Yeah, Little Ghost going down right now. So 17, only 2 players up, and they're both on the south side of the road. A COD is down as well for the Kwangdong Freaks. Lash is trying to get there. Lots of smokes, but their position is pretty hard to work with, and they're going to be eliminated now as Anonix with a nade. We'll clean them up, and it's looking like a Gen G win.
Yeah, these last 2 members make it 1 member left with the headshot from Adder Xiaobei down, and just Show left for 17 Gaming. He's got 3 teammates ahead of him to at least try to feed him some kind of info, but he might just walk into the blue and say GG. GG, well played here. As Gen G will at least make sure they get those points. He's repositioning. All right, he's going to make a go for this.
I like it.
He's going to try to play the top of this hill. Now, if he gets flushed into Renba's direction,
okay,
it's 1. Renba has the AWM. You have Mark 14 from Anonix. There you go.
Yep, perfect timing right there. As Anonix is going to close it out with a Mark 14, and yeah, getting a little bit of deja vu, reminding me there of the map that we had on Miramar, with Gen G just holding the north side of a road. And they're going to translate that into their second win. 1,300 damage and a ton of kills, as Korea really coming to life here. Day 2 of PCS 7 Asia.
Yeah, you can see the coaches coming over there. Asura giving Adder a big pat on the shoulder. Very well played from him and Renba. Had huge games, and Onyx doing a ton of damage with that Mark 14, even though it didn't show up in the resulted kills. We saw him in the kill feed, but he didn't have like a lot of kills himself, which is kind of weird, because we were seeing him do a ton of damage with it, but the kills were falling into the hands of Renba and Adder in the long run. But still, very well played here, Gen G. And
he's got to have a lot of assists. It felt like he was getting so much damage in, and then players would just get finished by frags. Yeah. They'd have like a third or a quarter of HP left, and a frag that's placed even remotely close to them would just end their day. And yeah, that was a wild finish. Gen G just complete control with an AWM and a Mark 14. Doesn't get better than that.
And you know, 10 kills before they even got to that late game scenario. So they were, you know, doing a great job holding their territory, you know, getting, you know, the crates when they came their way, and putting them to good use. So well played by Gen G. It's a phenomenal game. A lot of fighting on the edges around them that we were kind of focused on. And once we shifted over to Gen G, it was GG. 17, I think, doing a good job there, you know, raking in as many kills as they could. They had to take down one key out. I love the maneuver they made when they all shifted up to the top of that hill to finish off TK. Like, they had to do that.
Yeah, they had to clean up Don Monkey.
Yes.
It was necessary, but by that point, the way the circle had gone, Gen G had just such an iron grip on the northern side of that road, and for a moment it looked like 17 and the Freaks coming in, they might just be diving on Gen G's position, having identified the situation, but instead they just came up a little bit short. They were just trying to get a foothold on that spot, and they were in the sight line of each other, so they have to fight. And Gen G just taking complete control of the situation from then on. I mean, no other team had anywhere remotely close to the manpower or the firepower that Gen G had.
They have enough on that side of the road that they can hide behind. That they're able to just make life a living nightmare for the other team on the other side. Ming Ming here, what a great little spray that he has, and then he's going to hear this buggy coming, and he's like, okay, cool. He gets another. Tong here doing a good job against Ghibli. Bagelpaw, yeah, if he just couldn't get in the window. I don't know if he messed up the vault or the vehicle got in his way. I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, Odyssey that he jumped as opposed to just like kind of running around the ground.
He might have hit the wrong key or
perhaps. You can't separate those key binds. A lot of pro players I know have a vault. You should have vault. Separated so that you actually have more control over your character. You guys watching at home don't have that done already. Just go do it now.
He might have just kind of goofed on the angle. Sometimes if you don't get the angle right and you hit the vault key, it doesn't really.
Or maybe the footing was weird, so he tried to like jump so that he could actually vault into the window. It's hard to tell from the angle that we had. We didn't actually see his feet, but
yeah, all you can see is Lash spraying him down.
Yeah, Lash just like perfectly zeroing in on him. I mean, Pio was dead in the water.
All right, well, Gen G, 25 points. Yeah, huge game. Massive. 17 with a good game. The Freaks are having a good day. Bagelpaw continues to have a solid day. I mean, 8 kills. You take that game almost every time. That's great. You are not disappointed in that at all.
Gen G killed literally 25% of the other lobby. Like that's nuts.
Yeah.
15 kill win.
Insane game.
I think that's the biggest win that we've had so far at PCS 7. If I'm not mistaken. We've had some low 20s, but I don't think we've had 25 just yet. That was huge.
It's up there. Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, yeah, they're just now they're starting to come alive. I mean, this is scary. If Gen G starts to play well, then everybody else starts shaking in their boots because there's so much firepower in this team. It's absolutely scary. What's really been kind of concerning, I mean, 7 kills for Adder is ridiculous. And then Renba at 6.
That's a lot of kills. Adder going to be the MVP of that match. 7 kills, 46% of the kills on Gen G and 600 damage, really pulling his weight as Gen G really firing on all cylinders on the first Erangel map of the day.
Yes, and exciting for Gen G fans. This is the team that you expected them to be with, again, as much firepower as here. With Renba and Onyx, easily 2 of the 5 best fraggers in Korea, hands down.
Wow.
And now they're on
How
top.
the turntable turns.
Now we've got 3 Korean teams. We've been saying it. They keep winning. When are they going to come to the top? Well, it's finally happened.
Look at that. Gen G, followed by Damwon Kia, Games Forever Young, and then Bagelpaw rounding out the top 4. But only 4 points separating Bagelpaw from first place with Gen G. It is so close right now.
It's crazy close.
I love it. I love what we're seeing.
17's at 67, 64 for Petrichor Road, 60 for New Happy. I mean, it is wildly close. 20 points from 8th to 1st. But it is, I mean, what an event we've had here so far. So many great, moments from all of these teams and these players. But with the way everything is shaping up in that top half of that leaderboard, it is going to be potentially a hell of a finish. Like we're talking about like 5 teams that are in it on that last day to win it. So that's what we hope for. That's the dream that we all want. But guys, we got to take another break. We have one more game to go, so don't go anywhere. We've got a lot more, not just today, but tomorrow as well here at PCS 7 Asia. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a bit.
계속 봐. 계속 봐줘. 계속 돌아간다 남쪽으로. 나 땡길게 쭉.
나도 땡긴다.
4킬이야 4킬.
쟤 라스 하나 맞지?
하나야. 돌려서 강현이랑 못 사귀니까 오른쪽 해. 뭔가 할것 같아. 라이딩 하던지 한 명. 라이딩 가. 혼자 할게. 진정해. 나 죽어도 나 혼자만 죽을게.
지금 빠르다.
G2 내렸다. 이번 바이디 쪽. 보인다 바이디.
나이스.
some updates to Destin, a new vehicle, and special new skins. All this and more as we dive into the Update 19.2 patch report. First up, Destin is getting some additional cover in several areas, as well as more cell towers, ascenders, and fuel pumps. You'll also now notice the passage of time and even shifting weather patterns in your Destin games. If your match is going long and you're starting to feel hangry, look out for the newest Battlegrounds vehicle, the food truck. This sturdy vehicle holds a driver and passenger, while up to 2 others serve up hot food and even hotter lead in the back. There's also new heavy stock in the game to try out on your favorite stock-slotted weapon. You may remember us talking about an animation refresh some time back. This update, you'll start to see the fruits of those efforts with new animations for all weapon operations and player motions. Check them out and let us know what you think. For those looking to really pimp their ride, we've added new special vehicle skins to the game. Our first set will turn your run-of-the-mill Coupe RB into a sleek and sexy McLaren GT. Customize paint, rims, and even your brakes. These customizations can be crafted in the workshop or by collecting rewards from the new McLaren Crafters Pass. But before you go betting your pink slip, while it may look like a McLaren, it still performs like a regular old coupe. There's quite a bit more to learn about these updates and more, so check out the patch notes for full details. Update 19.2 is here, so drop in, wax up that new McLaren, and serve up some chicken dinner, extra bullets. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
One question, so is there
outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the bottom to the top, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop. Outside, inside, we don't stop. Global, worldwide, we don't stop. From the birds to the block, we don't stop.
And we're back here at PCS 7 Asia. It's Paper Thin Estate coming at you. We've got one more game to go, one more Erangel, and then we're done with day number 2 of 6. And it's been a really interesting event so far, State. The Korean teams, so far so good. I mean, it's close, but they're really making a run at it this time.
They're coming to life. 7 of the 9 maps we've had, Korean teams have won, and now 3 of the top 4, including the #1 spot, belong to Korean teams on the leaderboard. I am really excited about this. It's been a long time coming with these Korean teams, you know, showing up to PCS and showing what they've got. We've known for a long time that they've had the skill to compete with the Chinese teams. But here, after day 2 of PCS 7 Asia, it feels like we're finally seeing it.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's encouraging that they're seemingly starting to learn how to play with these lobbies, how to, you know, find the timings, to get aggressive when not to, and these kind of things. Of course, we have the events going on. You know, we talk about them a lot, but of course, we've got the Pick'em Challenge. You can go into the PUBG Esports client, go to the Esports tab up at the top right, and, you know, win some things. You know, try to see if you can, you know, pick your favorite team, see if they'll do well. And, you know, you still got the opportunity to do that, by the way.
Yeah.
Even though you've already seen some of the leaderboards, you can still go in and do it. So get that done. We've got the Twitch things.
Twitch drops, always happy.
Yes.
You know, just chill, watch a stream, get some drops.
There's the bingo game.
So many ways.
There's so many things you can do.
Fantasy League on T-Wire, yeah.
You can win G-Coin on the Fantasy League. I mean, I already did. I'm just saying. It's possible.
You're a winner.
I know it's not only is it possible, I did officially receive the coin, so I know it's real. It exists.
Okay, glad we got that confirmation.
And then they got blown into McLaren crates. So
you're gonna get it someday, man.
Yeah, someday. I'm working on it.
Yeah.
I just gotta grind through a few more of the challenges, like the, what do you call it? Where you gotta get the levels.
Oh, yeah. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Pick'em Challenge results so far, 65% of viewers at home like you are picking New Happy. Will you also pick New Happy? Would be a safe bet. They led damage in the first day. They're not doing too bad today either. I mean,
no.
Yeah, they're 7th on the leaderboard, but that's only a 13-point gap, and like
another
13 points. That's nothing. You can sneeze at that and it goes away.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a win and, you know, 3 kills. That's all you need. So it's looking really good for New Happy. Everybody in the top half right now is 1 win away essentially from, you know, shooting up to the top of the leaderboard. So
yeah,
see if maybe one of the top 5 teams, if they find another win, they're going to be well ahead. If 17 Gaming can find their first win, GFY I don't think has a win yet either, right? Because Petrichor Road's the only Chinese team that has a win.
No, GFY came close, and I think it was Damwon Kia that clutched that one out, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm talking about overall.
Yeah.
Throughout the entire event, we've only had 1 Chinese team.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we've had
just
7 maps won by Korean teams and 1 by Donuts USG.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely GFY does not have a win. 17 does not have a win, but they're still right there, and that's scary because if they start, you know, putting together a couple wins, then all of a sudden you have a lot more ground to cover to catch up, and they're seemingly doing pretty well with the kills, and that's tough consistency to get over for these Korean teams, as they've been. Their points are coming, it feels like, through the wins and the placements.
Yeah, it's an interesting problem for these IGLs to solve because you do have to kind of balance positioning your team to go for the late game sometimes versus setting them up to get kills in the mid game. And by and large, it seems like most of the Chinese teams opt to go for those kills in the mid game. We've seen like 17 Gaming and GFY, although very quietly off screen, racking up kills, getting to first place at sometimes and being in the top 4 of the leaderboards for pretty much the entire tournament so far without getting a win. And, you know, on paper, I kind of feel like that's the more consistent way of getting points because, you know, wins, sometimes things just have to go right. I mean, like Gen G, if that circle is way on the bottom, maybe they're much more hard-pressed to actually get the 10 placement points with a win.
Sure.
Whereas kills, it feels like you can kind of always find a way to take fights that you can get kills from, you know? So that's one of the reasons why, at least up to this point, I've been favoring the Chinese approach in terms of IGLing of just kind of, you know, we're going to play the mid game, we're going to go edge, maybe we take a compound if we can set up our kills with it, we'll rack up the points that way, but the Korean teams, they just keep winning.
Well, I mean, yeah, so far so good for the Chinese teams, let's be honest, in PCS Asia. They've won it all, but now, so far, the Korean teams in PCS 7 are looking to change the narrative. Now we go to another plane path that starts over the military island. For the love of God, don't do it again. But this one's starting at Novo, heading up towards Georgia Pole.
We actually, it's very similar to the one we had last time, right? The last plane pass was Novo to like Esports or something, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, probably. It wasn't that different. This is a little bit tricky of a plane path though because the northeastern part is cut off. So it does make things potentially. Every once in a while, you see a little bit of scuffling for some of the vehicle spawns over, like to the northwest of Shelter or something like that, because there's that kind of dead area around Potato Mountain where there really aren't any vehicle spawns. So
yeah, you got to get back to the roads if you want any of them.
Right.
Wouldn't surprise me if we saw a couple of those vehicle scuffles. Look at everybody dropping out of the planes now. Seems like we might have one more by Ferry Pier with Damwon Kia and Donawa, if I'm not mistaken. One of them probably wants to go to Primorsk, and one of them wants to go to Ferry Pier.
Well, we saw this last time, except
it was Pero, right?
Yeah. It wasn't
3 teams. It's kind of hard to tell on the map feed.
I think Pero's
Oh, it
in
is
there.
3 teams. Yeah. It's hard to tell on the map feed because
yeah,
we're so zoomed out, you
Yes.
know, and the nameplates kind of disguise everything else. And now we see it on the screen. Damwon Kia.
Why is
Pero
Donawa
and
over here?
Donawa. Yeah, Donawa is the wild card, man.
Well, usually Donawa has been dropping in infantry's old spot. Maybe I don't know what's going on. This is
No
really
military
odd.
island.
This is really odd. In terms of the fact that Donawa's here is a bit odd, is my kind of larger point.
Yeah.
I mean, there are compounds at that crossroads.
Seems like that's going to be where they drop. And actually, Pero, okay, so Long got a vehicle. I'm not sure what vehicle it is. Mental with an Ironside M4 gets a ton of damage in on Mill. Mill lucky to get out of that without a knock. 4 HP now for him as Damwon Kia. They want to press this front just a little bit. Pero, they're not bailing out just yet. They are now finally getting in that dossier.
Mental might have just enough time to find an angle, and all he needs is one more bullet. Oh, yeah, I thought he pushed up that next hill, but he didn't. So Pero should be outie. I don't think, unless there's some kind of miracle shot from Mental.
No, I don't think they go, especially with Mill as low as he is. Should be fine. I don't think Mental's going to be able to connect, and Pero will be happily making their way down to Primorsk because Donawa and Damwon Kia kind of in a little bit of a precarious position. Unfriendly neighbors with Donawa holding down the compounds right on the top of that bridge and Damwon Kia down at the ferry pier. And we have the kill leaders from the previous match. Adder there with 7, Renbo with 6. And anytime you have 13 kills among 2 players on your team, you are feeling pretty happy.
Yeah, that's pretty
It's
nuts.
efficient, too. Look at Renbo, 6 kills, 385 damage.
Yeah, Genji was really kind of. I think Anonix was actually doing, and Spear probably too, were doing a ton of damage in that last game. I'd have to look, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's like Anonix's damage is like almost 1,000 in that last game.
Yeah.
Because he had that Mark 14, and we saw him clipping a lot of people with it.
Yeah, it felt like he was setting up for all the nades that they were landing too.
Yeah.
Just like leg somebody a couple of times, get them to half HP or lower, and then throw a frag in their vicinity to clean them up. And it's a winning formula, and the Freaks having a bit of a better day today as well. 3 kills, excuse me, for COD there in the previous match. 26 kills overall, 48 points.
It's been a better day for the Freaks.
Yeah.
Much better.
And I'm glad not just because Ian is on my fantasy team, but also because I am just a fan of these Korean teams. You know, living in Korea, I want these guys to compete on the same level as the Chinese teams because oftentimes it feels like just, you know, pure skill-wise, they totally can do it. It's just that the Chinese players have been so far ahead of the meta, it seems.
Yeah, it really is to me a meta thing, not a individual skill thing necessarily. I mean, yes.
Like Aches left is insane. But
Right. Show is nuts. And they're really fast and really effective at, you know, landing headshots. But it's more than just that. It is absolutely a decision-making thing. And you see it all the time. I mean, especially with Pero. Like, they're a great
they're the
example.
best at it.
Yeah, just deciding that they're going to do something and then they do it. You know, the results be damned. And it's not like they're bad decisions because usually it's like either they get a knock or someone else got a knock and they want to capitalize on, you know, an unfavorable situation for their opponent. Even if it's only like a 60% chance.
They're taking that risk.
They're taking it, yeah.
Yeah, because oftentimes we'll see these Korean teams when they get caught in skirmishes, especially if it's stuck in a compound, where they will get one knock, but they won't get too much more than that. And there's too many unknowns. They don't have enough information, so they don't commit, even though it's a 4v3. But Pero, as you said, it feels like anytime they get an advantage, they're like, okay, we're going to press this.
Yeah.
We're going to keep the pedal to the metal. Maybe we will lose like 1 or 2 men in the process, but if we wipe the team, that's 4 points, and we're also going to clean this area out, which gives us a lot more breathing room, a lot more maneuverability later. And as we all know, the longer these fights go on, the more protracted they get, especially in the later circles. Higher the chances of getting third P'd, getting gate capped, having traps sprung for you. So that kind of decisiveness that we see out of a lot of these Chinese teams just paying dividends. I mean, the shot calling just seems to be a little bit different stylistically, and frankly, it feels like it's better.
Yeah. No, I agree. The results speak for themselves. Now here's Danawa on this kind of, it's almost a hot drop, and it feels like Danawa just needs points, so they're trying something a little bit different. Loki's dead. Poor Loki. Did not expect this at all. But, you know, Danawa, we were kind of curious about why they were over here, and it looks like they're just, they need points, I think, is really the long and short of this. I think Danawa needs to find some kind of footing in this event, because right now they need, if my math is sort of okay, which it's usually not bad, they need like 12th or better in this event to basically guarantee themselves for PGC, or at least give themselves a really good chance.
They're only 4 points out of that right now.
Right. And so, but they need to pick up the pace here, and they can't be floundering like this. They're too good of a team to be floundering. So, you know, moves like this to kind of get yourself comfortable, to get yourself confident, to put the other teams in bad positions. You know, and it's DK who's in second place, so why not, you know, hurt them a little bit? That's not going to be too big of a deal for you as a team. Sure, you know, Korean fans may be angry because it's, you know, you're doing this to another Korean team, but that you can't think of it like, you can't think that way.
Every team for themselves.
Yes.
This is a battle royale proper. And yeah, I like what we're seeing out of Danawa, mixing it just a little bit up because, yeah, Pero and Damwon Kia, they have gotten, you know, a little bit bogged down there with those drops, with Pero trying to get the vehicles to go down to Prim, and then Damwon Kia going to Fairy Pier and maybe trying to find some kills on Pero, as we saw at the start of this game, where they almost got Mill. Mill was on just a sliver of HP, and they might have even tried to get a finish if Danawa hadn't landed there, but perhaps Danawa looking at that's like, okay, well, maybe this opens Damwon Kia up to some kind of flanking maneuver, or maybe we can catch them unprepared.
Yeah, I think that's definitely part of the equation there. Absolutely. Meanwhile, by the way, Damwon Kia got in a boat. They were so done with this. They just were like, we're going to take a boat. In fact, they're going over to the military island. They might be trying to find vehicles down to the southwest part of the Sosnovka military base. Yeah, great. I love our observers are showing this because this is really important. Yeah, there's a Dacia over here. So they can get vehicles, even though the Kwangdong Freaks are taking their sweet time up on the northern part of the island, ahead of them. This is at least a safer maneuver, potentially. We'll see if it works out. I don't mind this at all from Damwon Kia. I'd rather
smart. I like this.
I'd rather see this than trying to fight through Danawa again.
Yeah, that's a very brainy play. Good shot calling out of them. Gilly Z-Arm right now, all by his lonesome. Tosi is in the vehicle trying to bring a little bit of reinforcements to him as Monster is hot on his heels over in this Atlantis compound. Tosi now rolling up. Z-Arm definitely hearing those footsteps, know that there are players around him. And so actually not going for the shots there on SSR. I guess he figures he can get a better pounce on the remaining players as Pio's going to get Yan Li along with Sung Young. And GX in a bit of trouble here.
All I can think to myself is, yeah, well, this is the most Pio thing ever to happen. He gets the first kill in the match, or, well, very likely to.
Yeah.
Yan Li has enough of that tire, but the rest of GX is there. But the matter is if they can get to him.
Yeah, it's tough to move up this dirt road. I mean, there's a lot of, like, if BGP had decided to fan out, there are so many different angles on these, the edges of these hills, that it's very tough for GX to safely actually get to Yan Li unless they have a lot of utility. And this early in the game, it's unlikely they will have that.
Well, it just depends on what Bagel Pa decides to do more than anything. There have to be smokes available for GEX.
Yeah, at least a couple, right?
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Well, looks like Bagel Pa for now. Just be biding their time over there as that knock is.
They got it.
Oh, did they get it?
Uh-huh. I just saw it on the map.
Huh.
All right, well, where are we going?
All right.
Head
scratcher there.
Well, the thing is Bagel Pa took some damage. PO took some damage, and I think they just... they were trying to position DG in a spot where I think he could like flank that or see it, but he couldn't get there in time. Tianba here has a player knocked. Chui trying to get to Lin Shun. But Aches left, yeah, see, this is what we're talking about. They get a knock and they just pound.
Yeah, absolutely.
Chewy has to leave. He can't. He can't fight this.
Well, they're going to try and make something happen. Winston does get finished, and yet Chewy is going to bail.
And this is why you play like this.
Pero is so scary. I mean, if you build a reputation of doing this too, it's other teams are going to know this is going to happen, and they won't maybe get caught in a position where they feel like they have to fight you. And if they vacate, like we saw Tiamba do, then you're just picking up 3 points and you're controlling way more territory. Because like, look at the map feed right now. Tiamba is way out there. They have completely vacated this position.
Yeah, it's very, very smart. Now, second circle went to the east, actually. More towards Potato Mountain Central is where it's finding itself right now. Now, the Freaks have been chilling out. Now, I wonder if the Freaks didn't see Damwon Kia's boat, because they're taking a lot of time. And Damwon Kia has taken their time to watch the Freaks to make sure that they leave properly before Damwon makes their move. And here, let's see, Aches left shots onto Lynchun. Yeah, he just had him lined up in the Dacia. That's easy money for a player like Aches left.
Dacia was even facing him head on. That's nice. Those ones are free. Even I can hit those.
That's a freebie, yeah.
All right, New Happy. Chilling over here in these nice little compounds to the northwest of, or to the east, I should say, of school. And, I love this spot.
Yeah,
one of my favorite places to drop if you're playing in a non-esports mode. So many car spawns here, and they're getting a crate for their credit as well. Wonder what we got in this. Oftentimes, we don't get to see what's actually in the crates until later in the game, but this time we're getting a treat.
Yeah, today we lucked out. Let's see what's in there.
What is it? Yes! All right, Zapian show. Don't change the camera.
Yeah, he got shot by Kane, though. He just got hit in the head.
You got to turn around and shoot that one back.
I mean, this isn't a pub game.
True, I know.
I wish it
was. Oh, Wangzai actually got a drop as well. What is this? Oh, another Om. Let's go.
Double Oms.
Om City.
Love it. What if every crate was just an Om?
I would not mind.
Can we please have that? Can we just turn the crates into just Oms? And I mean, I know the Mark 14 is good, but
Mark 14 is really good. You know, a lot of the crate weapons are fun. You remember when the VSS was a crate weapon?
Yes.
Way back in the day. Was it the 249 was one as well, wasn't it? Before they made it.
And the Tommy gun.
Yeah. Oh my God, the Tommy gun.
Yeah.
That was
a long time ago.
You know, if you read the description on the Tommy gun, it says something like infinite ammo with a trench coat or something. I never actually tested this. I'm pretty sure they were trolling, right? You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Oh well, you know, like if you mouse over to be like designated like marksman rifle.
I don't read any of that.
You don't read the. You're not big on the lore.
That is correct.
You're not a big lore guy.
I don't have time for that. I'm shooting people.
Yeah, I just remember the very early day of PUBG, just like reading about these weapons, because I was never really an FPS guy until PUBG hit the scene, and I was just captivated by this game. It's so much fun.
Yeah, I get that. This is a game that actually, a lot of people change their opinion on FPS or these kind of things because of how just unbelievably fun it is.
Potato Mountain, all the way.
Potato Mountain, yeah, Potato Mountain. So in we go as everybody makes their scramble to find something. This is a toughie because there's not a lot to play with on Potato Mountain. It is it's really long, sloping hillsides along the edges. The top of it's not that easy to defend. It's kind of an awkward position. Now, there's space, but it's going to result in, I think, a lot of fighting. And Damwon Kia is still just struggling this game to get anywhere.
I think you're absolutely right about that. Gen G now making the rotation in, but they are really in a tough spot because Pero, GFY, and 17 are all around them, as well as 4AM on the top of this mountain.
Yeah, Gen G loves that dip, and they've made it work. It's one of the few dips where I'm okay with them taking it. Normally I get kind of twitchy when I see them just diving into a dip phase 2 or phase 3, but this time around I'm perfectly fine with what they're doing.
Good shot. Yeah, Mark 14 on Sia. Be able to get that. Spear from Gen G actually taking down Pero. His first blood is drawn here in this little skirmish. Spear trying to find a second one as he is hitting Mill, and Mill will go down as well. So now 2 knocked.
I'd like to see Gen G get aggressive on this.
Oh, does he not know about the nade? Man, he's lucky that one didn't knock him.
He didn't hear it. I don't know what happened there. Now they're just trying to spray him down. What in the world, Adder?
Whoa.
What are you doing, Adder?
That's not what you want to see.
What happened? How does that happen?
A little bit of crossed wires right there, and Gen G is going to be the first team eliminated, so the leaders heading into match 10.
What in the world just happened?
I think we're gonna get a replay of that at some point. That was that's a head scratcher for sure.
That is an unbelievably big mistake.
All right, well now Ghibli and 4AM butting heads over here. Human on low HP gonna be trying to shell this position with frags. He won't be able to connect there with Wei and get one knock. 4AM with 3 men up now.
I don't know, I'm just so lost. All right.
New Happy also getting some damage in on this one, and Soul also lining up on X-Left. You were absolutely right. This is just a bloodbath right now, as there's not a lot of easily defendable terrain here on the foot of Potato Mountain.
This is another opportunity for the Korean teams to get aggressive, but they're not. Like, they know that Pero's weak. They have to push this. You've got so much damage done to Pero, you've got to finish the job. Ghibli's trying to push up into 4AM. This is a completely different situation where Ghibli's fighting for safety and territory versus, you know, there's Nox in the kill feed trying to take advantage of it, and they're, I think, in a worse position man-wise. Yeah, there's 4 up here for 4AM and only 3 for Ghibli. They're trying to prone on the side of that hill, and that's going to get scary. Now, Tianba has shown up behind Danawa. See, this is the problem. You take so long here as Danawa. Now you got to turn around and fight this. And it might work because they're just that good. Salute with a good grenade on a tongue.
All right, 4AM and Ghibli about to pop off right now. Z-Arm poking up forward with the barrel now. Switching to the nade, but man, HS has just proven to be such a problem here. It's complicating the situation so much, and Ghibli Esports will be eliminated as Forever actually is going to be the one to clean that up.
Well, now there was a knock onto Helen. I mean, Tianba is gone. Danawa is going to hold firm, so in the long run, not too bad. Damwon Kia is lurking on the edges of this, so out of the frying pan into the fire for Danawa. And, you know, Pero continues to kind of just inch their way forward, looking around that crate to see if anybody's lurking. Not going to find anybody. Infantry here. 4AM is just getting cracked. That's GFY getting involved as well. That's 2 knocks quickly. Wait, behind the tree, just seeing if he can get the heel off. Has to cancel from that angle. He is not safe.
So much third partying in this section of the map right now. Under is going to catch Soul, trying to move that UAZ out of the way. A lot of damage done on him. Now 17 Gaming and Danawa about to engage. Xiao UDD with a nade. Doesn't know exactly where Salute is. Now finds him, gets the headshot, and that's Salute going down, trading him just for 55 HP. As Danawa with a lot of players down, as well as 17. And man, bodies are just dropping like flies right now, especially on the southwest side of the map.
Yeah, Foxy should be able to finish that. He's got the bolt.
Long Skur with the AWM actually got Xiao Yang.
Yeah, he's feeling it with that. I've seen him get a couple kills, or at least a couple knocks with it. At the very least, Foxy here with the Mosin, seeing if he can fish out a few more. Helen, I think the last one alive here for Danawa indeed. Stuck behind a tree, nowhere really left to go, and yeah, Xiaobei is gonna get the kill, get the point. Danawa gone in 12th. They're gonna finish the day at 14th. Another not great day here for Danawa. All right, here we go. What is Adder doing here?
Yeah, so
did he eat the vehicle down here? I mean, great shooting by Spear.
Yeah, Spear was doing fantastic. I think he gets 2 knocks. He's going to get Mill in a second.
Yeah. Oh, he's doing excellent.
And then the vehicles come in, and this is what I'm wondering about. So Adder is out here.
He gets in, and then he just turns right into him? He turns into Renba. He's driving up the hill. Oh, he gets shot out.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, that's just really bad luck.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching the kill feed, scratching our heads, but no, that makes sense.
Okay. Now it all makes sense.
It's all forgiven.
Yes.
Genji fans.
No, yeah.
No more outrage.
Do not be mad at Adder for that. That's just horrible luck.
All right, well, the Freaks, one of the few safe teams right now, have a lot of territory over here in the southeast side. Is Zepion, another knock.
Yep. That's PO done, I think. Yep, there he goes. Not much, and Sungjong just got knocked by CC, so Bagel Pod just can't find anything over on this eastern side. And again, playing on these hillsides is really, really challenging. And that's why you're seeing a lot of teams fight on these edges, because they don't want to get close to Potato Mountain if they don't have to.
Yeah, the closer you move, the deeper you move into the circle, the more lines you're exposed to. As we see so much crossfire, so much 3Ping here in these fights, and circle centering up a little bit below Potato Mountain. GEX fighting for a little bit of position over here, but once they get into the circle, they're going to have to deal with both infantry and Tai Lu. Now the Freaks are going to crawl into this compound. The Western House, pulled by Damwon Kia.
All right, Mental up front has a really good angle down into that. Does a little bit of damage.
Oh boy.
Could get 2, maybe. No, just only 1 so far. I thought he'd be able to get it. Well, now he's going to get 2. Can he find the 3rd? No. Grenades exploding into his face. In fact, that was Foxy's grenade that got mental. Now that's an actual oopsie. That's an actual shouldn't happen, but it did. A little bit of damage done by Foxy as a COD. How about his team? He end up close to personal, though. Too good for Foxy and going to take him down. So that grenade from Foxy just cost Damwon Kia potentially this battle.
Yeah, under the last player standing now for Damwon Kia's End is entering the house. Oh, barely missed him. Does get the jump, and Ian actually getting taken down. Not a lot of damage to be found there as Under is still at 57 HP. Nice. As he's making this work, it's a 1v1 now with the COD. Really low on HP outside that house.
Yeah, COD's going for the reds, though, so I think the Freaks are going to get that unless Under... Oh, he took Ian out. Well, Ian was still inside the house, but... All right, New Happy on top of the Donuts. The Donuts need to reinforce this. We've seen I've said that before, and I'll say it again. Kane and Sheva are way too far out from this battle, and they are on their feet trying to get here to help Korn and Americano. If they can keep New Happy pinned, they've already got one knock, they can finish the job. The bombardment's beginning. So far, just the one knock. No res just yet for New Happy.
Yeah, Kane from that back position was able to get one knock, and now they're starting to reinforce the front lines. Kane moving up to the front. He wants to get the finish there on Non. New Happy, they don't feel confident to go for that res. They're retreating just a little bit as we got our observers give us this nice bird's eye view of this fight as GEX looks to be getting mixed up in this.
Well, GEX is playing for safety. They're not getting mixed in this. They're trying to just rat on the edge of the circle here. I'm not sure what USG is doing now.
I thought they had a chance of winning this fight, but perhaps they just want to piece out of this? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see what oh god. Oh god. Oh god, no. See this that's brutal. That's brutal for USG. I mean, they had a decent fight, sort of, against New Happy, and then GEX, again, ratted into, that was right on the edge of the circle, and just absolutely smokes two members of USG out of that. Under, in the meantime, trying to hold the stairs. Player's coming up. Oh, man. If he maybe had gotten that player coming up the stairs, he could have slipped back a little bit quicker. I don't know. That was a tough one with the shotgun, though.
Yeah, if he had gotten one more headshot. I mean, Hikari was on like a quarter HP, but yeah, that pump at short range, it's a killer. There's a reason why these pro players always switch to the pump or double barrel or Saiga in these close range fights. And that circle's going to shift all the way down to the south now. So a little bit of the southern compound still in. Jimmy's compound still fully in, and 17's going to rotate into the remaining houses in the white.
Yeah, and 17 knows this situation. They know that the Freaks are down to just 2, so trying to take those points. New Happy now has gatekeeping position on USG, and, well, it's not going to go great. Hikari here trying to do something. Akkad had already been knocked by Sho. And Hikari just left in a very, very difficult position. That grenade is decent, but a little bit too far. Well, there, the shots from Sho,
yeah,
they're better. Infantry over with Kane. Well, Kane able to get a knock, but quickly Wang Zai takes him down, and now Infantry has a bit of an okay position, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a pretty playable dip.
It is in this situation. A lot of times it is not. This is one of the worst dips. But New Happy's going to try to play him for it.
Yeah, New Happy coming in. They lose a lot of momentum, but HS still gets monsters there on the initiation right now. And Infantry, they're still bruised. Longsword has to heal. The first aid does now pop. Monsters gets finished off there by Ming Ming's grenade. New Happy continuing to breach this position. More nades coming in. Zapion on the flank will get one, and that's Infantry eliminated. New Happy taking this really well, but with 2 players knocked, that's it. They're down as well.
Yeah, this dip sucks. Most of the time, and you're seeing why. It's really exposed. Now it's 17 Tyloo and GFY, so a team that has not yet won is going to win their first game, and 2 of those teams are already at the top of the leaderboard. Tyloo is in a unfavorable position compared to them. Xiao Bei is going to even drive at their angle, try to get underneath by this rock to keep his vehicle safe, keep himself underneath Tyloo, keep GFY kind of obscured from him, set up crossfires potentially. Here for 17, so hedging their bets a bit as well.
Right.
With this position, based on where, we're only phase 6. We still got 2 more circle shifts to go potentially. So
yeah, a lot of value to be found with this 2-1 split. As Tyloo also sending out CC just a little bit to kind of gather a little bit more intel on the south side of that compound, but the shots from Sho coming in are going to shoo him away. Actually getting the knock even, and that's big because there's not too much more armor to be found in these later circles. So CC, he has to be careful that Sia's 3 helms already mostly gone. CC's vest probably battered and bruised now after all these knocks, and we'll see 17 fanning out quite a bit. Even Xiao UDD coming out of the compound.
Yep, just trying to take as much control as they can right now. They've been given the space, so trying to take advantage of it. Tong trying to shout Tong, trying to do what he can. Ooh!
Whoa!
He's in the blue.
Blue's gonna get him.
Oh
1
God!
HP?
Oh my God! That was so close. There's no way he got through that. He has just enough room on this side of the circle that he's gonna be able to survive. That was super dangerous.
Man, I was really thinking that might be one more tick, but he'll be able to make his way in. No knock to be found.
They're taking so much damage here. Like you were saying earlier, their vests and helmets are not in great shape there.
Not at all.
Yeah, it's. I mean, everybody can see him, and now the circle shifted towards 17, who's gonna have Xiaobei wrap back, as you can see there. Now Tai Lu has to make a move, so they've been able to keep a vehicle safe. You can see that they parked this US behind their other one.
Oh,
no!
Exposed.
He got in it too soon. The timing there, no smokes, so now they're gonna have to use smokes. Okay, now they should be all right.
It's still lined up, though. Tongmu is just going to continue to spray down the driver's seat of this vehicle. Not able to connect, just not perfect there in Tai Lu. They're going to make their dash in, and they're going for Jiffy.
Yeah, they need Peng or somebody here. They need a knock. Well, that's not good. Peng unaccounted for, and that's going to be problematic. Xia gone as well to 911. And now you have one left. CC going to go with the grenade. He is doing some damage to Summer, but Summer avoiding a knock. Peng here has a decent angle, but it's actually Xiao UDD. 17 wants to get involved. They want to try to third party this fight. They've got 3 pushing in. They've got a decent angle. Now all of a sudden the equation changes for GFY. Yes, they finished off Tai Lu, but Peng is basically down and out and is going to be a 3v3.
Yeah, 17 with a nice spread right now, and Show actually getting to Atong-Mu. Now, Atong-Mu is the damage leader. He's a huge gun for GFY right now as it turns into a 3v2, and 17 Gaming taking position right now. GFY, they're kind of cornered. They lost the one man in the house.
Yeah,
I don't know what they're going to do to get out of this.
It's not good. It's going to take some really good shooting is basically what it's going to take. Now, they know Summer's down there with that grenade as well. Now, Summer did trade on to Xiao DDD, but it's going to be onto him to try to win this. He's waiting, switches over to the red dot to see if anybody's going to come up close and personal. Those grenades are going to have to be perfectly timed to hit him as the rest are just going to roll down the hill and splash past Xiaobei Show. Trying to pop up and over the hill. Summer going to hold the angle. Summer there, not going to win it. It's going to be Show who outduels him, and 17 Gaming is going to find their first win and put themselves in first place after 2 days here at PCS 7 Asia.
Beautiful opportune striking there, waiting until those two teams engage, and then using that opportunity to move to the very front of the circle. They get the guy in the house, and then they secure the bag, and 17 Gaming, after match number 2, is going to be your first place finisher. Top on the leaderboard. Great game out of Games Forever Young. Again, racking up a lot of damage. 1.4K in that lobby, but 17 Gaming playing really well there.
Yeah, this is, you know, again, they're too good of a team that these big kill games just aren't going to snowball into a win eventually, and this is where they really start to get dangerous, where they really start to put up big points. And this game was one of those ones where it's kind of a circle that really favors the style of the Chinese teams, where they can play the edges of these hillsides, where they can third-party these fights from distances, and you can see that at times the hesitation, the moment's hesitation that the Korean teams take costs them in situations like this. You know, Pero gets ahead of Danawa and everything. Danawa isn't in a position to finish that fight, and then Danawa gets bogged down in third parties and ends up going out early. Things like that are what in the long run have historically given the Chinese teams the wins at PCS.
17 Gaming with a clutch win there to wrap up day number 2 here at PCS 7 Asia. Looking forward to hearing from our winners in our interview in just a bit. And man, what a fun day of PUBG it's been, Paper Thin.
Yeah, really good day today. A lot of really good games. You know, finally, we had another win from a Chinese team. We've only had one each day, but it starts to feel like that might not be the case for much longer. There's just too much talent floating around and too many good teams that are constantly just pushing the envelope in terms of pace, in terms of kills, all these things they need to be successful. 17 looking great. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see what they have to say. GFY was kind of disappointing in their interview, if I'm being honest. They just didn't say anything interesting. No, it's fine.
Classic pro gamer interview.
I know it was. I know.
Show good games for my fans.
Yeah, we
Hope
played
they do
good
better
today.
next time.
Yeah. I don't know. Like their literal answers yesterday were just like, I don't know, we played good. Like that's all they said.
Yeah.
That's like, I was like, all right, guys, thanks for that interesting information.
We're paying them to click heads, not to give interviews. Paper thin.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And GFY, I mean, to their credit, I think they're still in either second or third place after this. Or no, they have to be in second, right? Because they're
second.
Yeah, they're second for sure. And man, we might have a little bit more of a gap at the top of the leaderboard finishing day 2 now that 17 Gaming wins this one, because they get all the placement points plus all the kill points from this win. And yeah, you see right there, they go from 81 to 87.
Yeah. I mean, it's now you're talking about a much bigger gap from 9th to 1st than we started the day at. Much bigger. And the top of the leaderboard has been really popping off today. And that's, something the rest of the teams don't want to see, but it is what it is. That's why these teams are there, because they're playing good. And yeah, it's all China this time.
Yep, 17 Gaming with 20 total points. They got 10 kills in that one and the win, followed by GFY, New Happy, and Tai Lu, picking up 7, 8, and 5 kills apiece. Yeah, it's all China right now. Surprisingly, China's been doing better on Erangel than Miramar so far in this tournament, which is not what I expected.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting. I don't know. I don't know what it is exactly. It just could be the tournament. Just the way that things are shaking out. Who knows? But yeah, they're looking really good. It's not too surprising in a lot of ways, though. If I'm being brutally honest, they're just better right now. Generally, Cho, 6 kills.
Oh, wow.
60% of his team's kills.
That's a lot of 6s.
That's pretty good. Wow.
6-6-0, 6-6-6.
All right, then.
The mark of the beast is Cho. Dominated that match, man. He has been a killer here for 17 Gaming. Not even just in this tournament, but leading into it. I mean, I think after day 1, he had like 2.0 KD, which is sick, and he's obviously improving on that here.
Well, he has long been one of the best players in the world for a long time. And quietly, even though 17 has never, won like a major competition or anything like that, but they've always been kind of around and in the conversation, and they've always been really, really good. Now maybe their time, and Cho has a lot to prove. I think he might be the one that, because of the health issues, might be done after this this particular year. So. A lot here for 17, and I favored them coming into this. They were my pick to win PCS 7 Asia, so far so good for 17 Gaming, but still a lot of good teams on the left-hand side of that leaderboard. And what is that, 24 points from Tai Lu? Yeah, that's it takes a pretty big win to get there, but not insurmountable for Tai Lu.
Yeah, and half top 4, half top 6 is Korean team, so Koreans really giving the Chinese a run for their money here at PCS 7 Asia. It hasn't been the story in PCS in the past, but a lot of improvements coming out of this, a much more competitive field. It's been so much fun to watch these teams develop and the meta kind of evolve over the past couple of months and years.
Sometimes they're playing better. Not all the time, but sometimes. There are moments where I'm feeling much more confident with them, but I still have moments where I feel like they could be a little bit more, they could turn up the tempo a little bit. And maybe do a little bit better. But guys, we have an interview now with 17 Gaming, so let's jump on over to that.
네, PUBG Continental 시리즈 7 아시아 2일차 준비된 모든 매치 만나보셨습니다. 마지막 매치에서의 치킨은 중국 17게임
And 17 Gaming with the last match ended up being on the first place after day 2. And with all the ongoing situation with that, we will try to have an interview with them.
마지막 매치 치킨을 가져가면서 정상에서 경기를 마무리한 17게이밍 선수들과 함께 이야기 나눠보겠습니다.
Now let's meet them now. Congratulations on your win, first of all.
자, 릴고스트 선수 오늘 5개 매치 모두 정말 긴박하게 흘러갔습니다.
Lil Ghost, it must have been a long day after all those 5 matches today. Could we hear from you how you feel after finishing day 2 as first place?
对 Little Ghost 选手。
对，问你。很开心，很开心。
기분이 매우
We're
좋습니다.
very happy that we were able to finish first.
지금 신질게이밍은 가장 공격적인 성향의 팀으로도 평가받고 있습니다. 샤오디디 선수에게 좀 궁금한데요. 이 신질게이밍은 4명의 모든 선수가 공격적인
You guys seem to be the most aggressive team out of all the teams in this region, Xiao Didi. You know, is it the individual players that are being aggressive and mechanically talented, or is it the call from the IGL, you know, being aggressive and pressuring up all the moments?
是老虎，看情况发挥吧，我觉得啊。
그냥 상황에 맞게 하는 것 같습니다.
We try to do our best during all the situations, and that's how we try to be aggressive as it is. You know, during the last match, that was the determination for the first place of today against GFY. Did you know where GFI was, exactly their location, and were there comms in between your teammates for that? And based on your knowledge, how did you guys pressure GFY's positioning? Could Cho answer this question?
因为当时天路从山上防区撞下来之后，那个 GFI 基本上就开枪了嘛，所以说当時我们大概基本上都已经锁定了他们几个人的位置啊。
그때 텐루 선수들이 이제 그 선수들이 이제 내려와가지고 그때 GFY 선수들이
So during our combat against Tyloo and GFY, based on the combats that we had, that we were able to gain where they were between GFY and Tyloo's combat, and that's where we earned the knowledge for that. You know, during the places of today, after today, the points are very tight. You know, there aren't much point differences between the teams. You know, based on your opinion, individual opinion, Xiaobei, who do you think is one of the most strongest team out of all the regions, or that you may seem the most threatening to you guys?
那你觉得最有威胁性的队是哪一个队呢？
前8都有威胁吧。
8팀 앞에 있는 그 모든 8등 안에 있는 팀들이 다
We believe that all of the top 8 teams right now are all threatening teams to us, and they are very strong teams. You know, tomorrow will be the 3rd day as the PGC is coming up for this after this tournament. Are you guys ready to advance to the PGC? And could you share your impressions of how you'll play out through the match to your fans?
一个词。
我们一定会努力拿到靠前的名次。
노력을 해서 높은 순위를 꼭
We will try our best and try to maintain the top tiers as much as possible. Hope you guys stay in the top tier for tomorrow as well. Thank you for the interview.
恭喜你们，然后谢谢你们的采访。
好，谢谢。
好，谢谢，谢谢。
Well, we got to hear from 17 today, and the answers once again were, well, I thought some really good questions here from Hyun Kyung.
Oh yeah,
I
questions
thought
were great.
The question about the end, the last game there, and then they were just like, yeah, I don't know, we positioned ourselves well. I'm like, well, yes, but how? Why?
Yeah, I actually was really interested in knowing whether it was more of an IGL thing or like a player confidence thing in terms of deciding like who is going to be aggressive in what situations, because they are a very aggressive team.
Yes.
But
I mean,
works for them, I guess.
Yeah, there's so much.
They're not going to reveal their secrets to us plebeians.
I know. But, I mean, we can try to gather the info as best we can, but it just shows you that if you're an aggressive team and you have the skill to back it up and you make good decisions, that you can be very, very successful, even if it doesn't, you know, necessarily work out in other regions or whatever, but it does here. That's all that matters. All right, guys, that is going to do it for us for today. Of course, PCS 7 Europe is coming up in just a couple hours, so make sure to stay tuned for that. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place here for PCS 7 Asia. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you then. Have a wonderful day, everybody.
Let's go!